say M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future forwards.
Cool.
Yeah, and then
The BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
Wait.
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So?
So now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute. We're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own thing.
Okay, let's decide. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players, because well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait, so
We've
you
had
took us
enough.
out?
They changed their minds right now.
just
cut
with
us
you
out.
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say, because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on. We have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically,
groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna
yeah.
play out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is going to be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it.
You're going to play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-prep.
good afternoon, ladies and gents, and welcome to MPL SG Playoffs Day 2. Now we're right into Day 2, and just earlier on in Day 1, we have seen two teams go home, putting a stop and an end to their aspirations when it comes to cinching the championship here at MPL SG Season 8. And they are namely Vanguard Esports as well as BB Esports as well. And now the top 4 teams stand before us right here today as they duke it out in hopes of cinching the championship. And that is MPL SG Season 8 to head on over to the international stage at the M6 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia to represent Singapore over on the World Series. So speaking of which, just to highlight a little bit on the tons of exciting things that you guys are able to do just by joining us live here at Scape, the Ground Theatre Level 2. Now we have tons of activities that you guys can indulge in, such as the Doodle Wall, where you guys can leave your mark alongside autographs from your favorite players. Meet and greet your favorite players and teams after every series, and let's not forget, if you bring a friend, you guys are able to get yourselves a tournament chest worth up to 899 diamonds. Now this is what you guys can get just by joining us live here at the venue itself. So grab a friend and head on down and join us right here today. So speaking of which, we're gonna jump right in, starting off with today's match schedule. So here on your screens, ladies and gents, we have 2 power-packed matches lined up just for you. Opening up the show would be the upper bracket finals, where we see the clash of the regular season's first and second seed of NIP Flash going up against Evil, happening at 1:30 p.m. in just a couple of moments' time. Now for match 2, we will see the lower bracket semi-finals, and this is RSGSG duking it out with Rift Esports, happening at 5 p.m. Now just a very friendly reminder, ladies and gentlemen, now these 2 series that we're about to witness in just a couple of moments time are going to be a best of 5. So strap in and be in store for exciting gameplays happening at the Land of Dawn. So we're gonna jump straight in to match 1 of the day, and introducing our defending champions, NIP Flash. So yes, our back-to-back defending champions stand before you today. Now, they are and they have gone against teams who are looking to take their throne from them. But this next one might be the toughest one yet. And of course, going up against NIP Flash, presenting to you Team Evil! Now, Team Evil themselves have been known as the playoff princes. They, more than anyone, know that the lower bracket grind is not where they want to be. Now, they will take everything in their power to secure this win and perhaps take this win from our defending champions, NIP Flash. What will happen here in match 1 for the day? Let's stick around and find out. Players are currently giving their friendly fist bumps. Now stakes are ever as high right here for the upper bracket finals. Why? Because the winner of this match will be heading straight to the grand finals, whereas the loser of the series will head on down to the lower bracket finals to be duking it out for another BO5 and perhaps a shot at the grand final slot. So with that being said, this is a high-stakes, high-octane match that, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss. And with that, let's hand our time over to casters to find out more. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Cheryl, and welcome everybody to MPL Singapore Season 8 Playoffs Day number 2. I hope you guys at home, you guys at Scape, and you guys here are all ready for this, like Cheryl said, high-octane match that we're gonna have. Now, this is NIP Flash up against Team Evil, title contenders. How are we feeling, Jules?
Yeah, super pumped up. I mean, this is, some might say, or the fans might say, this is foreshadowing the grand finals of what's going to happen in the grand finals. These two are the top dogs in MPL SG, and whether or not, NIP Flash will retain their title this time around, and a lot of people say, is NIP Flash going to be first and all of that, but, Evil has a lot of changes, and I'm super excited to see how this might come in, especially in the playoffs.
I know, exactly, right? It's crazy. Now, give me a one-word summary. How are you feeling right now about this match?
Awesome. I mean, yeah, that's all I can think about, because even at the start of our regular season, this is the teams that I want to see. I'm manifesting this one even in the grand finals. So here we are, upper bracket, and the grand final seed is up to the stake.
Yeah, and now we have NIP Flash up on the screen, the team, your defending champions.
Yeah, of course, EXP is going to be Diablo here. On the jungle is going to be Hades, Curtizi on the mid, JPL here on the roam, and Vanix on the gold lane. Again, this team is pretty solid. 10 months this team has been working together ever since, no changes whatsoever, has a great experience. What can I say? Again, MPL Singapore here still dubbed them as the best team, and they are.
Yeah, and they've been showing it, right? I mean, full force all the way yesterday as well. The performance is absolutely stellar. Now, of course, we can't discount who they are going up against, right? Team Evil also been performing at the top of their game. Churros, tell us, who's in this team?
Well, Ken, Boyette, Sayla, Powerful, Marky. A little bit of changes, especially with the introduction of Boyette, Marky, as well as Ken into the roster. And the mainstays being Powerful and Sayla. Powerful showing a lot of prowess in the roam position, but Marky and Boyette just really setting that pace, setting that tempo. I want to bring up the point that I said just now. NIP Flash, they've been together for 10 months. That is one thing I like about rosters that stay together. Just fix what you can and just move along. For the side of Evil, though, there is a little bit of chemistry kind of things that they really need to work out, especially going into this upper bracket finals. But then again, there is an Achilles heel for Team Flash. I mean, there's just a little bit of a controversy, but they do need to really hunker down and hey, let's not play around anymore. This is really gonna be one of the top games. Let's just, just play our best, and we'll see what happens. Because only one spot, one team makes it to M6.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this. Yes, this is the upper bracket finals. They still have, maybe one chance to get through. But, we're gonna take a look at statistics. Let's get down to the details for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I'm gonna highlight this one. Yesterday, they won Diablo on the lead. Both games in the first battle there. He's been perfect. This hero, this player itself, just manifesting this hero as the best hero so far here in the playoffs. Now we have seen the high contest of this hero when it comes to the playoffs right now. And this is also going to be considering that the Khalid, I'm expecting here, will be both teams going to battle it out. And I'm gonna highlight as well the JPL here on the Chrome. His Tigreal is beautiful when it comes to his performance, when it comes to his roam, setting the place for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, these are players at the top of the game, right? And JPL, we've seen so many heroes, the way that he plays, even like Cho as well, but just bringing up something like the Tigreal, being able to do setups for the team as well. And it all boils down to how, they are going to bring out. Sometimes we can't even tease out, are these the heroes or are these the players? Because it's almost like you said, manifesting the best of these heroes. On the other hand, we have Team Evil here.
It's interesting. It's really, really interesting because Marky and Powerful has the same sort of signature heroes as Vanix as well as JPL. The Tigreal and the Harith are still in play. Marky, though, has the highest win rate and highest pick rate for Harith at 100% for 7 games all throughout the regular season, especially yesterday. So that's going to be a very, very huge contest. For Ken, you have to watch out for his Phobius. This guy is crazy. He's a menace on that Phobius. But then again, Khalid has been introduced back into the meta, and Ken has played one game with Khalid. He won with that game, but against Diablo, the person, the devil himself, who brought Khalid into the meta. Khalid himself. Well, I want to see our production actually Photoshop Diablo's head onto Khalid. I think that's gonna happen really, really soon. But This is going to be a really, really tough match, especially for the EXP side, because Diablo, touted one of the top Singaporean, true blue Singaporean players, is going to face up against Ken, and this is going to be a tough matchup.
I mean, not just Diablo, right? We're talking about, we talked about JPL Tigger as well, and you saw Powerful on the Tigger with that signature hero. So a lot of kind of like head-to-head, you know, just bumping at it, and gonna see how exactly they match up. Super, super exciting. But, you know, we also want to take a look at when we put these two teams together, what do the statistics look like? So let's see the team head-to-head statistics that's gonna come up on your screens.
As you can see right now, man, we have mentioned, of course, the similarity when it comes to hero pools here. So we are going to highlight first when it comes to EXP here. Diablo's similar takes here for the side of Ken, except, of course, Ken has the Edith here. Don't get me wrong, Diablo right now, especially in this current season, is not sticking to his originally roles here. He's now flexible when it comes to his hero pools. Now, going to say as well that the Harith has been considered as one of the most successful heroes here. Vanix as well as Marky is doing the best thing. And remember, again, Marky is still perfect when it comes to his Harith pool here, when it comes to his games as well. And this is one to be considered here in this game, in this match.
Something I want to point out is that MIP Flash actually trumps Evo in terms of KDA, GPM, damage dealt, all the way but crowd control time, which is one of Evo's specialties. So Evo definitely looking to bring the team fight or the magic of team fights that we're so used to seeing into this matchup. But there's a lot of really, really similar picks, similar contest heroes. And I met up with Carrot in the room, and he was saying like, hey, we know the draft, we know what NIP Flash is gonna play, we know how to basically dissect how they are going to operate in this game. We'll see how in game one, how Team Evo actually, really breaks down that the composition.
Well, I think that's a really interesting point, right? The fact that, Churros, you brought, they have so many heroes that are similar in the head-to-head that we just saw earlier. So it really comes down to how they're going to bring out that in the matches itself.
I like how of course, Churros has mentioned about Carrot here, because they have, in the regular season, they have lost 2-0, right, against NIP Flash. So they are ready right now. So let's see what will happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see on the screens what we at the desk think where this game is gonna go.
Evo.
So you're the only one with a different prediction here. Tell us what.
But hey, me and Deadeye can agree on one thing. It's gonna be a 5-game series. This foreshadowing the grand finals, anyways. I mean, I've seen Evo ever since my debut in MPL SG Season 4, and they've grown all the way through. They're always in the top 3. Right now, they're really gunning for top 2, and I think this time around, if they can get themselves together, I think Marky and Boyette coming into the roster as well is one of the keys to victory for them.
Yeah, they have the ingredients right now, right? They've baked it
Sugar,
long
spice,
enough,
and
they put in
nice.
better ingredients as well. So this is the time for them to bring it out of the oven. But of course, that's what we think here at the desk. And what's important is also to know what you guys think at home and where your votes have gone to. We're gonna see 78% to 22% in favor of Team Evo.
Well, I guess everyone knows that the NIP Flash really do have the advantage. We have talked about how the roster chemistry is. Even the start of this match, even the start of how these two teams battle each other, you can already see that NIP Flash has the better advantage when it comes to their chemistry. Again, they have won the experience as well against the side of Team Evo. However, here in the Escape Grounds Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Team Evo fan base is really hyped up as well. I'm really happy to see them cheering for the team for the side of Team Evo.
Yeah, we know, there's always the live support that counts, It's a boost to their morale. So, if we come on down and to the Escape Ground Theater and watch the matches live in person. Now, Jedi, you also mentioned that, this is not the first time that these two teams have met. They've met in the regular season as well, and in that game, NIP Flash took that 2-0. So here, possibly, we might see a revenge arc for them.
I do believe so, because again, as Churros mentioned, the Carrot and the rest of the team here, the coaching staff of Team Evo prepared much for it, and I do believe the players as well pretty much prepared for it. That's why we predicted me and Churros a Game 5 for this one. Don't get me wrong, it's hard. my heart tells me also that something Team Evil may take this, but again, it's the advantage when it comes to chemistry here that NIP Flash has over Team Evil.
Well,
Battle of
speaking
the
of,
brain and heart for you.
Speaking of NIP Flash, look at all their faces, just like all chills, no stress, and this is what like basically you need to be in like this solace, this like calmness before the storm hits in. And I think NIP Flash, they're ready to go in. But I do have to say though, I think Evil. I feel like they did really, really well yesterday. This is going to be one of the biggest tests for NIP Flash. They shouldn't mess around. I think this is the main thing. Like, try to play your best and do your best so that, you know, let the world see, like, hey, you are actually the best in MPL SG.
Yeah, and you know, one thing is this is going to be a best of 5 as well, different than the previous matches that they have been playing. So we're going to see if these two teams, what these two teams are going to bring out in this first series of the day. Now, we're going into the drafts already. We see Hylos and Gacha being taken out on the side of NIP Flash, and a Khalid van together with that chip on the side of Evil.
Well, not surprising because Diablo plays a lean mean Khalid. Once you take out this Khalid, and the reason why Khalid is so strong is because of the river buff. So when the turtle, the Lord spawns up, the river has this like movement speed current. So you increase your movement speed by 20%. You add that on with Khalid's passive and his kit. Basically, he just rotates around the map like nobody's business. And you have the early game where assassins are the mainstays. Khalid will be used to clear the wave, proxy that wave, and just go in ham with invades in the jungle. So that's why Khalid is so strong. And based on his kit, really, really good setups with the ultimate, really good heals. You buy a lot of time for the rest of your team to come into position. Early game damage with the triple swings are just insane. So take that out, but I haven't seen Suyo yet. Like both of these guys hasn't picked up Suyo in ever because you know it's been banned in regular season, but right now it's open. Will Evil ban that out?
I think in yesterday's games they had the opportunity to, but for Evil they completely in their game I think didn't even consider Suyo. So it was about a 50 to 60% I think pick ban rate yesterday. So like 5 out of 9 games it was picked or banned. But yeah, like you said, I think interesting to see whether that's gonna be on the draft this time. Jusin as well as Cho being taken out as the last 2 bans here, and NIP Flash
just stealing the
locking
focus
in
away
that
from
Phobius.
Yeah. Stealing the focus away from Ken, you got the Harith. Maybe Marky will pick that up just to win that gold lane. So then you're shifting the heavy lane towards the gold lane alone, especially for the side of Evil. Boyette could very well pick up the Hayabusa. He's got an 83.3% with a 7 pick onto that Hayabusa alone. So that might be a possible pick unless you want to go for Suyo. The only issue with Suyo though is the early game farming speed is a little bit lackluster. You have to wait for the mid game power spike to come in, especially for his on-hero attack damage. His mechanics are pretty much the same. You get the power spike level 3, you get all of your ultimates ready and down, all of his skills, but the Harith and the Edith is picked up for powerful and Marky.
Yeah, and super important as well to prioritize this Harith pick for Marky, right? And we've seen him yesterday as well play his rotations down to the mid and joining the team fights early as well that helped him to get, you know, the EXP and gold that was needed to scale him up faster. So with such a strong pick, locking that down, it's kind of like securing that gold lane for them as well so they can turn their focus to other places in the map for them to gain an advantage in. And locking that Edith as well, kind of a, you know, still a flex pick here if they really wanted to, whether it be in the hands of Powerful or Ken. But of course, we're just in the first phase. There are lots of options that are available for the two teams.
Well, speaking of a lot of options, Suyo is actually getting picked up by Hades. Fun fact, Hades actually has one of the most unique hero picks with 11 picks. He's picked up the Bane, Yisun Shins, he's picked up the Lancelot as well.
Oh really? I thought it was Curtisi.
and because they swapped the roles in the last game of the regular season, he's also picked up the Claude and the carry as well. So like his hero pool is super wide, and based on the mechanics that Suyo has, he will do pretty well. He's got a 100% win rate on Julian, and with all things considered, Suyo is pretty much a similar mechanic as that. You've got a lot of escape mechanisms, you've got the iframes, you've got a little bit more tankiness in the immortal form, so I really like that going for him. Unfortunately, though, that Suyo needs a little bit more time to scale up and get his item power spike, so I'm really interested to see the builds. Sayla's going to wrap things up for the first phase of the draft with Zosk. This is going to be a very huge frontline heavy Evo. They need something to be sort of like a late game insurance, someone to help with the split push. I think Hayabusa is still on the board, Boyet could very well pick it up.
Talk about JPL and Powerful's comfort hero, the Tigreal here. Tigreal is pretty much open as well, and this pool might as well ban here from both teams. If given the opportunity, of course, Tigreal can set the plays, turn around every skirmishes here. But on the other side, you got to highlight is of course, Sayla's Zaskers did impressive of yesterday's performance here with a weapons master. So that Sayla's Zask on the late game is incredible, powerful indeed.
I'm just thinking like, okay, Evil is just laying down their fire onto Cortese. He might be thinking of banning out. I don't know, I'm going on a limb. Okay, it will be the Matilda, especially for JPL, because Suyo has a little bit more extra sustain when it comes down to the late game team fights and the skirmishes. So take out the Matilda, you're keeping JPL at bay. JPL pretty much has 9 unique hero picks. You might go with the Tigreal again, it's open for him to take.
I mean, it's not possible to ban out the hero pools of these two, you know. And the thing is, it's so difficult and challenging to play against these because it's really down to what strategy they want to go for rather than, you know, what they can play, because at this point they can play pretty much anything. And I think my personal concern with Suyo also was that when you compare playing, you know, any other jungler to Suyo, you've had a lot more time, you've had a lot more familiarity to play this hero, but in the hands of somebody like Hades, even though it's a new hero, you know, I fully trust that he'll be able to bring
rest assured.
that to the full potential. So I think I'm super excited to see how that plays out in this game, but also how they're gonna kind of mash that together. And Churls, like you said, the Tigreal is gonna be picked up on the side of Evo.
Well, perfect for Team Evo. So that means the Edith is definitely going into the EXP lane. They're just lacking the jungler. The fact of the matter is, Evo might very well pick up a Fanny on this one, because Boyet has picked up that Fanny before. Moskov suffers in the early game. He's really, really paper thin. Fanny could just very well pick him off. I think the game plan is just, okay, let's just win the gold lane. Let's not let Vanix come onto par, and let's take him out. But Boyet gets picked up by the side of NIP Flash as well as that Grok. I do like the diversion plays coming in, just because Evil is a sort of like a very heavy team fight composition. You got the Nolan as well, so going a little bit more comfortable for the side of Boyet. I do like Evil's draft though, because on the early game and especially the mid game, you have a lot of thick, heavy front lines to protect Marky. So it's just very well protect the president yet again for the side of Team Evil. NIP Flash, lots of diversion plays, lots of cross map plays. I'm excited to see how this goes out.
It's almost countering them. I mean, in a sense, you're kind of not wanting to play their game, right? You don't want to handshake the fights, you play the cross map. You have the Moskov and the Lori to be able to do that. On the flip side, there is the Tigreal, the Zask as well, that want to play in a certain zone and area of control. So this is kind of interesting, you know, to see how the teams are going to try to force the hand of one another into the strategy that they want to play. Now, NIP Flash up against Evil. The drafts have been locked in here for match number 1. I am super pumped. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see how this is going to pan out.
Oh, this Louis, this Louis, though, I think this is going to be an advantage here for the side of NIP Flash when it comes to map control, right? And you have mentioned, of course, Churro is the combo coming in from this Grok as well. It's going to be explosive later on.
Yeah, especially in the team fights, because they know that, okay, Evil's going to group up. I'm just going to be proccing my diversions, proccing my yin-yang, you know, all over again. over and over until Evil can't move. So that's going to be a very, very tough one for Evil. But they do win out on their lane, though, just because Powerful as well as Sayla is able to clear the lanes a little bit faster, so we want to see more high rotations in the early game for the side of Evil. And MP Flash hunkering down and try to, play a little bit more passive, wait till Vanis gets his power spike. So we see a lot of discrepancy in the top lane with a gap with Diablo showing his prowess onto Ken. Fun fact, Ken used to be for Team Flash as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see the emblems here as well on the bottom side coming up. Lots of tankiness, I think, and sustainability coming from the side of NIP Flash.
Oh, almost. That's gonna be Hades here with a drag coming in from Powerful here, trying to go for a burst. The first blood here coming in from Boyet. Great start here for Team Evil.
It's a very, very good pickoff. Boyet wants to go for more. He does have the fracture. Won't be able to hit that one. But Diablo chases him out. Boyet's still alive as of now. But I do like the way that Evil is just counterplaying everything that NIP Flash throws onto him, provided the fact that Evil is a very all-committal kind of draft. You really need to dive in, get your hands dirty, and start that team fights to be able to win out on a lot of these skirmishes. And Evil has the upper hand in terms of gold. This is the first turtle one. I'm excited to see how this plays out, especially for NIP Flash with the rotations coming in from the mid side.
And also just the understanding of the timers, right? And you mentioned earlier, Shuros, Suyo being slightly slower. I think Nolan obviously the fastest in terms of the clear. And just taking advantage of that, Boyet getting that first kill onto Hades as well, that's going to set him back a little slower. And now that gives them a bit of an upper hand to secure this mid-river here as they contest for this first turtle on the top side.
Well, in this turtle fight, NIP Flash does have the Moskov, so Vanix can throw the SOD. He's on level 4 already, so if the fight breaks out, Vanix will be there as 5 men.
Now it is going to be Team Evil trying to go for an aggro. Dominer's Descent with a follow-up coming in from Ken here. The stun did connect, but look at the wall charge. JPL made some moves here. Curteasy with a burst damage. But still, it is going to be Team Evil hunkering down, trying to go for a turtle dance, and they will still stay here in the battle.
Very good disengage coming in from the side of Evil. They lost one member, but he's already up. Ken making a beeline for that turtle. Boyet. Oh, Hades!
No way! Hades with a steal.
Coming with this fast hands here. Quick fingers on the retribution. Super important as well, right? Because having...
Oh my goodness. This is just pure NIP Flash there with a surprise attack. Diversion is really the key here.
Well, this is just predictable, right? Because you have 10 seconds until the purple buff spawns up, and NIP Flash identifies that, okay, as a Nolan, you really need that purple buff. Let's just pounce onto him before he comes in. So Ken taking a lot of damage, dishing everything back out as well.
Little Scuttle here. But remember, guys, I like to highlight here in the gold lane, Marquis Harith, still unbeatable. Will this be the time here that Marquis will prove that it will still be win, of course, lose less here for the Harith pick?
It's definitely going to be a tough matchup, right? I mean, right now he's slightly behind Vanix as well, but we'll see exactly how he can make use of that. And Vanix, we know, is one of the, if not the best gold laner in Singapore. So it is a tall order, but on the top side,
Ken goes for the stun. Curteasy very low, goes for the double control as well, and Hades and backlines goes for the pickoff. Ken will fall, and now they will disengage, but Powerful has his vision. Try to go back away, still managed to do so. Sayla with a poke. Now JPL and Diablo trying to cover his retreat.
Hades does have a lot of damage, but a very good call from Powerful to try to keep him at bay before pushing everything back in. I think that's the downfall of Evil. Whenever they group up, that's where Curteasy likes it. That's basically Aloy's, perfect dream. That's paradise for him. Everybody grouping up, just proccing all those yin-yang dualities, and basically Evil falls like flies.
It's been super critical, right? Curteasy with the dualities as well, playing right into the strategy. We know that Evil likes to take the team fights as well, and the way that they've drafted this also points to that. So just kind of capitalizing capitalizing on that to their advantage. Absolutely beautiful the way that they have played it. And earlier on, being able to predict that Evil was going back to the buff as well. So it's kind of macro on top of macro, setting that up for themselves. Now this turtle on the bottom side.
Turtle dance once again. Look at JPL here, but still Hades again secures this one. Look at JPL out of position, gives some space here for NIP Flash. Goes back, but the burst damage here from Boyet takes him down. Curteasy tries to go for the poke. Hades with a follow-up, and Ken will fall. Spear of Destruction here, trying to go for in the middle lane, but Vanix clears the way.
On the top side, Diablo actually pushed down the T1 up top, taking a little atomization. He's got a 100 strike as well.
Oh no.
As the Fury Hammer. But hold on.
Wow, flanking maneuver here for NIP Flash. Aggressiveness does not fall here. Time and time again, they want to control the map here.
Just to finish my statement, there's a lot of damage from Hades. Speaking of which, Marky.
Woo! Under the turret, still being chased here. Now there's going to be Diablo flickering out. Just too much control here for NIP Flash. They're not backing away. That is going to be the turret in the mid going down.
NIP ramping up the momentum. They took down the T1 up top, so they're free roam right now. It's past the 5-minute mark. They're trying to go for trades. Evo took down the T1 bot. NIP Flash, 1,500 gold lead. This is looking really good, especially for Hades. He's got his power spike. He's able to just go in ham. I think some of the combos that he can use, and he's versatile with the combos. He could go in with the Sever and the Quell before finishing off with the Surge. So that's going to be a very, very interesting start for NIP Flash, especially using the Suyo.
Yeah, I mean, onto the damage that we've seen so far as well, right? Hades actually sitting second to the top in terms of the damage dealt so far, and Curteasy being the one who tops it off. So NIP Flash, you can see, really kind of taking the upper hand here in terms of the fights, even though Evil has been trying to break even, now sitting 5 apiece in terms of the kills.
Even Stevens, I think the only breakdown for Evil is that Powerful really needs to open up that brushes.
Yeah.
The macro gameplay, especially with the diversion teasing, is going to be Evil's downfall.
Well, I agree. I think Powerful here plays the main key role here when it comes to setups as well. And we have seen, of course, the follow-up coming in from Ken is too perfect as well for this Earth Shatter. But meanwhile, another turtle dance we're expecting here. There's going to be a third time we're now seeing the pokes coming in for the side of Team Evil. Look at Diablo preventing space, but on the other side though, Control Ken flickers back here, trying to go for a Primal Wrath, but he will be picked. Powerful try to hold the 3-man here for the side of NIP Flash. Look at the damage coming for Sayla as well, and Boyet go for the kill, takes down JPL, and now shutdown coming from Market. Team Evil rising back.
This is a 3-4-2, but look at Hades. He's 5 levels ahead of Powerful, 5 levels ahead of Ken. And Ken really, really suffering, especially in the EXP side. Evil slowly but surely coming back, especially with this turtle.
Super huge fight, and you know, Powerful doing so much work there. The flicker in with the implosion onto Hades to make sure that his team can see it. Here we go in the back line, implosion just onto Hades to make sure that he isn't able to contest that turtle there, and splitting up effectively Team Flash into 2 for them to then come on and secure the kills after.
Very clinical team fight, just splitting away the jungler for the main objective. After we take that out, let's just go for the kills because everyone's there, everyone's ready. Let's just hunker down and keep hitting them and keep hitting them hard. And Evil slowly but surely coming back. They don't have their T1 mid though, so NIP Flash does have total map control at this point. Evil is on the defensive.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Powerful, really, his implosion can be a game changer, but meanwhile JPL wall charge away, trying to scout out the enemy jungle here.
Yeah, the issue for Evil is you need to send someone up to, you know, get that split push down or even protect the wave because NIP Flash, they have options, right? You can send the Suyo down the top side. You can send the Moskov. It's no problem because they have ways to come back. They're super mobile, super versatile, and they can farm really, really fast. So the macro play for NIP Flash is still there. Evil needs to find a way to control the waves, control the pressure, maintain lane priority before the Lord spawns up in the next 5 seconds.
We're gonna see if they can do that because right now, I mean, the waves are kind of pushed up by NIP Flash, even though slow push is building down the bottom as well. So far they have to use Vanix to go there, but that's the thing, right? He has so much global mobility if the side of Vanix just landed that Spear of Destruction to be able to join this fight that's already being started. Lord leashed to the side of Evil. 50%
health for the Lord right now. Still, of course, Team Evil trying to go back here, but look at the push here on the bot side. No one's backing out. This is a great macro play here for the side of NIP Flash. No way, Vanix.
Oh, they got an SOD.
They had the SOD, they had an inhibitor chart, and now going to go for the team fight as well. Now Sailor going for the DD, and now it is going to be Ken with the primal ref as well. Trying to go for a push, trying to go for the poke, and the Lord still standing here. Look at Ken, very low. Kurtishi will fall here, and the Summon Force has been laid down as well in the expense of that inhibitor chart on the bot side. Diablo as well here, been picked.
Well, they won that team fight, but at what cost? They still, 2 members down. NIP Flash still has their jungler. We're sitting around that Lord, but the waves are pushing in top and bottom. They lost their T2 top, so Evil needs to respond. They're sending Sayla back to clear the waves for the next team fight, but the Lord gets so many resets. NIP Flash just winning on the macro trades. The waves are continuing to push in, and NIP Flash buying so much time for Kurtizia and Diablo to come back into position. You got diversion play from Kurtizia as well, so Evil in a really, really tough spot.
It's a beautiful forced error play, right? Or
Yes,
forcing
correct.
Evil to make the decisions. Do you want to protect your base turret, or do you want to take the Lord and fight us head to head? And the moment you hesitate, your base turret is going to disappear, and Evil's forced to take the fight and get something out of that. Even though, yes, they did get the consolation prize, but here we go. The Lord still stands. Are they going to be able to pull that off again?
Now, this is an advantage here for the side of NIP Flash. Look at the waves pushing here on the bot as well. This is going to be difficult here for Team Evo to even contest this Lord right now with NIP Flash delaying the scene. They know they had an advantage. Now it is going to be Marky joining in, trying to defend the base on the bot. This is a perfect opportunity for them to actually go for a 4v5 here.
Waves keep pushing in as Evil. They know they don't have Marky in position. They're starting up that Lord. They don't want to get that reset, but the Lord does get the reset again. One of the longest Lord dances. It's not a dance, it's a tango. And it's taking a really, really long time for them to make a call. No one wants to commit. They need to find out information, but a conceal play from JPL. Sources out Ken. Boyette still in position.
There you go. They're now going to force this team fight. Nope. Actually, Ken trying to go back out. Look at the Lord's life here. Powerful with the implosion. Boy, it secures the Lord as well. Surprises here for the side of Team Evil. And now NIP Flash. They are scrambled out. What is happening at Vanix? Could not run. Powerful. Takes the wind of nature. Ladies and gentlemen, at the clutch play. And now Team Evil still has the advantage. Marky, Salmon Force, Diablo dead.
They still have that Lord, but the top side, the waves pushing in. Boyette there to respond. Mid side down. Evil trying to push it into NIP Flash, and NIP Flash, they're 3 kills down, taking a little itemizations. Vanix is online. He just needs a little bit more time to deal a lot of damage, and Marky is a huge threat, especially in these team fights, and Evil are showing us the magic once again.
The magic indeed.
Whoa.
What a turnaround there by Evil. You know, powerful. We talked about that Tigreal and the plays that he's pulling off right now, and just individual mechanics as well. That win of nature saving Vanix. My goodness.
Boyette! Run away! Hades is gonna chase you there! Going to go for a crossover, but a shot down!
He's got the Factor on the wrong side. He factored in. Oh no, it's a misplay from Boyette. Hades can push on the bottom side. Just buy some time for NIP Flash. We're pushing down the top. Evil, they're forced to retreat. There's just the pre-enhanced Lord, so they're like, okay, it's okay, let's just get a regroup, wait till our friend Boyette's back into play, and then let's go for Lord again. We suffered a lot in the first one, but we're coming back. It's 1K gold lead, the first economy lead for the side of Team Evil the entirety of this game.
Wow, man. Okay, Team Evil, the evil magic was there. But remember, guys, inhibitor charge still standing here for the side of NIP Flash. This is a great disadvantage here if you are Team Evil, because the waves are pushing through here in the bot. They have to look out for this lane management. Remember, yesterday, we had a comeback because of this scenario.
But NIP Flash, they identify that Evil together strong, apes together strong. If they manage to split Evil up, this is where NIP Flash can just pummel them and just punish them hard. They've got the diversion play as well. That's where they're playing the macro game really well, especially for NIP Flash. Now they've got the gold.
Powerful. Oh, going to go for a draw! Implosion is there, but the wild charge going to counter coming in from JPL. That was a beauty. NIP Flash trying to go for a counter here, but look at Sayla going to go forward here. Diablo going to go for the chase as well. What an exchange here between these two teams. Sayla here, 50% health. Diablo tried to go for the chase, tried to go for the kill as well, and he will fall here. Sayla's gone.
But the Lord spawning up in 5 seconds. They've got a lot of time. Hades doesn't have a lot of health, so Diablo needs to tank that Lord. They're unable to blitz this out, and Evil has a little bit of time before Powerful comes back into play. Oh no, they're gonna blitz it out. But the breakdown, that team fight, Evil just stood together, Curtisi happily proccing dualities, and just this Loi being a huge menace in that team fight.
That's, you know, Evil recognizing they need to be able to take the fight, right? Before NIP Flash, like you said, splits them up. And they don't want that to happen. So going in with the implosion, super important, but the countering.
Yeah, man.
So by JPL.
That Grok. That Grok wall charge just changed the battle in that situation. What an impressive display coming in from JPL.
And now the Lord in the hands of NIP Flash now. It's going to be, you know, coming down that bot wave, but you can see all 3 waves pushing up onto the defenses of Evil.
It's a really, really nice sync up. Boyette forced to use the Retribution, save that T2 down the mid side. As Evil scrambling to get that defense, Lord already butchering into the base. Evil does have a little bit more defensive high ground capabilities though. Evil holding on to the implosion. Powerful.
Yeah. I think the lane management here coming in from NIP Flash is just way too good. And now they're just gonna go for the burst here. Going to go for the control on 2 as well. Sayla going to go for the GD there. Force his ultimate. Vanix tried to run away, but the Wind of Nature save. Implosion trying to go for the counter themselves. And now Diablo is here trying to run away. The drag from Powerful Flicker. And now that is going to be Winter's Crown activated for the last hurrah. But a shutdown here from Marky.
Hades just waiting. They don't know where Hades is. Evil, they're pushing it back. Let's look at a replay, see what happens on this team fight, but it was just so crazy, right? The fact that Evil identified a lot of the win conditions, going for Vanix. Vanix popped the Wind of Nature. Boyette identifies that, okay, let's take Vanix out, so let's take out the damage dealers, but they forget that Curtisi is still around the area. Whenever the duality procs, that's a lot of splash damage, that's a lot of CCs that Evil has to deal with.
And Curtisi is always in a position, you know, that is prime for him to proc those dualities from afar as well. Just, I don't know how he does it. It's insane knowing where the fights are gonna break out and just being able to catch them in a choke as well, and then turning that into an escape for Vanix, who should have actually died there, you know, by all measures. But of course, with that Wind of Nature as well, that saved him, super crucial for NIP Flash.
Guys, this is still the game 1. Oh my goodness. Both teams. And this is the first time as well I've seen NIP Flash really pushed hard here. And Team Evil's doing a pretty good job. But remember, 2 inhibitor targets gone already here. Map control is still an advantage for NIP Flash.
Well, Achilles heel, Evil is sticking as 5. That's the issue right here. You don't have anyone to control the opposite side of the map. And NIP Flash right now has full control of this Lord fight for what could be possibly the final Lord. Let's take a little itemization to see where we're at. That's 2 glowing wands for that Loi. It might be a bug right there, but if 2 glowing wands, there's a lot of, like, you know, I don't know, there's a lot of damage right there.
Yeah. Damage per minute.
I think that's a pushing lantern.
That's going to be the wall there. Okay. Isolated Sayla and Boyette in that situation, but still, it is going to be the side of Team Evil trying to hold their ground here around the Lord Pit. Remember, of course, the lanes are pushing here. Oh, but look at this one. Ken, out of position, forces Primal Wrath there to be activated. JPL, though, the wall charge, but he has the immortality. But on the back lines, though, the implosion, powerful once again, turning the battle around. But that's going to be diversion here on the bottom side. Trying to go for the push. Boyd is here. Goes for Curtisi. Vanix, will he go for the no? No! He will not Team Evil succeeded in defending the base.
This is insane. This is two teams playing at the top of their game here, trying for that backdoor, but immediately Evil recognized it, and they were able to quell and to stop that in time. And now they have the numbers advantage coming down this mid-base turret.
There's 30 seconds. There's only one minion.
Oh,
the tank minion is dead. There's no minions. They can't push it.
They cannot.
The top side's pushing inside of Evil. Lord's open. They might very well go for it. Hades up in 7 seconds. They have to blitz this out fast. Look at the minions.
Minion wave! What is happening here? Okay, Ken is there. Primal Wrath. No, you have to give. Okay. Okay.
Lord goes to Evil. It's 3,500 gold to the side of Evil. It's ramping up. Evil is successfully defended, but their base is wide open. They don't have the T3s up on the top and bot side. The diversion the SOD plays can come at any time.
My heart cannot take this. My heart cannot take this.
Oh my goodness.
They don't know.
Oh.
Shush.
Oh. Anytime soon. This is where experience will now fall in. If they know, they know. If they will not know here, it's gonna be Mars! Marky's down! Curtisi, however, will be the change in that sequence. With, of course, Sayla goes for the DD.
Hades playing hide and go seek. Ken trying to spot Hades out. The Lord marching in. Vanix still up. They don't have Marky though. No damage.
Ken? Flickers in, Earth Shatter misses, but the Primal Wrath has been activated there. Powerful still, has the flicker, has the, look at this one, the burst damage, look at Poyet on the sidelines as well, goes for the wild charge, trying to go for the counter, but no, JPL will escape. Ken is here, trying to control as well, Diablo, and JPL falls.
Lord bought so much time for Marky to come back online. Sayla's out of the picture, but so is JPL. Curtisi, another 15 seconds. They can defend. The next Lord coming up in 90 seconds. Let's take a time. Let's take a moment to reset, man. Evil, they've got so many things up on their hands. They really need to check their brushes. Macro is going to be their downfall. There's they have to play Minesweeper on top of this.
I agree with you, Churros. I think this is one of the advantages coming in from NIP Flash, that version, and they will hide in the bushes for that surprise attacks.
This is like, you know the games where the blocks come in different lanes and you're just trying to defend them all.
You mean Tetris?
Is it
Tetris?
I don't know what it's called, but Evil is doing just that. But the thing is, they're doing it so well, as best as they can. And NIP Flash is trying everything. Hades bought so much time, and JPL coming in with that save as well, extending and prolonging that chase, prevented Evil from sieging onto their base of NIP Flash. The plays here are just insane.
Saving grace, though, the Evil's throne is almost back up to full, so they could prevent a potential backdoor just for this one. But this Lord fight is going to be really, really tricky. How will Evil play around this one? Because NIP Flash has so much macro plays. Curtisi could wait at any point off that map. If someone ends up defending, you get the SOD from Vanix. If that lands, that's going to be a backdoor play as well.
Remember, guys, here in our MPL Season 8, it was only 2 players who did that. It was Canonio from Rip Esports, and now it was Hades who did the backdoor. It is possible in this card scenario, especially they have the diversion as well.
There's their MO. Evil, 8 strong together. Let's see how this plays out. You've got sending Sayla back up to defend against that wave skirmish up top side. But bottom side, they don't know where Vanix is. But Vanix doesn't have to show his face. He's got the SOD in his arm. So NIP Flash could just buy a lot of time. Just wait till the minions get into position.
Oh, look at the advantage here. Look at the push coming in from Vanix. This is one of the key skills coming in from Moscow. His SOD, he can't just react anytime when it comes to a team fight brawl. And now it is Sayla trying to respond as well as Boyet to control the lanes here.
Yeah, I don't think Hades is able to blitz this Lord down because he's going to be taking scale damage the longer he stays in. But he's using his it's actually really, really smart because the
Immortal State, correct?
Yeah, the Surge actually keeps him up alive, or the Sever. Soul Sever actually keeps his health up. So he can stay as long as he wants in the team fight. Powerful being spotted out.
Okay, anytime soon, but so far, NIP Flash, this is what they want. They want an attrition game here. Vanix will just try to push it. Oh, this is just a burst damage, Marky! Just go for the kill as well! Oh no, JPL pops his immortality, is out of position, conceal away, but powerful stops him with an implosion. Marky with a kill once again.
Oh, they have to respond against Vanix though. He's on the top side. Diablo taking a lot of damage from Sayla. Managed to run away. Boy, yeah, 1v1 Vanix!
Oh, immortality, but Ken is here! Going to go for the sissy, Winter's Crown. Boy, trying to run away. Vanix! Vanix! Goes for the base! Goes for the base! Will he take it? No minions! No minions here! He will fall! He will fall! But still, it is going to be evil here!
It's a base race!
A base race here we're seeing right now. It is going to be Vanix trying to go for a forward attack here. Will he be able to do so? Still, the Crypt is here. Ken right now very low. Going to go for the immortality here. It is going to be Vanix right now. Her shatter misses. It is going to be Vanix here.
Minion.
Goes for the kill. Oh no! Vanix!
Play the dashes!
Goes for the win!
Lord Vanix! our savior! Oh man! Scrubby Deadeye, this is just game 1!
Oh my goodness!
Vanix!
Look at him, he's so
No way!
It's like, yeah, it's just another day in the office. It's like,
No, it's not another day in the office, bro. I don't think that's another day in the office, man.
we need to, you know what we need to have? I think we need to have like a because they're always like this.
Correct.
This series
Yeah.
is always like, let's play opposite side of the course.
Wow.
Man,
I
we need to
have
do that.
no words.
Hey, you asked me a while ago, what word? Awesome!
Awesome!
Damn!
Man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the upper bracket finals. There you have it. Game number 1. Lord Vanix himself on the screen right there, just for you to admire.
Oh my.
The fact that he just dashes around the Earth Shatter, dashes around Boyet. Actually, the spear, the Impale actually hit Boyet, and he was just 1 pixel away, and so he goes down. And I think Boyet should have just recalled back away from that, get that heal, and then come in and fight, get that a kill onto Vanix. But I don't know, this is just all micro play down on Vanix, just dashing in and out. He's dancing around. Oh man, okay. Okay, MVP, Vanix.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
We don't even need to do this.
We don't even need to do that.
Bang!
Just that play, man.
You know that last play reminds me of like, okay, Vanix doesn't have the Harith, but he's playing that Moskov as though he was in the Zamin Forest, the Zamin Field.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, the dashes.
Speaking of Harith, first time we see Marky on a Harith lost the game.
So Marky went down from let's take
Wow,
a look. He's got seven games, no, now 8 games with approximately 83.3% win rate for Marky
Wow,
himself.
just wow, man.
That Master Assassin emblem as well, taking a look at that full build right there. You know, at the end, that 1v1 and then the 1v2, and it became a 1v1. And all this time, he was just cycling between them and the minions to be able to then end the game.
The Winions.
The Winions.
Pushing in. I think it all snowballed, right? Because NIP Flash always kept control of their lane priority. The top lane and bottom side always kept pushing in whenever there's a Lord happening. They don't even need that Lord. That was just a bait because you've got options. You've got a diversion. You can SOD. So if you send someone back, the SOD could land and you could just very well get a backdoor opportunity. This would be, I wouldn't call this a backdoor. I think this was just an amazing outplay from Vanix. He understands the limits of the hero. He understands how he's gonna die and how he's gonna get crowd control. He pops the Purify in the right times. He's popped the Immortality at the right time as well. So
it was not a backdoor. He was kicking the door.
He was kicking the door down.
Burning the door down.
He's sort of like moment when he tries to sell me some insurance. Actually, he doesn't sell insurance. He's selling me a house.
Well, taking a look at the item builds here. I mean. Yeah,
Double Genius 1 for Sayla?
Double Genius 1? Wait, what?
Wow, the damage.
Well, okay, so I think the Genius Wand has sort of like a API glitch or something like that, because I remember Cortese had like 2 glowing wands. So
one of
the glowing wands was actually
Wishing
a Genius Wand. I don't think it's a Wishing Lantern.
Yeah, but still, I think Sayla did a pretty good job zoning out when it comes to a team fight. And man, give credit to Powerful as well. We have highlighted how his stick rail changed team fights here. And of course, Sayla was the one who really dished out most of the damage after the team fight.
Actually, 0-2 and 15 for Powerful. He's in almost every battle. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's not dying. And that's how powerful is, no pun intended.
Pun was definitely intended there.
It was definitely intended.
I think with the immortalities and the winter crowns as well in all the builds, I mean that's a staple, right? That's pretty normal. But the thing is, the way that these players have utilized these items and utilized the second life that they get, the way that Vanix played around it, the way that JPL bought so much time with the immortality as well is just absolutely stellar. Like, it's really maximizing the potential of the hero and the items that they choose to purchase.
Now, I gotta say that one play by JPL just to save Hades, using that wall charge to knock everyone up, stun them out for Hades to use his surge to Sever to get out of the way. I think that was really, really good. Good defense from JPL. I mean, JPL and Curtizi, I've always known them as KDA players. Where, like, they don't really have a lot of deaths. But in this game, Curtizi done so much more, and this doesn't really tell the whole story. Curtizi was just dealing so much damage. Maybe, just maybe, he got caught out by Boyette because of the flank maneuvers, and Marquis doing so much damage at the end of the day. But the diversions, man, Curtizi just made a heck out of Boyette.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And you talked about Hades as well, right? The Blade of Heptasy is on the Suyo as well. I think in some builds, there were other options for them to go to. So really kind of like a, bursty, assassin-oriented with the Malefic Roll and the BOD as well, stacking so much damage rather than building defensive items.
Yeah, I was talking to Deadeye just before the game, and like, you could play Suyo in two ways. First is like, okay, let's just go War X and then build a lot of defensive items. Then you become sort of like an alpha, pseudo-alpha kind of thing with a lot of escape mechanisms and items. Or you could play like Assassins, and I think you opt to go for Assassins. You've got a lot more damage. And don't forget, you have, with the Soul Sever, you've also got a lot of damage in Mortal Form. Because it scales with lost HP, especially like with 20% extra loss HP.
Yeah, the burst damage, right?
Yeah, so you have a lot of like flexibility to play around with battle emblems and battle spells. I personally like Quantum Charge because it adds, not Quantum Charge, the Pure Rage because it adds additional 4% on top of your
percentage on top of percentage.
Yeah, but I mean, because this is a very, very passive game when you're playing in a competitive level like this, definitely a little bit more defense would be much more helpful. But I like that Boyette actually went for a little bit more of the defensive build. So he's got the Winter Crown as well as the Immortality. Because, I think at that point it's just anything goes, right? You always see like, okay, we'll sell that Immortality, buy that Winter Crown, but this time it's like, this is do or die for Boyette.
Yeah, and in that 1v1 as well, right? At the side when he was chasing Boyette down, I mean, super critical having that immortality. But you were talking about the lethal emission this time. Hades going for the Impure Rage also as his core emblem.
Yeah, it helps because it stacks up with your second skill, basically the Soul Sever. And that creates a lot more damage when you're down low, so you could enter with your enhanced skill 1, basically turning you into Mortal Form, tank a little bit more damage, and then deal some damage out with your Sever once the HP goes low. So that's a myriad of ways you can play Suyo. And that's why I like this hero so much. It's sort of like a Julian, but with a different kind of format.
Yeah, looking at the stats as well, guys, man, this is the closest game stats you can see that Team Flash played against any other team. 26 minutes, and we've seen the average time coming in from NAB Flash almost 12, well, less than 12 minutes, and now 26. This is insane game here, and Team EVO just pushed through as well here in this match.
Yeah, take a look at the post-game statistics. Got a lot more damage down just because EVO likes to play as 5-man team fights. They like those team-heavy skirmishes, but NIP Flash identifies this and they say like, okay, I don't need to win in all these big team fights because EVO's gonna trump me every single time. Let's play something a little bit more different. Let's go for split pushes, and they've got so much more options. I think for the side of EVO though, the Edith didn't work out. Yes, you have quite a bit of knockups, you've got quite a bit of crowd controls and you have sort of like a counterattack mechanism in the Primal Wrath form, but it's not enough, especially in the later stage of that game, to be able to tank as much to be able to dish out. You're not like a true blue Frederick, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think Evil should change the EXP side for the next game and stick to the same kind of composition.
Speaking of EXP, I mean, interesting that Ken also with the 33% kill participation
Uh-huh.
out of 24 kills, right? Usually Ken is right in their faces, especially when he's on that Phobias, but different kind of game this time on that Edith, and probably, you know, we talked about how Powerful has very little depths in this game, 0 and 2, but Ken was 3 and 7. So maybe looking at the replays, I think really going into the backline as well, trying to zone and trying to also engage. We've seen him with the flicker onwards as well, trying to set up for the team. So being that kind of front line instead of Powerful or that secondary and trying to play to that, but maybe it didn't quite work out as he would have expected.
I think it's got to be attributed to the limitations and capabilities. You're not really necessarily like a lane, you jump around walls, go to the opposite side and play cross-net. Nolan's just bounded by the amount of times that he can dash based on the amount of energy that he has. So that limits Boyette up a lot, especially in the late game. The early game, Evil played super well. Powerful, able to counteract a lot of the engages that came from NIP Flash. But take a look at the top 4, that's almost 200,000 damage by Marky. So it's going to be definitely Harith is one of his most comfortable picks. It might be banned out in the second game to just give NIP Flash an easier time.
Yeah, and remember, NIP Flash was the one who took the game here, but here in the top 4, we see Marky, you know, being the rich guy as well as the carry. I mean, he's had 11 kills in this game itself, which is basically half of the kills of Team Evil as well. So even though they didn't win, you know, still proving that Harith is a really strong hero that he uses in his pocket. Sandbag JPL, the way that he peeled for the team, the way that he saved so many fights, turning that around on this Grok is just impeccable. And of course, Powerful kind of doing the same there as the best wingman.
I think JBL and Powerful here, side by side, these are the two best matchup you can see when it comes to Rome here. Both players actually play the same kind of character here in this match. I do love how Powerful initiates a team fight with Stick Realm. I do love JPL's counter initiation as well.
You know,
beautiful game.
Crazy is you usually see, you know, the assassin plays, the really flashy ones coming up, but in this case, the roamers are the ones making the plays, and not just as the initiation factor. They're using it defensively, like being able to peel is the highlight play itself.
Well, I think JPL has a lot more experience. He knows that how to play around this game. He knows how to play against people who are like powerful, aggressive, but he knows when to engage. And Powerful, I think he's in his element. He used to be a jungler all the way through. This is his first time being a roamer. I gotta give him props because he is honestly one of my top roamers in Singapore right now.
Well, man, the transition is really beautiful. I cannot believe that his I mean, the aggressiveness actually was there. You know, he's a core player before. That aggressiveness still can be shown here on that roaming.
But the way that, like, for in the past when he was in jungler, as a jungler main, you have to do so many things. Like you have to watch the major objectives. You have to watch the health. You gotta put your finger on the trigger on the retribution. You gotta maintain a lot of like, okay, let's get lane priorities. You gotta give people decisions. But as a roamer, all you gotta do is like, okay, I see him, I'm gonna go for him. Let's all come in, and I think it does that really well. And it shows like Evil has grown, and this game 1 really doesn't tell a lot of the story. It was honestly even Stevens up until the last minute.
I mean, it kind of maximizes his potential now, right, as a roamer, because without having to worry about hitting the referee button at the timely moment, you can focus on other things as well. So having that position in the roamer allows him to open up his sights and his mind a little bit, free up that space to make decisions. Of course, we're gonna have to look at this game again, an absolutely crazy game, and see what exactly were the plays that turn the tides again and again in this game number 1.
Take a look at the replays. This would be the second turn of the game. You can see the back, JPL. Oh no, Powerful actually went to the back, took down Hades first before the rest of the team came back. So this fight was actually won by Team Evil just because they have that turn as well. but on the later stage of the game, you see how Cortese was able to create that distance and just proc dualities. I don't really do the limits of that play. And when he does, he tries to proc out Powerful's explosion as well. And you see a lot of these Lord fights, the Lord always gets that reset by time for, look at the minimap, the minions to come into play.
Yeah, the wave management, right, that we talked about and that I mentioned also is just crazy. And I think with the draft here, with Vanix, really enabled that. This was the flicker in by Powerful, into the backline, setting that up with the implosion. And Marky himself also zoning out Hades, allowing Evil to actually secure that objective.
Yeah, I want to see that last fight because, like, for Vanix and...
the win of nature here.
Vanix and Cortese actually diversion their way up to that top side in the midst of the fight. So, like, they were taking a lot of damage, and when they went up to the top side, they're not worried about it because Vanix has, like, some sort of, like, heal factors. And I thought he used the SOD, but in this case, I don't think they did. So this was the point where Evil, okay, they took down that Lord, they're going to push in a lot of the waves and try to maintain that goal lead. But it shows MIP Flash's prowess. Like, even though they're far behind, they know how to come back, they know how to equalize the scoreline yet again.
That was when Evo got the Lord and they were pushing in 3 lanes, but they found Boyet in that 1v1. Hades got Boyet, and because of that, it deterred Evo from pushing further, even though they had the Lord as well. So we don't have to fight them head on, right? Just kind of pick them off and be able to fend off that defense.
Oh, this was the downfall because, like, look at where Cortese is. There's just the duality is propped back and forth, left, right, center. Cortese is just crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, Sayla as well, right? You can see trying to zone them out and placing those Dominators Descents perfectly in those choke points to be able to try to do that. So they're really going head-to-head here in between these two teams.
Oh, beautiful. I think this time around, the advantage of having super minions on your lane already is giving so much space here for the side of NIP Flash. Despite losing time and time again, especially in the mid to the later stage when it comes to a team fight against Team Evil, the lane pressure is the constant nuisance here for the side of Team Evil here. They always have to look out for this one.
Oh, this was the fight where JP actually rushed in to save Hades, and Hades using the surge just to get out of the way. And you have iframes, you have time iframes really well for this one to happen.
Oh,
this was where Vanix actually just took a 2-on-1, just dashed around. He's creating his own Zaman Force.
Oh man,
just taking it down.
Guys, just look at this one. No words, just pure symphony skills here coming in from this player alone. We thought that there's gonna be Team Evil as well, but they are lost here when it comes to lane push.
I mean, you send 2 people back, right? And you think maybe that would be enough to be able to defend from one Vanix, but just look at the way he outplays that sidestep.
Marky!
The minimap as well. Marky wanted the recall, but Hades risked his life. He just sacrificed himself just to stop that recall.
Wow.
So this was very, very smart play from Hades as well.
Yeah.
I think you got the reach, you got the quell, and you've got the surge. So I think that was really I didn't see that.
I didn't see that.
I thought like, hey, why isn't anyone coming back? Just because they can't, and Hades was right there stopping the recalls.
Wow, that was very spicy move there coming in from the side of Hades. I didn't expect that one. It was delivered perfectly.
That's what you say when you talk about team chemistry, right?
Yep.
And like the way that they are able to just work together and, deliver the best performance that they can and just say, okay, you're at the base, let me stop anyone from coming back so you can take it. But you know what else can be delivered?
Chicken crispy by Mag Delivery. It's awesome. I had it for lunch, actually.
You did?
I did. I had it before the show, so I'm feeling good.
I'm so
Sana
jealous
all.
right now.
Game 1.
I'm so jealous.
Sana
No
all.
wonder you're so pumped. No wonder you're so pumped. But you know what, guys? You should immediately hit up your McDonald's apps and get your deliveries because the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of this MPL Season 8 action and complete your experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. And that's not all. On top of getting food and McCrispies, you can win thousands of in-game diamonds that are up for grabs for you and your squad. So go on and smash your hunger with McDelivery.
Yeah, it's a 2v1 kind of situation. You get food and you get diamonds. This is win-win.
And you're gonna get food anyway.
And you're gonna get food anyway, unless you're like me on a diet.
Well,
But I still had
but you
chicken
still
breast.
have it. I don't know what diet you're on,
Because
but okay.
I think it's calorie like friendly. I guess.
I
guess.
Well, if you count your calories and try to maximize it, I suppose. But you know what? We're gonna hand it over to Moment to break down that game for us in greater detail. Moment, please take it away.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. I have with me a lot of clips and I had to choose the best few. You know, when you have like 20 plus clips of the entire game. And yeah, these are the few that I decided to go with. So let's just go with it from now. And let's just start off with this Lord fight that, well, they already took down that bottom lane turret. And they have that creep advantage going for them. NIP Flash, by all means, they can just wait. But look at how Team Evil plays this, right? Team Evil wants to force the issue time and time again as much as possible. And Powerful will be in that front line, will have that vision at all times. Meanwhile, Marky will be on the creep duty. So he is just waiting from the call from Marky to make sure that the creeps are being dealt with. JPL going in for the Vision, Spear of Destruction misses, but this implosion by Powerful right here is what set the tone of the game. That two-man implosion into the split play from Marky, who went for Curtizi, the main crux of the damage. So while this is going on, Marky in the back line takes out Curtizi 1-2 combo. Meanwhile, the rest of the team gets cleaned up by Ken's Primal Wrath. Meanwhile, Diablo at the back line putting out Boyette. There's 3 separate fights going on in the background. And look at this Win of Nature, right? You guys highlighted it out, but yes, you can see it in total slow motion. This is the man himself, Lord Vanix. And Win of Nature, yeah, perfect timing. He even gets a few pot shots onto Powerful before scooting away. And this sets the tone for the entire fight, for the entire rest of the game. If you cannot kill Lord Vanix, he will come to haunt you back later on. And they finally do take out Diablo in the backline. Yes, sure, but the next few stages of the fight, this is where things really change. If you look at this area over here, this might look like it's all NIP Flash, but look who's inside that NIP Flash pool. It's an implosion, and Powerful is pushing people back. But meanwhile, JPL has that perfect wild charge set up, but he does not use it yet. He waits for the perfect timing, where his team is able to come in together. And with that wild charge timing, Vanix and Curtizi, they stumble on in together as a death ball. Evil versus NIP Flash, unstoppable force meets an immovable wall. And this is exactly what happens, a total bloodbath. And it goes both ways. Yes, Vanix goes down. Curtizi, he does get the damage through, but Ken is not finished off. And Sayla eventually chased down. And the last fight, right? This is the one that I think Churros wanted to say. So I captured it for you, bro. Don't worry. It's when Sayla, Boyette, Marky, they wanted to stumble into this bush over here. But this diversion play was set up by Curtizi. And it was already hinted at all times that they want to go for this backdoor play. There's this opening available. And you see the diversion already coming out. Yes, Vanix and Curtizi are extremely low. But look who's on duty. This time, Boyette is on duty. And, I mean, Evil has done a great job of dealing with these backdoors time and time again, but there's too much lane pressure to work with. Yes, this time they deal with it, but how about the second time? Vanix is on his shenanigans again on the bottom lane. Yes, Boyette is there, but this time, he has the Win of Nature. Are you going to stop him, man? Are you going to stop him? You see this 1v2 about to unfold. Never mind. This 1v2 about to unfold on the bottom lane by Lord Vanix himself. And then you can see the plays on plays. I don't even need to highlight anything. You can just watch the clip roll out. Look at Vanix go 1v2. This is a highlight reel by himself. Avoids Ken, gets that spear proc, and kills Boyette in the backline. Meanwhile, Immortality goes down. Marky potentially can end the game. But the difference is, right, Team Flash, they have 2 inhibitor turrets. Meanwhile, NIP Flash, they have only 1 down. So With that, Marky cannot push in, creep spawn in. Haiti does a great job of making sure that Marky cannot go back. So Marky is forced to kill off Hades, and that's all she wrote for the rest of the story. Ken tucking tail and having to run. 1-0. Let's see what happens next, guys. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, indeed. It's been a spicy, crispy game. It's absolutely crazy. This is like the peak of MLBB and like really one of the top games I think that we see in MPL Singapore, right? And you know, everyone says like, yeah, NRQ Flash, they're gonna win, you know, and because they're the top and defending champions. But look at Evo putting up such a huge fight as well, and I think that's already testament to the quality of the games that we have.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing as well. This game really proves that like you don't really need to buy boots in the game because like you can play like cross-map plays. Without that, you got diversions, you got like spears you can ride on and stuff like that. It's just crazy.
But I mean, buy boots unless you're Vanix, right? Or
unless you're Vanix, yeah.
Unless you're Vanix, man. Unless you're Jace as well.
Yeah.
He's a gold laner.
Oh, right.
Plus Jace, he's a gold laner. But it's so interesting because like how Vanix likes to play around the walls. And I saw how he purposely moved towards that. And yeah, this itemization, speaking of itemizations, you guys back home could have items on your own because we've got merch in store for you guys right here down at the lower third.
Yeah, I mean, you can see their items, and it's not items like items, but it's like real life items that you can see and touch and buy. And that's because the M6 World Championship merch is now up for grabs. Now, the pre-order is live for these championship tees, so don't miss your chance to grab the official M6 World Championship t-shirt. Available in 3 colors, enjoy a 15% discount when you pre-order this piece of MLBB history at $33.92. That's about, you know, $33.
I think it's a good investment.
Yeah, and this is the discounted price, right? So this would be a lot more expensive if you don't catch this pre-order discount. So this discount is going to close on the 16th of November this year and is limited to fans who reside in Singapore. So if you stay in Singapore, you can get this pre-order. And what's more, you get delivery straight to your doorsteps. You don't even need to step out to collect it.
No need to backdoor.
Yeah,
no need to backdoor.
You don't need to backdoor. Right? You just add a delivery fee of $5 and you can get that straight. So how do you get it? Go to shop.zenway.sg. It should be up on your screen as well. So just hit that URL and you should hurry because these stocks are limited.
You know, this is it's black and orange and white. Is it foreshadowing something, you guys?
Oh.
Right.
Wow.
You're good.
That being said, let's move into the draft for game number 2. Lots of bans on the air. Evo looks like they want to ban out the Khalid as well as the Cho once again. You've got Zarate being banned out, banning out the Chip as well as the Phoveus. Things are getting a little bit spicy. I think for both sides, it's similar bans. Zarate actually banned out the Juicin at that spot, but the Carrot actually wants to ban out the Harith, so no Harith for Marky as well as Vanix. For first pick, it's really, really crucial that they get something that is a little bit more comfortable for them. I think Suyo is open. Boya could very well pick it up. It showed a lot of success in there.
Phobias as well. No, sorry. So Phobia is going to be banned here. So usually we see a lead in the Phobias usually in the first pick. Yeah, Hylos is also open right now. So potentially going to be banned here. Let's see.
Yeah, they have the Juicin as well as the Gacha that's open that they banned out in the last game. So we're gonna see if they kind of run that around. But you're right, it's gonna be the Hylos ban on the side of NIP Flash to close that out. You know, the game is just starting and you can...
I'm hearing drums.
You can hear the drums of the
Let's
fans
go.
live.
Yeah. This is like Evo fans. The Evo fans are like are crazy right there.
Yeah.
And we talk about that, right?
Yep.
Like,
They brought the drums. They brought the
They brought the drums.
Oh man, okay, Juicin first pick. I like the Juicin first pick just because like you got the pepper spray, you keep everyone at bay. You've got like intelligence or reconnaissance mechanisms as well. It's going into the hands of Sailor, so no Zask for him. NIP Flash could very well pick up the Zask for themselves or go a little bit more on a different approach, a different direction and go, maybe I don't really need a mage for the mid lane.
Well,
Go back to my courtesy
Mortis.
specials. Yeah, Martis or I don't know, maybe but Khalid is banned out, right? Okay, Hayabusa and Tigreal. Okay, they want to solidify that Tigreal pick just because it's so disastrously, especially for team fights. And I think NIP Flash wants to play around it and play against it. This is JPL and powerful signature heroes all throughout Season 8 so far.
Yeah, and also taking away that Hayabusa, not just in the hands of Hades, but also taking it away from Boyet, right? You know, we've seen a lot of plays, Boyet on the Hayabusa being super comfortable, one of his signature picks as well. But not having that, they're going to instead lock in the Gacha as well as the Ling. So a lot of, you know, team fighting potential as well. This could go in the hands of Ken, or it could be in the hands of Powerful.
Actually, the Yves pick is very... It reminds me of SRG. Like, they like to pick up a lot of, like, SRG from MPL MY. They like to pick up this kind of composition. Very heavy crowd control. And just play towards your gold laner. So Vanix is going to have a very easy time. Evil should look to take out Vanix's hero pool, try to protect themselves just a little bit. But the only difference is, right now, Evil has cross-map plays. Fun fact by MPL SG. Best gold laners of MPL SG Season 8. According to statistics, Vanix's first, Marky is second.
This is what we're saying, guys. This is what we're saying. The Team Evil is one of the best team that we can say that can be in par with the reigning champions here in MPL SG.
Well, I got to agree to disagree. I think as a Marky's biggest fan, Marky is number one to me. You know, okay.
Don't let Vanix hear that.
Another fun fact. You know that Marky and Hades used to be in the same team in MPL ID and Geek Fan. Back then, Hades was Jana QT, and we were in the same team together. So this is sort of like a small reunion as well. But going back to the draft, you got the Matilda being banned out as well as the Angela. This is interesting because you denied the Angela combo, the Angeling combo. And then no more Moscow for the side of Vanix as well. Evil should look to ban out yet another marksman right here. Or you could look to ban out Diablo's hero pool. That could be possible as well.
Is that really possible?
Diablo is a very big hero pool, yeah.
I think it's more of maybe, you know, what strategies they want to go to. And obviously, in the previous game, you know, Vanix with that Moskov causing so much menace and also winning them the game. Now, removing that from the hero pool could be another ban on the gold lane. But what options, you know, might Vanix be looking at this time?
Could be the carry. Could be... Okay, that's going to be the Nathan being banned out for the side of Evil.
Ooh. Fanny's pretty much open. Fanny's pretty much open as well.
You could go for the Beatrix because it's homing missiles if you turn to the SMG form.
Fanny is not. Sorry, my bad.
Playing into that zone as well with the Tigreal and
Correct.
the Yi.
And the Yi. Combos very well. So you got to get one more combo coming in.
But over the Guardian though, it's gonna be a perfect setup for if Eve will be able to activate his.
There's a Benedetta. I heard the Benedetta. Diablo's bringing it back.
It's the Diablo Benedetta.
So, okay, pick 2 times, ban 2 times. I think Benedetta has... I missed that out. I'm going to look at the statistics.
But I don't think the statistics apply here if you put Benedetta in the hands of Diablo.
But it's interesting because, like, this provides so much map presence in the early game. Benedetta clears the lane super fast, and then you disrupt the jungle. Boyet's not going to have a good time.
So they ban out the Moskov, so Vanix doesn't have that map presence and the global play, but instead then you pick up a Benedetta and put it on Diablo, and he's going to be the one to play the cross map instead. And, you know, just continue to force Evil to make those decisions as to whether or not they want to go to defend. They're going to go with the Alice
okay,
and
the Alice.
Terizla here.
Super. Okay, so it's hyper funneling that Ling. The only drawback is you don't have a lot of range damage to take down the turrets. You're putting all your eggs into one Ling, so there's gonna be an issue. Based on statistics, 2 games played by Benedetta, both are by Ding. From, if I remember correctly, Vanguard. He picked up the Benedetta twice this entire season. So this is gonna be Diablo's debut Benedetta in this Season 8. So last pick could always go back into like, okay, let's fight fire with fire. Let's go back to the Ruby on that cold side because I have a lot of crowd control and I can just use Benedetta and the Vanix and Hayabusa to do that thing. But Bruno's going to be picked up by Vanix. There's going to be a lot of hard hitting. Win rate 33.3% on the Bruno. Pick 6 times, banned twice. So interesting.
But But you think the early game coming in from Team Evil is not that much compared here of the side of NIP Flash, right? Because these are scaling heroes. You need Alice
Oh,
is
they got
scaling
the
hero.
drums.
You,
They
you
got the
have
drums.
Boyet as well as a scaling assassin as well. So gotta look out here for the early game, especially for the side of NIP Flash.
Yeah. Speaking of which, both of these two teams even trying something out a little bit more different. Very, very all-committal, very dive-heavy, and very setup-heavy. There's a lot of potentials going in. Ken could start first with the penalty zone, and then Powerful follows up with the Avatar Guardian. He might build on the Revitalize to give Marquis a second lease of life as well. So it's very, very much all-committal. The drums are rolling. Everybody's excited. This is game number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, in this best of 5 between the top 2 teams here in MPL Singapore, it's going to be Team NIP Flash up against Team Evil. Game number 2. Will Evil be able to clinch this back for themselves?
Sticking out to me, Benedetta with the Revitalize as well, because Diablo wants to go very, very deep into enemy territory. The goal is just proxy wave and try to disrupt Boyette's farm as much as possible. But Sayla with the Pepper Spray keeps Diablo at bay for now.
The rhymes there.
Yeah.
I see what you did. I
All
see
of it
what you
going
did.
I'm getting pumped up, man. Game number 2. This is going to be the top 2 teams we're foreshadowing.
Oh,
So,
JPL.
might say.
I think it is a perfect display here, trying to go for a drag, and he did. But meanwhile, Sayla has the control, so managed to escape here. Look at Hades here, trying to go for the kill. This is going to be a potential first blood here. Sayla very low. First blood here for Hades.
No protection from Powerful there. He does have to Revitalize, but he wants to keep that farm in. So Powerful will be faster to level 4 once the first turtle spawns up in a little under 40 seconds. Now, Evil playing on a back foot just because Sayla is suffering a little bit in terms of levels. But they do have a little bit more faster map rotation. You have to be able to compare or try to keep Diablo at bay. Oh, Hades coming in.
Oh, he is going to go for the kill here. That's twice in a row. Hades here in the Hayabusa has a great early game.
Oh, and that's exactly what you need on the Hayabusa as well, right? You get that snowball.
Oh, Tempest Blaze until this time around. Boyet trying to go for the counter play. Revitalize has been used there, but in the end, Boyet takes down 1.
It's so worth because right now Turtle is open. Hades is nowhere to be seen, but Sayla taking a lot of damage will keep himself alive just for now. Evil blitzing up this Turtle.
And they will able to secure the first neutral objective here. Now, Powerful zones out anyone here for the side of NIP Flash, but that is going to be a drag here with a real world manipulation. Great combo here for NIP Flash, trying to invade here the purple buff. They don't want to give it away for the side of Boyet, but Ken! Penalty zone! That's going to be a disaster here for NIP Flash, but Diablo holds on, try to back away. Hades joins the team fight, tried to go for the steal as well, but decided to retreat for now.
Boyette's down low, he needs to go back to get that reset, but NIP Flash wants to hunker down and focus their fire onto Boyet. As long as Boyet doesn't get his farm, as long as Boyet doesn't come online, we're gonna have an easy time. NIP Flash is riding on that tempo with 1100 gold lead.
Yeah, but Evil clapping back as well, right? That, invade into Boyet's jungle, trying to deny that purple buff away from him. And Ken with that rotation and the perfect penalty zone just to zone them away and make sure that they do not allow themselves to create more space for Hades to farm.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. This is Vanix having a kill against Marky?
Did we see that off map? But yeah, I mean, Marky does have a little bit more suffrage in the early game, but the Shadow connects onto Sayla.
Oh, again, the combo! That is going to be a drag here on 2! Perfect display for Cortese and JPL. Now the Tempest of Blades. Boyet is not happy about that one. Tried to go for the kill himself, but still the Revitalize coming in from Diablo. Insane counter attack. Ken stuns them down. Diablo is here. Tried to go for a pin. Ken flickers back.
Sayla's not having a good game.
Nasty combo there. The real manipulation and the implosion into that as well.
The Electro Final Blow, not to forget, from Diablo, actually connecting really well into the midst of these team fights. Having a lot of damage, taking little atomizations. That's the Elegant Gem being built up for Sayla and Marky. The issue for Evil is that they're going to have a little bit more suffering in the early game just because they need time for Alice to skill up, get the item power spikes, and join in these team fights. The turtle being started up by NIP.
JPL! Implosion and free! Goes for the knockup! Now the counter attack here. Look at Curtese with a real world manipulation. Mobilize here for the side of Sayla. Diablo, Curtese goes for Sayla this time around. He is the last man standing here. Will be able to escape though. And the kill! In the end, Curtese Sayla falls.
Oh, but he bought so much time for the rest of the team to come back online. But NIP Flash again up on top. Let's take a little replay real quick to see what went down. It was a huge implosion by JPL on that back line. Sailor Power from Ken. It's just super, super spicy right there. Boyette just watching his teammates suffer as they get knocked up into the sky.
And then the real manipulation after that, just to chain that combo and keep them in that zone as well by Curtese. Even though Boyette stole the turtle, right? And this counter play here by Sayla as well. I think, yeah, off screen as well, another brawl that happened on the bottom lane.
Marky actually got that kill onto Vanix, so equalizing the score line as Alice really needs that time to just scale up and get that damage done.
Ken and Boyette is here, goes for Curtese. He will fall here. Two assassins go head to head, but there's gonna be Hades falling low. He will fall. Now the taunts coming in from the side of powerful and the knockdown. Now Sayla is here. Diablo managed to go it back.
Oh man, Boyette's coming online. Hades taking a little bit too much more kills than he can take. Is NIP Flash, you're running the aggressive, and with Diablo's Benedetta, he's all over the map. Every single team fight you see, Diablo's right there, and that's precisely what you want to do. This is going to be a very scary late game NIP Flash, if I could say so myself. Take a look at the damage dealt. Curtese topping the charts, second with the top three are all basically NIP Flash members.
Man, the combo just shows it all, man. The implosion coming in from the side of JPL there, just providing so much opportunity. But hold the thought out of position here on the side of Diablo. He's been taunted, but he managed to go back away this time around. But look at positioning here for JPL. Anytime soon, he do have the flicker. He has the ultimate as well.
So this is going to be the first 5-on-5 fight. Vanix is in the fray. Marky's nearby. Penalty zone?
Penalty zone flickers in, and now Powerful misses that Avatar of Guardian though, and now it is going to be great disengagement here for the side of NIP Flash. Tempest ablaze, Boyette secures the neutral objective, and Mark is here. All the rest on the side of Team Evil trying to wreck havoc and Sayla, but still going to go for the chase against Vanix. Goes for the poke, and JPL Hades goes for the counter attack as well, and now Marky will fall. And look at NIP Flash here wiping them out.
Insane plays there. NIP Flash, you know, reading Evil there with the ultimate, holding on to theirs for the counter engage as well. The moment Powerful popped that Avatar of the Guardian is when JPL then flipped the switch and pulled that trigger.
JPL was just so smart. He waited for the Tempest Ablaze to end, and then he popped the implosion, creating so much space and time for NIP Flash to just layer in all these team fights, funneling 3 of those kills over to Vanix and keeping their economy up to 3,500 gold lead. Seeping into the first lord of the game, NIP Flash, they have total control of the sides of the map, and Marky still unable to make his mark count in the team fights. And Evil needs a little bit more time, but it's all committal. If you're going in, you're all in. If you die, it's over.
And it's interesting to see whether, you know, if that goes according to the game plan, right? Because so far, except for that last fight, it was Marky and Vanix not having joined the team fights yet. So how much impact they're able to make once they start grouping up as 5 and taking these objectives and fights together. So far, it looks like Evil is the one that needs to step up on these and you know, be able to find an entry and not get baited out with these ultimates by NIP Flash.
NIP Flash has a lot of zone control, especially coming from Curtese, slowing everyone down and creating a lot of opportunities for JPL to connect with the stuns. And Evil, they're scrambling right now. This is the biggest gold lead that we have in the first 2 games that we have so far. Evil, Hades.
1v1, man. As we can see in the map as well, this is one of a great advantage coming in from NIP Flash. The pressure on the lanes. Look at the top. Look at the bot here, and they're pressuring right now in the middle lane.
Diablo being a menace down the bottom side, pushing it in. They have full control of the wave priority up top side, bot side. You got Diablo trying to find a flank, trying to be a little bit more reconnaissance right there.
And Ken. He's been spotted. Trying to go for the implosion here. Drag Ken away. Flickers back, but he will not escape. That's dead Ken for now. And NIP Flash has the advantage here in the lower dance. Still, it is going to be the zone coming in from the side of 80s here. Sayla trying to go for the lantern. Oh! Over the guard on the 2. And now the Tempest Blaze here in the backlines as well. Coming inside. Boyet shut down. Coming in from the side air of the Alice. And now Diablo goes for the counter attack. Boyet backs away here.
It's very, very difficult to commit. Oh, but speaking of commitment, Sayla.
Shadow kill, Hades, still one more hit, still managed to get back. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to take this Lord objective.
That's, Evil finding their opening to engage and Powerful going all the way in. Finding that, I think, 3 men. Here we go, 2 men avatar of the Guardian and Marky as well. Going in with that flicker all the way to the back line. But it was also NIP Flash with the counter engage.
We're seeing the actions sort of cut you off, but Boyet is down right now. That's a great pick coming in from the side of NIP Flash.
Well, hopefully, I think Moment should capture that moment when, when Boyet went down because, man, there's so much action in this game. Just high octane as NIP Flash secures the first Lord of the game. I think I want to say that NIP Flash is easier to execute their draft just because Vanix just has to stay in the right position, but they're going in again.
Sayla, the shadow kill procs right now. Hades providing the zone, and the rest of Team Evil here trying to hanker down in the mid turret.
Beautiful, right? I mean, just popping that shadow kill to force Evil to back on when your HP bars are low, especially on Sayla, and not wanting to engage onto the jungle there, allowing NIP Flash to take away that purple buff from Boyet.
This is a very, very scary NIP Flash because Diablo's in his element. He's basically being very aggressive. He can play front line even as a damage EXP side. And it sort of goes against everything we understand about this meta where the EXP side should be a little bit more tanky, a little bit more setup oriented to tank a little bit more damage for your marksman to dish out that damage. But hold on a second.
Shadow kill! Out! Sayla gone! And now over to our Guardian is here. The backlines as well. And Boyet takes them all here. And now JPL will be the target and trying to run away. Curtizi with the support. Javelin joins in the team fight. Marky providing the space. Curtizi was cancelled out. And now Ken, Marky, Boyet goes in. Electrofire blow is here. But now Javelin trying to hold his ground. 3 versus 2 situation here. But that's going to be a Winter's Crown activated. And Marky... one hit! Still a sliver of help! He survived!
He's not playing with death, he is death! Diablo is just toying with his food! As Boyet taking down the purple buff off on that top side. JPL
Tempest Blaze. Flickers out! He still managed to outplay Boyet! Insane game!
Off in the air. Knocked up airborne. Diablo chasing on Marky. He has a tombstone, a grave, with his name written on it. Nice eye for an eye.
Just the mechanics of these players just blows my mind. My goodness, JPL with that flicker away from the Tempest Blaze, and now Diablo? Like, how are they gonna catch them? But now, NIP Flash again aggressing in the jungle of Team Evil.
Inhibitor Tarts is still standing here over the side of Team Evil, but look at this one, Diablo just providing so much nuisance here, so much space for the side of NIP Flash here. That is Benedetta alone, and the rest of Team Evil here scattered away because of him.
It's very interesting how Diablo likes to play this. Right now, he doesn't have to petrify. He has the revitalize. So he just needs to disrupt Evil's game plan because Ape Strong together, that's Evil's MO. As long as they stick together, and as long as they dish out a lot of these damages onto Diablo, and NIP Flash, they have free roam around the entirety of the map. And the fact that Diablo is just sitting opposite side of NIP Flash's game plan and the objective is just so disastrously for the side of Evil. They can't fight 1v1s. They can't take 1v1s. And NIP Flash, they know this, and they're using Diablo to just bait everything out of Evil.
I mean, this time they have Boyet on the link as well, right? So there is the opportunity to kind of go cross-map, and when Diablo is splitting the lane, he can also follow, but that forces them to be one member short.
That's going to be Ken. Penalty zone. Avatar Guardian misses once again for Powerful here. Now it is going to be decided. NFP Flash forcing this team fight. Powerful with a ton, with a burst. Marky goes for the kill. Tempest Blaze here. The Backlash as well. Marky providing so much space. The Winter's Crown has been activated as well. The drag coming from JPL. Marky down. Meanwhile, Diablo here, 3 versus 1. And the rest of NIP Flash here goes for the counter attack. Gets a double here for the side of Vanix.
Vanix one-man army. All these balls hit like trucks. He's not kicking balls. He's kicking lorries. Diablo zoning away.
Oh no.
Sayla down low.
Inhibitor target with a target here. Sayla still wanting to defend. Boyet is here as well. Waves are pushing through. They want to end this one. Will he be able to do so? JPL with a zone, with the implosion. Give space. Game to win. NIP Flash.
Just off the back of that fight, a decisive conclusion by NIP Flash there to clock up a 0-2 in their favor. My goodness.
Look at the emotions on Vanix's face. This is him being happy. This is NIP Flash, very satisfied with what they got. But the first game went on for far too long, and NIP Flash was like, hey, no, I've got places to be, I've got things to do. Let's just get out of here, and let's get out of here fast.
Insane, absolutely insane. I think, you know, even kind of, it looked like they could do it with Marky going in the backline with Alice and being able to find the targets as well, but unfortunately Vanix survived in that fight and they managed to turn that one around in their favor.
It's a risky situation when you pick up Alice, just because you need a lot more follow-ups. Your heal is there, don't get me wrong, it's just the damage and the heals are there. It's just that you are still kind of a little bit far defenseless on paper, especially when you pick up the flicker, because typically in back in the day, Alice was played with Petrify or the Vengeance, so it buys a little bit more time, it buys you a second layer of stuns on top of your main damage. But right now, I mean, NIP Flash is just super aggressive, and I think for Evo, it just breaks everything that they prepared for. They want to play a little bit more passive. Right now, NIP Flash giving everything they got, and Evo is just helpless right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the draft as well, right? They wanted some time to scale themselves up with the Alice, but it was NIP Flash just kind of choking them and not giving them that space to farm up. And even when you mentioned, you know, Marky going in, needing that follow-up, Diablo just 1v3 in the backline, preventing anyone from coming to the rescue of Marky.
I think it's no-brainer here that our MVP here is gonna be, I think, Diablo for me.
Diablo for me too.
Yeah, the space we give him.
Oh,
there you go.
There's
Diablo.
Diablo.
Actually, he's got a tank emblem, which is interesting because he's got Concussive Blast is changing the way things are going, because he knows that I thought he was going for full item builds, and I think the game didn't last long enough for us to see several itemizations throughout the game. But right now, he just went for Thunderbolt. He's always in the face of the enemy team. He's proccing all of this, building up his stacks. He's got Concussive Blast, he's got the Wilderness Blessing, he's got the boots, he's got movement speed, he's got mobility, and he's got tank ability. That's a very scary Diablo.
I think this is his role, right? To just be a disruptor here against the side of Team Evo.
Exactly. No, I was gonna say the same thing,
Oh,
right? That's,
okay.
you know, recognizing that you play a Benedetta, but you don't play your typical Benedetta or your typical Diablo way of playing, and instead he switched it up because he needs to be that annoying hero, always in the faces of them, and just tanking and soaking up as much damage.
It's super tough if you're Team Evil or if you're a fan of Team Evil, because right now they're one game away from being down to the lower brackets. But before we go into that, let's take a little item builds for the entirety of the team. Look at how far Vanix is on top of Marky. He's got all of his core items. He might look to sell off the tough boots and get another damage item, but a full crit damage on top of the Demon Hunter Sword. So yeah, it makes it easier for the Bruno to deal HP-based damage, especially with VHS.
And I think for Vanix, he got his items pretty earlier on as well, you know, with the Malefic Roar. And the moment, you can see the moment that he kind of built these items, he was able to start joining the fight a lot and have an impact when he joined those fights.
I think Sayla has a very tough game this time around, because I think NIP Flash identifies that, okay, mid lane and the jungle is going to be in shambles in the early game. Let's just ramp up the momentum. Let's just increase our aggression and just focus our fires onto that. Add fuel to the fire. TZ and Diablo very strong in terms of these early game engages to give JPL opportunities. They create opportunities for JPL to create moments of weakness. When I say moments, it keeps reminding me of moments.
Yeah, exactly. It's not his time yet. In a minute.
It's not his time. But I gotta say as well, right? The combo coming in from the Gatakacha as well as Ken is we've seen time and time again team fights not really executed very well. Avatar Recursion mostly missing its mark there. It could be a turnaround, right, when it comes to the side of Team Evil, but I think this synchronization when it comes to their execution was also somehow the downfall when it comes to the team fight.
And maybe also not so Powerful's fault or anything, right? Because it's just the Avatar of the Guardian is really predictable, right? You not only can you see it coming, you kind of know when he might use it as well. And I think just NIP Flash showing that they have the sense to be able to know when they're going to use it, and in turn then capitalize on that.
I think what makes Gatakacha powerful is he can soak damage, can dish out damage. It's sort of like an Edith mechanic, or sort of like a Frederick mechanic, where the more damage you take, the more damage you dish out. It's sort of like a counter-attack mechanism, and I think that's why the Gatakacha is very prioritized right here. The fact of the matter is the early game is just too much for Evil. It's nothing to do with like how well you execute your draft. It's just NIP Flash just play to their own positivities, their advantages, especially being very aggressive and mobile in the early game. It's just, yeah, they just play everything to the T. It's very textbook for NIP Flash. Take a look at the post-game statistics. They took down every single tower out of Team Evil. Evil has nothing, except like maybe actually all the turtles were taken by Team Evil, so this is interesting. You couldn't convert these turtle picks into major objectives like the turrets.
Yeah, one of the advantages as well coming in from the side of NIP Flash, their macro sense, man. The split push on the top, on the bot, putting pressure across the map. It's really difficult here for Team Evil to really be a cohesive unit while watching the sidelines.
I think it was NIP Flash also really forcing Evil across the map, right? Even though they got the turtle, and then NIP Flash will kind of go on a bottom lane and pick up a kill. So, yes, you get the objective, but I pick up other things elsewhere, or I force you to make other decisions and sacrifice that.
Yeah, and the fact that what makes Evil good is also their downfall, because they like to play team fight, they're always sticking together, and when NIP Flash likes to play cross map, Evil has to respond, and once NIP Flash sees that Evil is down one member, they go all in. The fact that Evil's entirety of this game's draft is just all committal. One goes in, all goes in. There's no possibility of escape. There's no possibility of parole. There is so much that Evil loses out in terms of these big team fights. And the fact that Vanix is just at the back line, there's no way that you could reach that back line to take Vanix out before he heals everything back up.
Right, I mean, because not only do you have JPL on that Tigreal with the Pew, you also have Kurt TZ with that zone, and the way that he places the real manipulation is always impeccable, right? Either keeping Evil in a certain zone or preventing them from coming out of that zone.
It's interesting because right now, I come to think of it, the Benedetta wasn't picked up for the team fights. It was picked up for the macro overview of the game, where Diablo's just constantly split pushing to his advantage, right? Like, he doesn't join in a lot of these team fights. There's no backline for him to hit. There's no backline for him to target, because all of Evil is like front line. You see, Tucson is sort of like semi-mid line. Powerful, Marky, Ken, all front line. Boya is just a cleanup crew, like a janitor. And for Diablo, he's just trying to keep everyone at bay, because he knows that Kurt TZ, JPL, and Banix alone can just stay as that trio and just fight as three members, because of crowd control that NIP Flash has. So it just makes NIP Flash so scary.
Yeah, and you know, one key difference, right? Turret damage here, like you said, NIP Flash took out all the turrets in this game. And compared to the last game, yes, NIP Flash played the macro, but they waited for Vanix to scale as the Moskov to start playing the cross map. In this case, it was different because from the onset, Diablo was already being a menace coming across the map. You know, he's basically everywhere, right? So forcing Evil to keep trying to rotate to keep up with their pace, setting that momentum for them, and just not allowing them to take the objective from the hands of NIP Flash.
I love how the matches here, especially in the playoffs, that the macro sense, the wave management is becoming a factor here as one of the conditions to win the game itself. And so far, game 1, game 2, it has been NIP Flash controlling the map-wise here when it comes to this way, the strategy and how they execute it against Team Evil. Because as Trish mentioned, Team Evil loves to have a team fight. And now NIP Flash will have to control the map here and goes for a cross-map plays. And this leads them to win the game.
Yeah, but now there comes in a problem. If you like to team fight so much, then what is the ideal composition? Because back then it used to be like, okay, you have an enchanter to keep everyone else alive. That's going back to the base strategy.
Yep.
Bane is what, Taro, right?
Yeah.
Is it
Ultimate
Taro?
bonding
Yeah,
experience.
ultimate bonding experience. And basically, like right now, we don't really have a sustained enchanter because that's not really in the meta. I think that to NIP Flash's credit, they sort of like they identified that hey, Angela might be one of the main picks for the side of Team Evil just because they might need someone to heal everything back up, and they take out the Angela. And I think that was quite smart because if Angela was in the play instead of the Q-Sin, there's going to be the Alice with the hard guard, you've got the Ling with the hard guard, so there's a lot of options right there.
Yeah, the sustain, right? Then coming out, and in this case, we could see Sayla kind of struggling with that as well, right? But we'll see in the next game. In the meantime, before we go to that, we're gonna take a look at the highlights of this game itself. From the start, you can see Sayla having a really tough time falling as first blood, and again, the clash in that middle lane just to put him down.
Actually, the main reason why they want to target that Sayla is because Sayla has a little bit more mobility. He clears the lane pretty fast because he doesn't use mana at all, so no mana problems as of now. The fact of the matter is, once you don't have that mid lane presence, you're basically free roam around the jungle, and Boyet doesn't really have a lot of easy time. For a lot of these objectives, Boyet actually targets the turret to take down the objectives. But that gives NIP Flash the opportunity to just take out heads. Just target onto the manpower that they have.
Yeah, the real-world manipulation coming in from Curtizy. As always, perfect display there, perfectly executed, and gives so much time and space and opportunity here for the side of NIP Flash to execute the play.
Yeah, like you said, like the Avatar Guardian is predictable. You can see it happening. It takes around 2 seconds for him to actually land onto the zone, and everyone just disperses. But I think the dispersal strategy is not working out so well for Evil. Just because, like, if everyone's split up apart, then who do you go for? Whereas for the side of NIP Flash, it's super straightforward. Someone goes in, let's take him out before moving to the next target.
But even then, right, they're also able to split up the members with, you know, the real manipulation like Curtizy does. And here you can see, you know, Marky diving into the backline, trying to make something happen. But it's just so difficult for Evil to advance forward in the midst of that zone of control.
Yeah, actually, role manipulation is so annoying. It's super annoying. You've got the slows, you've got so much damage from the Starfalls, and this was where Diablo just he's toying with death because he is death himself.
This
walks out there
that's
alive.
illegal.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
Oh man, it was great. I think the side of Team Evil, their team composition really enough to have a good team fight. But then again, positioning. Look at Curtizy once again, man. It slows the real manipulation. It was Boyet's job to actually pick him off here, but time and time again, he was saved here.
Here, Diablo just 1v3 fending off everybody at the back line. And that's why, you know, Marky didn't get any help. And with that, NIP Flash could focus on getting Marky and then going through the rest of Team Evil.
And Diablo's actually healed, like, he was a quarter of his health. He healed up to roughly around a little bit more than half of his health. I think that was a very interesting build and play for a tank Benedetta, because usually you see Benedetta, it's like all damage. Let's try to take down that backline, but there is no backline. And the fact that like Evil is all DPS, no burst, it makes it so much, therefore so much harder for Evil to play in a lot of these team fights.
Understanding how to play when, you know, the opponent has a certain draft and compositions that you don't need to drive the backline to do damage anymore. So perfect. But you know what? What do we know? We're gonna hand it over to Moment and Off the Dash to tell us more about this game.
Utility usage, having the battle spells, and this Benedetta that needs to be studied, right? I mean, Diablo showcased a Benedetta unlike any others with a revitalization. And the way that Curtizy has been playing on the Eve, the real manipulation usage that we see from Curtizy is unlike any others. And now we will go into how NIP Flash dissected Boyet's Ling. And starting from this first turtle fight already, you can see that the positioning of powerful Sayla and Ken are intentionally set by Diablo, who started the fight and ran away, who dragged the attention so that JPL can flicker forward, land this extremely nice three-man implosion with Curtizi on the back line. And in any other scenario, right, you would think that real world manipulation would be coming out. But no, they are masters of utility. And Curtizi does not waste it. They are able to deal the damage. And only after the Tempest of Blades come out, then Curtizi uses the real world manipulation. This is the simple nuance that NIP Flash, just a slight adjustment to the timing of the real world manipulation to counter a utility that has been so unstoppable in the league. The Tempest of Blades, and Boyette found himself immobilized and shut down. And this is how they won the first few team fights. And now we will see the focus of the next few team fights being on this Tempest of Blades. And already, yes, Sayla does get a very nice consolation kill, but going into this next team fight, right, Boyette, now Hades is the one that manipulates this Tempest of Blades timing. Hades knows that Boyette is on Hades' duty. He's chasing out Hades as well. So this Hades is unable to join the turtle. So he gives up the turtle for now. Boyette uses the Tempest of Blades for the turtle. Once that happens, the rest of NIP Flash knows it's go time. It seems to me, right, when every time Boyette clicks that Tempest of Blades, NIP Flash is just, yeah, it's go time. Because to me, they have nothing else. They might have Marky, yes, but that's not enough supplementary damage on top of having Boyette. And now they are targeting Ken down. Yes, they do get Ken, but they know that implosion has been used. So Evil, they want to fight this team fight. But if you look at how Diablo and Curtiz are playing at the middle stages of the game now, they are separating the map pressure. So Diablo is playing towards the enemy front lines. Meanwhile, Curtizi holds the back lines. And this is so nice to watch. While they get jumped on by the Avatar Guardian, Diablo is always making sure that one or two members are stuck at the front line. Meanwhile, Curtizi is free to use the real. The Tempest of Blades is used, you know? It seems so simple in hindsight, but it's extremely hard to do in the middle of the game. The amount of discipline this man has to hold the real world manipulation until the Tempest of Blades is used. And this is why they, even though they lose Vanix, yes, they win the team fight in the end, and they secure the Lord for themselves. And another key factor to their winning victories, once again, Sayla gets chased down. And this is one of the fights that didn't really work out for them. But you can see what NIP Flash are really going for, right? They know that Boyette has used the Tempest of Blades. This is why they're re-engaging. In a normal scenario, you would never re-engage this. But this is where Diablo pulls off the greatest heist of all time. He nearly kills Powerful, and he does kill Powerful, but he loses his team members, yes, but he buys so much space. In the end, use the Winter Crown as well. I mean, in what scenario do you buy a Winter's Crown? I mean, yeah, look at that. Diablo just surviving and having a great time. But yeah, the next few team fights, right? This is the final team fight that sealed the deal. It is the same play again. Diablo on the back, Curtizi in the front. So Diablo making sure that he's always behind enemy territory, segmenting that team fight, and you're wondering, right, why is Curtizi able to get this real manipulation off at all times? Marky's on him, yes, but where's the follow-up damage? It's all because of this man right here. Diablo right here is making sure that the entire team is unable to fight his good friend Curtizi. And Curtizi is always safe. He can retreat safely while kiting and dealing damage at the same time. And meanwhile, just 1v3, gets a super nice Winter Crown off, and then, of course, he has a revitalization to top him off as well. How many combos does NIP Flash have? We first talk about Curtizi and Hades. Now it's Curtizi and Diablo. They are evolving fast, man. Let's go back to you guys.
How many combos does NIP Flash have?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, so now, Game 2 has concluded, right? And Moment has broken that down perfectly as well in terms of how they've succeeded in clinching that for themselves. Game number 3, potentially the final one for Team Evil if they don't find a way to come back to this year. Churls, what do they need to be looking at?
I think the teamfight synergy is not working out so well for Team Evil. I think they need to switch things up a little bit, play more insurance-based or insurance-heavy kind of composition, having a assassin to go get that split push. Don't bank too much on team fights. Don't fight objectives that you can't have. I think one of the main reasons for the downfall in game number 2 as well is they were trying to match the aggressiveness that NIP Flash came down. And I gotta say that the entirety of that team fight, I was like looking at my really, really nice tablet right here that gives me all the stats. So it keeps me in check, like what's going on and where it's going on.
Yeah, right? I mean, not just the tab, you also have the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, right? And what you can do is experience next level mobile gaming with this latest Galaxy S24 Ultra. It's Samsung's most hyper-realistic mobile gameplay yet. And you know why? It's equipped with ray tracing for hyper-realistic shadows and reflections. You can turn on the shadows in Mobile Legends and still play this at high definition. Okay, so you can watch your favorite mobile characters and Battlefield come to life in stunning detail. So get this, right? Do you know why it's the perfect phone now for gaming?
Why? Tell me
It
more.
has ray I'll tell you why. It has ray tracing, it has an efficient processor, it has a vapor chamber to keep the phone cool.
No way!
And I mean, the big thing about phones is they run out of battery, right? But you also have a big battery life.
Nice.
So you put that all together and it works together to just give you the best gaming experience you can get on the phone to play MLBB at your highest level.
Man, the features you mentioned, I'm seeing it in the desktop now. I can really play it in the mobile.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you know, the fact that like sometimes I get really, really pissed off when I'm playing because my teammates like Deadeye causes me my losses, I can throw my phone down because it comes also with a massive 6.8-inch display encased with a sleek titanium body that's not really stylish, but incredibly durable and scratch resistant.
And you need that, right? Because if you want to throw your phone down,
it's
you don't
still
want
fine.
it to get scratched.
Man, if I have that phone, I will be pissed with the comments coming in from from Churros. But with this phone, it's okay. Doesn't matter. I have a great phone.
I got the better phone.
I got it.
I got a better phone.
Yeah. I do like the ray tracing thing
Yep,
that comes out from...
ray tracing.
I think ray tracing is really cool because it has like a hyper-realistic environment into it. You're playing Mobile Legends and it's sort of like having like a hyper-realistic map of Mobile Legends and Land of Dawn. And like, you can see like Benedetta in super 3D, you know what I mean?
You know, the thing is, you usually have to choose between these features, you know? Like, do you want it to be more realistic? Do you want it to have bigger battery life? But just putting all this into one phone means you get like the package, the entire package.
Way.
So I think that's really what makes this, you know, the phone for mobile gaming if you want to play mobile.
It's one of
It's
the
like Professor X, like no, is it Professor X? I don't know, but like sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Yeah.
With chemical X.
With chemical X.
That's the
Vapor chamber
Samsung Galaxy S12 Ultra HD.
Yeah, that's nice. It's one of the challenges if you're a gamer as well. So if your phone experiencing lagging, so you need to the settings you need to make it low. But with this phone, it's ultra.
No, but you
Shadows
compromise your experience when you put the definition on low, right? And you don't want that. So I mean, we can say so much about this, but honestly, guys, you just have to experience it for yourself. It's out in store, so just go ahead and get yourself that phone and the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Remember that, and you can try it for yourself and see how that ups your mobile gaming, your Mobile Legends gaming experience.
You know, it's also cool because Samsung has this Samsung Galaxy S10 tabs that we're using to just monitor the entirety of the game, the entirety of the draft, giving us real insights into the statistics as from the players and the heroes themselves. So huge props. It goes very well with like this desk that we're sitting on, and everyone has their own Samsung Galaxy S10.
If you're wondering why we look
tab.
so sleek, it's just because we have sleek tablets now.
Thank you. I can act like I'm Jace and I'm abstract and just like constantly looking at the tablets right now, and I don't have to look at the camera anymore.
Well,
and
yeah,
it's fine. Okay.
Well, okay, yeah, but you know, that's get yourself a phone. You can try it for yourself. But right now, we also have a pressing issue, right? We were talking about this game between NIP Flash and Team Evil.
Yeah, I mean, one game away.
Yeah.
One game away. And remember, guys, this series, it's the grand final seed that they're fighting here. And we have, looking back, regular season, NIP Flash sweeping away Team Evil. Now, this is a chance for them to redeem themselves. And we've seen a great fight. Compared to the regular season, Team Evil are actually performing very well.
Yeah, actually, I just want to ask a question, like overall generic question. What makes NIP Flash tick? Like, what makes them so good?
Actually, Moment just answered that one for us. Their timings when it comes to the using of their skills, it's not the trigger happy as you can see, right?
Yeah.
Every time when a team fight rolls out, you just click away.
So they're calculating in their mind like the
That's the
probability
thing.
of success if I
Wow.
press this skill, the timing of which I press this skill, the frames which I press this skill, only available with the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra HD because you can see every single frame that comes in play.
Use Galaxy AI for your calculations.
Oh,
you have AI now. Why do you need to do things in your head anymore,
maybe.
right?
They're not human.
Yeah.
They're robots. And NIP Flash is just
But we've
AIs,
seen...
5 AIs. But,
Oh,
but that's there's like
conspiracy theories.
But then if you say like someone's an AI, does that mean they're bad or they're good?
They're just NIP Flash.
So if you say someone that is bots, they're bad? Well, I'm playing with bots. It's like, it's bad. But if you're saying you're playing with AI, is that good or bad? Because like you can calculate everything. Controversy.
How about if you're
Just
playing
a
with
label.
Deadeye?
Play with
Then you don't need to calculate.
Okay, that being said,
I think we've seen glimpses of, or at least a showcase of why NIP Flash is good, right? It's not, being able to calculate when exactly and not being trigger happy with their ultimates, but also things like wave management.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, right? Down to the smallest detail. And also things like being able to work in synergy. The chemistry, recognizing that, Vanix was at the base and we need to keep the rest of Team Evil at bay and not let them recall. Throwing a body, let Marky kill you just so that he doesn't back as well. It's just putting all these things together, knowing the roles that they play, Diablo going tanky instead of damage, and being able to pull that off.
Yeah, I think the only thing stronger than, heroes that they play individually in the micro skill is family.
It's family.
It's family, yes. Yeah, they're sticking together, and I think the reason why NIP Flash has such an edge over Evil is that they've played together for like two seasons. They've gone to international stage together. They know each other's kings. They know each other's weaknesses and their advantages, and they know each other on the back of their heads. They live together. They practically live together. And I think for Team Evil, yes, they might have lost the first 2 games, but I think like it just takes a little bit more time for them to get in sync with each other before moving on to the next elevated level of their gameplay.
Yeah, and it's not over, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, for one, this match is not over. They still have a chance to come back because it is a best of 5. Even if they do, though, this is the upper bracket finals. So the stakes here are if they lose these, they drop to the lower brackets, they have to fight one more round tomorrow and then go to the grand final. So there is that opportunity for them to take back.
Sure, but when it comes to a best of 5, greater challenge here coming in from Team Evil right now because they are way behind 2 games here. So they need a sweep, 3 games straight.
My predictions is still in play. I voted for
me also.
Team Evil, so
Okay.
I'm ready for 3 games.
We all are.
We
all
predicted. It's a great game, man. But anyway, as of course, Churz had mentioned, experience-wise, and how the NIP Flash again has the big advantage is the experience, chemistry, and again, both of these teams did not have a change during our transfer window, right? Both of these teams. So this Team Evil right now, this roster coming in from Team Evil is very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I think we've been here for so long and we've seen such amazing, intense games that we all need to kind of take a breather to get yourself your food, your Mac delivery, and what you need. We're gonna come back after this break to bring you game number 3. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 8, Day 2 of the playoffs. And we have just witnessed an upper bracket final. 2 matches, and we're going on for game number 3. You're here with me. There is Churros, there is Didai, and myself, Scrubby, to accompany you through this game number 3, potentially the last one, unless Evil has something to say about it. Now,
I really do hope they have something to say about it, because they're not going out without a fight. This is,
of course,
sort of like foreshadowing the grand finals. I've said this
Yep.
time and time again. This is the top 2 teams, and they're putting out all the stops.
Yeah, Team Evil Magic, they must need this now again to actually execute very well, especially when it comes to major team fights. Missing, of course, those key skills they should recover by this time around. And again, I've mentioned a while ago, pressure is against the side of Team Evil. They must win 3 straight games in order for them to win the series.
yeah, so having, a bit of a break as well, right? For not just us, but everybody to regroup their thoughts, come back with higher morale, hopefully, to be able to tackle this, because it needs stamina. It needs stamina and a whole lot of strong mentality to be able to win 3 games straight. Now, we also talked about, not having your eggs in one basket, and we want to see Evil bring out a different strategy to come back and combat NIP Flash. So how are they going to do this? We are entering the drafting phase here for
Who said
three.
there are no shortcuts in life? I literally invented one.
Chip. I'm looking at the Khalid being banned out by Zarate over here, and then Carrot very well banned out the Phobius. It goes down to
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
Don't leak Harith.
Sand rises when I give the word.
Is banning. Precarious situation right now as Juicing getting banned out. And like I said, Khalid is not going to see the light of day.
Yeah, I agree with you, Churros. I think even though they lost, of course, having the side of Marky on Harith, it's still
I am not the only one bound by these chains.
Flash and Phobius is still pretty much open here, and now it's going to be banned here and Flash.
Yeah, I think many on the Harith might be a potential ban here for the side of Evil. I don't know if Carrot wants to do it or try to leave it open and pray that Zurati doesn't pick it up. Pick up what he puts down.
Yeah, remember the stats that we have been given by our production team before the start of this match. Vanix also played a Harith here, so it is also potential play for the side of NIP Flash.
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
Yeah, in the previous games as well, they did take out kind of similar, I think, bans across previous games, that Cho being taken out, but now that leaves open the high loss, which NIP Flash is going to snap pick.
Yeah, Loris pathway is going to be really important for them. I think Tigro is definitely open, powerful, but Snap pick that up along with the Harith. If Marky doesn't pick up the Harith, then it works very well with the Wombo combo from high loss, and Vanix is not going to
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
That's going to be a Harith. High win rate on Marky's hands.
Harith, sure. I think it is still considered as one of the, or not the top most picked hero here from all of MPL SG season and regular season. Now, will it be considered here besides Evil? No, it is going to be Aurora. Okay.
So NIP Flash could pick up the Harith right now, along with the Tigro. It makes a lot of sense for them. Then they have full zone of control. They could go with the Eve once again if they feel like it, and then Hades could play any assassin that he wants.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, they're letting the Harith go, because we've known Marky to be super strong on this, and not picking that up in this phase makes me wonder if they have something else up their sleeves. In the previous game, we did see Marky try on the Alice, so maybe he has something else that he's going to try that he has not already shown as well. Now, NIP Flash is going to be the one to go with the Harith as well as the Tigreal, so JPL on that Tigreal, and now coupled with that high loss and the glorious pathway, right? And so much mobility and entry in terms of the Zaman Force and that glorious pathway combined.
We always see Lunox to be a counter of Harith. I'm not sure it's going to be considered here on the side of Team Evil, but as predicted, of course, by Churros, these 3 picks alone from NIP Flash is very scary.
There's a Hayabusa from for Boyette right here. Hayabusa He's only played it, I think.
Among the planes
8
exists
times.
the equilibrium, which I was made for.
5 times with 83.3% win rate on him, and they're gonna ban out the Eve. I think for NIP Flash, they could look to ban out the Eve. So Enoch's getting banned out right here. It could be the Claude or the
Where there is
Carry.
light, there are also shadows.
Carry being banned out right here.
NIP Flash as well, fun fact that, they've been quite undefeatable so far, having only lost 1 playoff game since Season 7 versus RSG. That's 2 seasons now.
Yeah.
Now that we're into Season 8.
Imagine the dominance, the fan facts, and NIP Flash showing still the same dominance here without any losses so far against the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, locking in the Aurora now for Team Evil together with Hayabusa and banning out the Luo-Yi and the Eve. So really big in terms of control, right? Because we've seen Kurt TZ play these exact 2 heroes in the past 2 matches and maintaining that position and control of the ultimates to be able to force Evil into a certain area.
Now Akai enters the scene.
Another fun fact, this season marks Evil's return to an upper bracket match since their debut in Season 3. So very highly anticipated positioning for them.
As I was saying a while ago, this is the best roster the Team Evil can have right now. And they can also fight the reigning champions as well, NIP Flash here. Both games, game 1, game 2, it's not really a one-sided game. Mostly we see from NIP Flash, but Team Evil here doing a pretty good job. But this time around again, they need 3 games straight to win.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Minotaur getting picked up by Powerful right now just to counteract the zone control that NIP Flash has. Kurt TZ could very well pick up the Vexana. It's still wide and open. I'm thinking maybe the Zas would work very well. Hades versus the Fanny. So there's gonna be a
Not bad.
huge. Oh, it's gonna be a Kurt TZ special once again. The crowd goes wild. Smart is being picked up right here.
My next conquest.
There we go. I mean, you called it at a previous game that they always have this card up their sleeve, right? And this is the game that they choose to bring it out.
Usually they go for a mid-lane Martyrs if they want to be very aggressive. With this lineup right now, Fanny, you have as well a Tigreal here that can really harass the opponent's jungle. Let's see if they can execute here against Team Evil.
Yeah, looks like the fans are ready. Evil's fans are getting really hyped up. They want to see another 3 games out of this one. As we go into the draft, any final thoughts on any of these picks? I think NLP Flash looking really good. I like the signature pick coming up from Cortese. So Martis is going to have really high rotations, disrupting the Hayabusa from the side of Evil. And there's going to be a lot of invades coming in as well.
Welcome
Evil
to Mobile
is just
Legends.
down. I think it's just another mid-game to late-game power spike that Evil has.
5
Yeah,
seconds
especially
till
with
the enemy
the Moscow,
reaches the
right?
battlefield.
Gotta wait for Marky to come online for that. And now it's a bit swapped. Vanix on the Harith and Marky on the Moscow.
Yeah.
We're gonna see how that pans out. Now, game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this is NIP Flash up against Team Evil. And a lot is on the line here. If they drop this, Evil is going to go down to the lower bracket. So they definitely want to fight hard for this one.
Speaking fight is expected here. They're now invading the side of NIP Flash against Team Evil, and Diablo managed to actually bypass the first wave here, going to have creeps.
Yeah, that's the MO. NIP Flash, especially for Diablo, just clear that lane and rotate down towards the jungle, leave Ken alone, because the waves are going to start crashing in, and Diablo is just such a tanky boy, especially from the first early levels, and he's doing so much damage to keep Ken at bay. So mid-side, Lethal Wonder. Sayla doesn't have his passive popped up just as of yet, but yeah, and JPL just being a super nuisance.
Yeah, this guy, man, on the Tigreal this time around, and we've seen so many highlights coming in from JPL on his Tigreal.
Yeah, with the Minotaur as well, right? Powerful on that Minotaur, offering a bit of sustain to the team, so it does help them if they want to hunker down on the team fights as well, that they've always been playing to. And coupled with, the Aurora, they have a lot of control, especially with the Frigid Glacier, and that might help them come up against NIP Flash. But I guess, with the Martis mid, there's a lot of immunity as well coming through that, so how he kind of has that potential to outplay and turn that around.
Oh, with Flash.
Oh, look at this one. Hades joining in. Pride of Ice activated here, but still he will be picked. Sayla's gone right now. NIP Flash managed to have the first blood.
The flicker play by JPL was so clutch. He identifies that Sayla is the main core core of the team in the early stages of the game, especially taking him out before he turns level 4 to be a huge nuisance in the turtle pit. You want to be able to secure the first few objectives, especially if you're NIP Flash. And they have their MO. Just play the zone of control, play these team fights, and we'll be able to win. But Evil actually switched things around. They have that split push capability coming in from Marky as well as Boyette. So, first turtle of the game, Powerful sourcing for a little bit more information.
Oh, now Shatter trying to delay Curtizi's attack here, but the Glorious Pathway is there. Curtizi is still chasing Ken, however, cannot save his teammate there. It is going to be Powerful falling down.
It's a very aggressive NIP Flash now, giving a lot of opportunity for NIP Flash to pick up the first turtle of the game. Boyette.
Oh, this is the pickoff you want here, then Vanix will be gone.
Beautiful landing that Spear of Destruction there, right, by Marky to be able to get that, recognizing that it's a difficult game for Marky to play in this early part and kind of assisting him on that. In the meantime, Hades getting that turtle as well.
It's a smart trade by Boyette, but here comes Hades with the cables. Powerful not yet level 4.
Oh, look at the damage! Early game destruction here against the side of Team Evil, and now it is Powerful once again falling down. As expected, NIP Flash showing dominance here in the early game.
Yeah, Diablo being a nuisance onto Boyette up on that top side as well. Buying a lot of time for JPL to come into position.
They're backing out here. And as you can see in the gold lane though, it is still Vanix controlling the lane. Despite, of course, it's been picked off here with the side of Boyette, still the pressure is against it here for Marky.
Hades is in the party. Marky needs to be a little bit more safe as Curtizi tries to zone the rest of the members away. Now Powerful is not on the bottom side. Marky is super exposed. And NIP Flash just seeping in on that win. We're going on the aggressive as well.
It's always been, you know, NIP Flash kind of trying to dictate the momentum, especially in the early game, right? And now they're stepping up the pace even more with this Marty's pick on Curtizi, because in the early game, that's super strong.
Ken flickers back, Primal Wrath, but the Glorious Pathway and the burst damage here where the Tornado Blades picks him off. Meanwhile, here on the bot side, it is going to be Curtizi gets the kill against Marky. Counterplay, Team Evil gets the stun, gets the kill. Vanix will be the second one in the chopping block. A double here for Boyette.
Oh, he's playing with death a little bit too much, but the Sky Piercer actually bought up by Curtizi. Usually in a competitive match, you don't want to see a Sky Piercer. But now the aggression is coming through. 5-3. Evil might have something to say about this one as the turtle spawning up in 10 seconds. JPL running for his life to buy time for the rest of the teammates to come get into position for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, I mean, they did find the return there, right? Boyette with the double in that earlier fight. So signs of life here, but NIP Flash, you know that Curtizi wants to go for the kills. They've always been running this Curtizi Martis a couple times now with the Sky Piercer, and you can see them funneling the kills into him as well. So he's only going to start snowballing more and starting to be a menace to Team Evil.
Bot side though, Marky will be the oh my goodness graciousness! It's gonna be less than a second and he's out!
Oh man, that's an unfortunate kill onto Marky as Evil is down by one man. Boyette not in the vicinity. You've got Fanny in play as well. Hades already at the turtle. They're going to be snap picking this up, and Evil, no contest whatsoever. They want to go for more.
Yeah, this is what you want. Oh, the turtle will be in the hands here of NIP Flash. Powerful backs away, but then again, that's what you want here on the bot side as well. Vanix will now fall, and Hades backs away, but Powerful forcing this one, trying to go for the fight, and now Marky pin him down here with a spear, and now Diablo will be knocked up as well. Implosion! Flicker! But by the way, if JPL here tried to back out, it is going to be Diablo, however, with a save on his teammate.
Sayla using the Glacier just to keep everyone at bay as NIP Flash, 1700 gold lead. Sipping to the next neutral objective. This is still 6 minutes, still relatively early as Evil is trying to funnel everything to his Marky. 0-2-2 as Marky's not having a very good early game. But so is Vanix though, 0-3-1. It looks like the gold lane's being very, very heavy.
Oh, Hades! Hades, will he be able to back out? He still managed to get a kill and backs away! Are you kidding me? Bad the flanking maneuver for Curtizi! It's gonna be Eve out there! A double for this mid lane mark!
artist.
The Powerful actually went down as well in the midst of all these fights together with Sayla as Cortese coming in for the cleanup. His building though, Sky Piercer stacked, is going to be a really, really scary Martis in the late game. SOD goes wide and won't get into the lane as fast as he can, but they don't know where they are. Powerful sourcing for information, spots out Hades. Powerful actually goes down.
Oh my goodness. Blink and he's gone there. Haven't seen so much action in that one, and just the camera showed us a dead Minotaur.
There's so much to watch out for, right? On the side of NIP Flash, the kill potential is insane, because not only do you have Hades just kind of cabling around and potentially just bursting anyone down, you also have Cortese who rotates so much and is able to pick up those kills for themselves. And I mean, under that turret as well, just waiting for that Pride of Ice to expire before popping the decimation, and it's so difficult on the side of Evo. You can see them starting to turtle up in this jungle here.
Yeah, it does not look like Evil will be able to contest for this one. Oh! Boyette actually pops the Retribution, so no Retribution for Boyette for this turtle. They don't want to contest it, just want to play it safe.
Look at Diablo providing the space here. And now it is Team Evil not forcing to go for the turtle dance.
It's a 4,000 gold lead on top of NIP Flash. They have control of the map. They have control of a lot of these team fights. The layering of the team fights, especially with the mid trio, is just a little bit too much for Evil to handle. But this is still early in the mid game where Evil can still come back on this one. They do have a late game composition as long as Marky is able to find farm and scale up.
Remember, JPL has the flicker, he has the implosion as well, but he has been spotted. Powerful has the vision. And now going in, Minowan's Fury, Stunner 2, goes for the backup as well. Boyette now with the Shadow Kill, Spear of Destruction misses, but now Katie's perfect timing, joining in the team fight, goes for the Tornado Blades, takes out everyone there, but there's gonna be Sayla here, left alone. Double here for Vanix with a kill.
Trading out 2 for 3 there in that fight. Marky almost landed the Spear of Destruction, but sidestepped there by Cortese. In the end, I mean, it's going to be still NIP Flash finding their target now, going into this replay here.
I think it's the Cyclone's Eye that pushes Powerful in, forcing him to use the Minoan Fury because he knows that he wants to chase it. Everyone's in position, but Marky is wide and open for a lot of more damage to take in. They underestimated Hades' damage onto a lot of these team fights when they're grouped up together, and this is their playground. They like to play within the jungle vicinity with a lot of walls, and that's where Hades really shines when he's using that Fanny. War's already built up by Hades. That's another power spike that Evil has contest with. It's a 5,300 gold lead on top of NIP Flash. It does not look like they will lose this game as Evil has their backs against the walls.
Oh, look at the positioning here for Hades. This is scary here for the side of Team Evil. Is out of position. It's gonna be Hades anytime soon going for the execute. Oh, he's been spotted though. Marky spinning him. Oh, my heart is there, but meanwhile, Boyette goes for that revenge kill. Oh my goodness!
It's not over until the fat lady sings. You never celebrate too early, and this is where Evil might have the potential to come back as long as Hades is not alive. Evil might be able to blitz this down, but the rest of NIP Flash, they're protecting that Lord with their base almost exposed. They have no T2s down that bottom side. NIP Flash does have that wave priority. Evil sourcing for information. They have to deal with Cortese as well.
That's gonna be our Shatter. Powerful here with the stun as well. Diablo providing the space here. JPL, look at his positioning here. Zoning out Team Evil this time around. Meanwhile, the Lord Dance will now execute. Anytime soon, both teams prepare to initiate.
Yeah, they're managing the waves now. Marky on the top side here, trying to gain control, but Hades nowhere to be seen, still at his jungle. So biding their time here to secure more control of this objective.
Oh, remember guys, no tart takedowns yet for the side of Team Evil here. One advantage once again for NIP Flash is their map control.
No one's making a move. As of now, Sayla does have the passive up and ready, so he can take a death. But who do you want to contest for this Lord? How important is it for NIP Flash to actually take down this Lord? They're just using it as bait. And Evil desperately needs this in order to push and get ahead. It's 5,400 gold lead. NIP Flash, they're trying to blitz it, trying to initiate a fight a little bit too early. And Diablo, just sourcing for information. He knows where Ken is.
Oh,
Explosion.
powerful. Goes for the explosion indeed, but Contaminant Force is there. But look at the zone of backlines here with the Glorious Pathway as well. And now Powerful here being pinned down in the middle. JPL still survives, and now it is going to be Phoenix taking him down. Ken will be the next target here. That's going to be a chase. That's going to be a kill once again. Curtizi picks him off.
Curtizi building up those Sky Piercer stacks is going to be super, super scary. Now Boyette still has that retribution holding on Marky.
Marky, very scary. That's a forward. That's a suicide kill there. And now it is going to be Boyette will be the second one. He's the target. Hades going to go for the chase, but he is pinned down. No escape. Another team wipe here for NIP Flash.
My goodness, that play. I mean, Hades causing so much disruption in the backline, taking those kills, and NIP Flash recognizing, they want to take the fight instead. So baiting out the Lord, giving that up, and then going straight for the kills. And I think Marky there wasn't able to land that Spear of Destruction, so he was delayed to that team fight as well and wasn't able to make an impact. The moment he came in then was the moment NIP Flash was also able to finish him off.
For NIP Flash, they didn't need that Lord. This was just, it was just a coincidence that the Lord went into the enhanced Lord up in the 12th minute. They just drawed out that fight a little bit too long. And now you have JPL with the Winter Crown as well, with the half builds for a little bit more tankability. He might be able to use the Implosion in, buy himself some time for the rest of the team to come in. But that's a very, very big gold lead. It's a fat economy that NIP Flash has. And Evil just desperately trying to defend. Some more crashes down mid.
Will he be able to defend though? I guess not. Inhibitor turret's gone right now. JPL will be controlled, but the Glorious Pathway is there. Spear of Destruction as well. Marquis' positioning is off. He's been picked, and now Powerful is here. Now Hades as well, just dancing around here with the cables as well. And now Sailor trying to go for the poke, but it's not enough damage. Look at Team NIP Flash here trying to end the game, and it will be a serious sweep. 3-0. For NIP Flash.
Making a statement, but wiping Evil on the face of the Land of Dawn before finishing off the crown.
It's still remaining undefeated, right? When we talked about it earlier, not dropping a game and this time showing the world what they're here for. Not just to take the game, they want to just advance through MPL SG and to the world stage.
Yeah, this is the progression that I know and love from NIP Flash. From the get-go, Diablo already sitting in the jungle. Boyette is just struggling the entirety of that game. Yes, he's got 6 kills off the board, but it was all an early game. And once Vanix got online, that was it. There's nothing that Evil could do to come back. And the planning was just played so well by Hades. I think for MVP, I would want to give it to Hades. Just because like he identifies like, okay, I want to take Marky out, and that's my goal. I managed to do it, and there's no way that Marky could be able to retaliate in time.
Yeah, I think Hades is one of the players here in MPL SG that can really enable a Fanny. Fanny is a highly mechanical hero, and man, we've seen how incredible he was. So many highlights coming in from this guy.
You should probably place a bet, right? Like, does Hades miss a cable and like
Well, we all know who
Like,
misses a cable.
well, no, I don't see it. Don't talk
Don't
right?
talk about that game.
Yeah, I mean, Hades on the fan. Let's kind of focus on that, right?
We will focus
okay.
on that, yes.
He's your MVP.
He is, yeah.
How about you?
I could agree with Churasi.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yep.
wait for the screen to.
Yes.
It is going to be Hades on that Fanny
Yep.
as the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I said this time and time again, like, NIP Flash has, like, 1 god and 2 devils in their team. Diablo and Hades are lords of the underworld, and they're really showing their chemistry has been improved so much ever since MSC. And right now, sipping into M6, they've already secured a spot in the grand finals. They're 1 more game away into the world stage, yet again, representing Singapore.
Yeah, I think just a showcase of mechanics, right? Like you
Yep.
said, the way that he cables around the map and also macro. And I think the combination of that is what makes not just Hades, but the entire team
Yep.
of NIP Flash so lethal and so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough team to deal with, especially with their pocket picks. When you see in a Martis down mid-side, and a lot of the other regions are also kind of following suit. Like, oh, why does that work so well? It's just because Cortese is so comfortable with that hero. He's also moving around the map. His rotation speed, the wave clearing speed enables him to be the next support that Hades needs to skill up. So Cortese is definitely my secondary MVP. I'm so glad that he's got that Sky Piercer as well, just because in the early game that damage will scale.
I mean, not just that, right? With Evo picking up, you know, the Fury, the Aurora, together with all that crowd control, just the immunity on Cortese. Usually you want to pick off the mid laner with these CC kind of prowess, but in this case you can't because he has that immunity. So who then are you going to target? It's been Vanix the entire game, but at that point you can see he has the Starion size, has the Holy Crystal as well, and then can then start dishing out the damage. So even though they put him down in the early parts of the game, he was still able to come online and make a difference.
Yeah, I do want to say though, I think if I would be candid and I want to be real, NIP Flash just won this draft over Evo. It was like they were first picked, they picked up the High Loss first, and then the Tigro and the Harith was so deadly, but Evo decides to pick up the Aurora as well as the Edith. I understand what they're trying to do, but it was single target stuns from the Edith versus the Implosion that's definitely going to hit if you're coagulate together. And I think NIP Flash, they got that Tigro twice in a row. It really proves a lot out of them. Like, how do you want to counter a Magic team fight? You just get them to group up together.
Yeah, and also letting the Harith go in this case, right?
Yeah.
In the hands of Vanix,
This
you
is the
have
thing.
then the perfect combination of magic as well as physical damage for Cortese and Hades to be able to put out. Now we're gonna take a look at the emblems here. You can see, you know, again, nothing out of the ordinary really. You know, Diablo playing that, switching around instead of damage, still going tank and soaking up all the damage, providing a lot of utility for the entire team.
I think the only thing that really stands out is the Vessel of Blood from Cortese. Because usually you won't see the Vessel of Blood for Martis. You see the Master Assassin or even the Tenacity give you a little bit more defense, mobility, but I guess this works out pretty well because once you have that, the Decimate, once you have those clampers, you're able to just heal up just a little bit, sustaining yourself through the entirety of that battle. It pairs well with Diablo's Revitalize coming into the fray as well. I would have thought he would pick the Wilderness Blessing just because of the high rotation speed. You want to match up with the Fanny and be sort of like there for Hades when he does his thing.
Look at these guys. Yeah, you know what I see, right?
Oh,
the charge damage. Yeah, compared to the game one. Game one was, we know that NIP Flash has somehow the advantage for this one, but as the series goes by, the start damage, I mean the stats is stacking up here for the side of NIP Flash. And we know the macro, again, the macro skills is the main advantage as well when it comes to game series wins here.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, it really does look a lot different from their first two games, right? 23-9 and not even able to touch the turrets at all. It's super, super difficult this time for Team Evil. And I think, like you said, Churros, kind of points back to the draft and how they weren't able to quite play against that.
Yeah, it's just Minotaur has fallen off quite a bit. I know they were like top pick for MPL PH, especially Ogwen making it so consistent in his gameplays, but the heals isn't coming out as much as they wished, and Powerful had 7 deaths in this game, mostly attributed to Hades as well as Cortese just taking them out. I think the early game damage is a little bit too much for Minotaur to handle, and I think they're just forcing the Edith pick onto Kent. I think that was one of the major downfalls. They need to go back, regroup. They have another game tomorrow in the lower bracket finals to be able to see whether they'll be able to come back and face NIP Flash on a revenge match in the grand finals once again. But then again, out of all these 3 matches, I feel like Evil is testing things out. They are there in terms of like the skill level, in terms of the mechanics that they have. It's just, I think it's just a downfall in the draft, if we're to be candid about it.
We have the top 4 as well, players coming up on the screen, the Rich Guy and the carry being Vanix there, and the best wingman, I mean, JPL as well as Powerful as the sandbag. Now, nothing too surprising, and we've seen Powerful and JPL time and time again coming up as, you know, the 2 key supports and really being able to play to that role as well. So props to them, and I think NIP Flash really showing why they are, you know, top seed and sitting at the top as these defending champions.
I mean, the Team Evil, guys. Team Evil, if they want to face NIP Flash again in the Grand Finals, I believe they do have the most experience right now when it comes to number of games playing against this team. So I do believe they will come more prepared this time around. You have mentioned, of course, Heart, right? They prepared on this series. Yeah. It shows. Actually, it shows. However, we can really see the difference here when it comes to the macro plays here. But
it's not one game; it's a marathon. It's a marathon.
I love that one. Yeah, exactly.
It's the mental that comes in. You lose like the first 2 games, like how you pick yourself up, and get ready for game 3. It's really, really hard. But that being said, this is NIP Flash's show. They're going to the grand finals. I want to hear how improved their comms is as we're going into the mic check right now.
You can run? Yeah, I go in. Oh, nice. No flicker, no flicker. Okay. Nice. Link ulti. Can fight. Yeah, nice. Come on, top. Jab. Oh, double in. Hey, he know that. Top kaya. I think I just beat him. Yeah. Guys, higher top. Nice. We start turtle. High bot. Mino. Hey, no shadow. Out here, come. Go. Nice. And double right. Double. Nice one.
So nice to be able to hear, how the players actually interact with one another. And it's calm, it's like clear and concise as well in the way they communicate. And I think that's just like the mark of a top tier team as well, when you're able to communicate so well with your team members.
Yeah, I remember last season, in season 7, that Hades and Katizi wasn't talking as much. This season, they're making the calls. They're always talking about like, okay, Lingo ulti, and then let's all go in, and they're feeling more comfortable. It feels like, and I think it's got to do with like JPL. We've always seen him so calm, but in the game, he's always making these right decisions. And like fun fact, JPL has been the longest running player in MPL SG so far. Started since MPL SG MY, I think season 2 or season 1, all the way till now. So he's been in the scene since 2016.
Veteran
like super granddaddy JPL, man. I think this is a team that is really one of the strongest teams in MPL SG ever.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they're so calm, not just like because they've have so much experience, right? You can see that throughout the game as well, the communication. But even when they win, they're so stoic about it, right? And they're just able to just carry through the game. But we're gonna take it to Moment to carry us through the entire game and what went down. So off to you, Moment, and off to Des.
Hi guys, and welcome to my section, and congratulations to NIP Flash for making it into the grand finals. But how did they do it? How did they break down Team Evil? And let's just find out with our little segment that we have for Diablo and his glorious pathway. So in the first few clips, you will see how this Hylos is utilized by NIP Flash just to get them this early game advantage that they want. So already, they have secured their early game advantage by getting that first blood with Hades onto Sayla. So they know that the ultimate from the Aurora is not available. So with its glorious pathway, they're just using it as a tool to slow down Powerful and make sure that Curtizi gets that snowball effect, that momentum going at all times. And we will see that utilized on this top lane here as well, with Hades as well, using the Glorious Pathway to just slow him down just a bit. You won't see a lot of high-low players actually utilize their ultimates like this, but recognizing that this is an early game scenario and using that Glorious Pathway to net that first few advantages for your team. And when it secures to the late game, changing the use of that utility is a lot different. And now we see how Team Evil wants to fight back, right? This second clip here is where they manage to actually find Curtizi while this is all going on. And Marky, well, he gives up his own life to Curtizi. Of course, 4 minutes in, you're not going to have enough HP, but they do net the kill on Vanix as well. So it's extremely nice few kills for them. But as we head on towards this stage, this is when the mechanics of NIP Flash really start showing. Yeah, just think, in any situation, right? If you were the Fanny here, you see a 1v3 scenario, what do? You run away or you fight back when the team is fighting. But yeah, Mr. Hades here knows his power spike, and it's 6 minutes into the game. He has that advantage going for him, turns back, and kills Marky. And this is at the cost of maybe his own life. But because there's another net factor behind this, which is the Martis that is coming for that flank play. Even if he is going to die, even if he gives up his own life, even if he cannot kill Marky, it's okay because there is someone else. But in this case, he kills Marky. But look at this, Curtizi gets the 1-2 easy clap because of Hades' damage on the 3 members of Team Evil. And with that, they get a lot of early game advantages. And now look at this team fight here. Once again, they went on JPL, and JPL has the coolest itemization I've ever seen. He went for the Winter's Crown. So he's alive at this moment. And if you look at this tiny little micro play that JPL did, it netted him that implosion that we will see later. But there's another micro play here. Curtizi, right? He's getting shadow kill right now. He's going to die. But he makes the most valuable sacrifice that could have won them the team fight. He flickers away from the Spear of Destruction, giving Marky not a chance to go for that backline. So there's no backline play. So Hades can get away unscathed. If Marky was behind, Hades would have died. And that flicker away by Curtizi, that Winter's Crown by JPL, that little nuances won them the entire team fight, landing them this glorious pathway. And then now Sayla will be brought down, and now we see how Diablo just plays with his food. Just a little bit here and there. They're not going to have enough damage to go for each other. So yeah, let's just head on into the next clip where we see this Lord fight here, right? This Lord fight with, this implosion is signaling that they want to fight inside. And why do they want to fight inside? They want to avoid the Spear of Destruction that will be coming out from the Moskov. Because whereas the Moskov most likely to throw his Spear of Destruction towards the Lord. So they want to fight towards there. And they actually drag the fight, but they are losing the fight. But once the Spear of Destruction goes, they know that, yes, the Moskov will not be coming in. And this is at the cost of their own HP, right? They dove in at the cost of their own lives. And they made sure that all 3 members, even though they were low, they could not die anymore because there's no more security factor towards that backside where the Spear of Destruction might be coming in. There's no more backline jumping going in. And Boyette is kept eyes on by Diablo at all times. And Diablo does such a great job of this vision gaming on high-lows as well. And the rest of the team as well. If you look at how Curtizi play, if you look at how Vanix plays to really capitalize on the damage as much as possible. Just really very wholesome team coming through, and that's why they netted the win onto Team Evil today. Very nice micro plays. Let's see what Cheryl has to say on the stage.
Thanks, Mo. Now I have KZP. So KZP, you're analyst this time around for Team Flash.
Yes.
Exciting. So, being an analyst, what do you think of the performance of Evil right here for, the upper bracket finals?
I feel that they put off a strong fight, especially the first game, as you can see. But overall, as time goes by, the micro decisions coming from Flash will still override the decision making from Evil.
Fantastic. Now, the next question I have for you is, you guys already secured your slot for grand finals. So who do you think of the other 3 teams you would likely see at grand finals?
I feel that maybe Evil will still meet us in grand finals. Again, I don't know. I feel that everyone has a fair chance to win this. Yeah.
So of all the other 3 teams, you think that Evil has the best shot of meeting you guys at grand finals?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Okay, so KCP, a little bit of history from you. Especially for new viewers out there. So you used to be a player. Tell us a little bit more about, your player accolade.
I used to play MLBB.
Which team?
I played for RSG last time. And we got a fluke lah. We lost to Japan.
Right, so that was
M2.
M2.
Yeah.
So you've made it to the world stage as well. So what I like to ask is, given you being a player at that time at M2, that was like what, 2.5 years ago? No, maybe 3 years ago? No, 4 years ago.
Four.
Yeah, 4 years ago. How has the landscape of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the competitive scene, changed since you were a player until now being an analyst?
I feel in terms of how fights and all the basics regarding Mobile Legends is actually quite similar. But as time goes by, there will be different patches. So different patches, different priority of heroes, and then thus players require to learn new heroes. And everyone have their perspective of those individual heroes differently. So as time goes by, it's all up to basics of individual players and how they can act accordingly in a stress environment. And it's not just like you follow in the ABC steps, you can win the game. Because enemy will pressure you. And you have to react to how they pressure you. And thus the ABC changes.
Right, so speaking of which, you mentioned patches and adjustments have been made in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in recent years of late. What was something that you feel, was a patch or adjustment that was made that you really enjoyed, as a player, which feels that it makes the game more exciting?
Well, actually, different patch will come sort of different difficulties for individual players lah. So for me, I think when during my era when there wasn't any jungler.
Your era?
Yeah, sound old,
Okay.
right? Yeah. There wasn't any jungler, and then there was a transition towards a jungler role, and that was, I think, a big change to most teams out there.
Right, so huge adjustments, a new role being added, like those are, waves that, you enjoyed as a
Yeah.
player. Ah, interesting. All right, so thank you so much for that throwback. And of course, congratulations once again to Team Flash on securing your grand final slot. So thank you so much, KZP.
Thank you.
So yes, guys, that was analyst KZP right here from Team Flash that we have had the pleasure to chat with. Now, next match that's gonna come up super soon, we're gonna see the lower bracket semifinals, where we will see the clash of Rift Esports going up against RSGSG. Now, only one team will survive the match later on, so stick around and join us and unveil who will be the final top 3 left standing.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want more stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future forwards.
Cool.
Yeah, and then
the BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before. We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages, we've done
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations, yeah.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
What do they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
It's 2 games. So that after this, you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right? Think about it. The people that lose to, yeah, I mean.
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine, if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Welcome back, one and all, right here to MPL SG Season 8 Playoffs Day 2. Now, opening up the show, we have seen the upper bracket finals, where we see a clash of evil going up against our defending champions of NIP Flash. Now, that resulted in a 3-0 clean sweep of our defending champions defending their throne against evil. Now, what's going to come up next will be the lower bracket semi-finals. Now, in this matchup itself, unfortunately, two teams will be entering the Land of Dawn, that only one will make it out alive and proceed here into the playoff season. Now, with that being said, speaking of one team, you have now one chance to check out the M6 official merchandise. So yes, feel free to snag yourself some M6 t-shirts available right here in the lower third for you guys to check out. Don't miss out on this amazing opportunity. So speaking of which, we're going to jump right into the second match of the day, where we'll be seeing the likes of Rift Esports going up against RSGSG. So presenting to you the first team, Rift Esports. So yes, when it comes to Rift Esports as RSGSG, as mentioned, stakes are ever as high, and they have to do everything in their arsenal to whip out all of the strats they've probably been hiding, because losing this match itself, it's going to be instrumental. It's going to cost them a lot, because they will be eliminated right here from playoffs, putting an end to their journey. So what will unfurl right here in the matchup between Rift Esports and RSGSG? We would love to hear you guys in the comment section below. Speaking of which, we're currently having our playoff seasons right here in the hearts of Orchard Road at Skate League Ground Theatre Level 2. We do have tons of activities for you guys to partake in. Firstly, remember to bring a friend, because by bringing a friend, you guys are able to get yourself a tournament chest with up to 899 diamonds. Now, I'm super excited about that. So don't miss out on this opportunity to walk home with something just by supporting your favorite teams here. Now, of course, right here at the venue itself, you guys can also leave your mark at the venue by signing through the wall and meeting your favorite teams at the meet and greet. So jumping straight into match 2, lower bracket semi-finals, presenting to you Rift Esports. Now, Rift Esports have had some successes when it comes to yesterday's game, which allowed them to be here in the lower bracket semi-finals. Is this their potential last chance to have that opportunity to vie for the crown that is MPL SG Season 8? Now, let's see, because they are going up none other than RSGSG. So yes, RSGSG stands before you bright and shining here before our eyes. Now they're looking very determined to destroy whoever comes in their way here at the Land of Dawn. In this matchup of the lower bracket semifinals, as mentioned, two teams will now be entering the Land of Dawn, but only one will emerge victorious and one will be sent home at the end of this match. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a best of 5, and potentially this could be a high-octane game fight with epic plays happening at the Land of Dawn. Now, let's hear it from our casters. Take it away, friends.
Stakes are high. This is going to be the lower bracket round 2 between Rift and RSG. I am Professor Churros. Right now on the desk with me is Moments, and Scrubby's Cheeks. Taking you through the entire BO5. I'm going to give you a moment to register how we're doing. But before we get into the game itself, how are you feeling about this matchup? This is going to be Rift. They are the top 3 spot. Vanguard's already been kicked out, and RSG clawing their way up from 6th place into the lower bracket finals, and they're still here, top 4 most of all.
Yeah, top 4 is where we are at, and I'm really excited about Rift Esports because in terms of being new to the league, being fresh to the league, players like Canonio, players like Bear, players like Chu. I mean, they were around last season. But before that, who were they? They were just rookies. They were just starting out. And now being at the top for playing at the highest levels of MPL SG, being up against a team like RSGSG, that's an achievement.
Yeah, speaking of achievements, this is your roster. Scrubby, why don't you bring us through?
Yeah, we have Bear on the EXP, Canonio on the jungle, Melon mid, as well as Pancake, Rome, and Chu in the gold lane. Now, it's been, I mean, like you said, right, absolutely stellar performance so far, and landing themselves a third place so far in the standings throughout the regular season. And to top that off, they also won 2-1 against Bleed yesterday. So they're coming in today on a high, right? Having knocked Bleed out of the tournament and now wanting to progress further for a spot in the grand finals.
Definitely. I mean, as Momen has mentioned, a lot of these guys are rookies. And we were talking backstage, Canonio came out as a ranked demon. And just, this is his debut in MPL. But of course, we have to look on the other side of the table, none other than RSG. No matter how many times they are always pushed down into the lower brackets, no matter how many times people doubt them, they're still here. Momen, bring us through the roster.
This is the team that really needs to step up right now. And I'm really proud of their performance yesterday because I feel that mechanically, right, they are very mechanically sound players. They are extremely strong. And with the addition of gear, it feels like they needed that little push. Now with Closer on the EXP lane, we were seen struggling with him on the earlier stages of the regular season. But as we matured into the later stages, as we went into the playoffs, they are really putting their big boy pants on.
Yeah, that being said though, I remember in Season 7, everybody doubted RSG, but then they came in, they fought their way through, and then they were in the grand finals as well. So whether or not they can repeat what they did last season is yet to be seen. There's a lot of contest in this matchup. Now, before we get into the game themselves, let's take a look at the head-to-head stats of both teams, starting with Rift. Scrubby, why don't you take us through? Is there anything that stands out to you based on your signature picks?
I mean, immediately just looking at Melon with a team fight participation of 75%, I think he's been really instrumental the way that he plays, you know, mages like the Aurora as well as other utility mages to be able to just add that support to the team, always having that good positioning to be able to help out in those team fights. And turtle control rate not so high, Canonio, but I mean, he's been playing a stellar game with the macro as well, knowing, you know, when to be able to split push and able to pick up those kills as well. So objectives fine, but in the end, it's about, you know, whether they can put all this together to close out the game.
Yeah, I want to also add that, like, yesterday, Rift against Bleed.
Oh,
right?
that backdoor.
You know that FMM was actually choose sort of like a master or like teacher or something like that.
Yeah,
and then the student has beaten the master. That is where Chu is standing right now. Like, Barrett was telling me behind the scenes, like, oh, Chu doesn't work well without FMM. But they do. Let's take a look at the other side, though. RSG, anything stands out to you, Mo?
And, I mean, speaking about RSG, right? Yon and Canonio, they have very similar play styles when you put them head-to-head. They like to go for this late-game macro plays where they are usually on that +1 link, that late-game assurance, right? Whether they're on the Hayabusa, the Fanny, in terms of playing those heroes, we see Canonio lean towards more of the Nolan, but now Yon, when you put him on that Fanny, he can be that beast in the late game as well. And that's why their turtle control rate is a bit lower, but you can see that the average damage dealt is considerabably high. And CS and Closer, these two, during Season 7, like I was saying, like Season 7, who are these players? Are they subs or are they on the main roster? And now they've really stepped up, right? Season 7, they stepped up. Season 8, they need to do even more so as the only few players being that roster of RSG.
Yeah, speaking of stepping up, there was a lot of talks about like, oh, RSG without Diablo, without Bray, this is no longer the RSG that we know, but Yon and Gear coming into the mix along with Youngin being the coach of RSG once again, really showing us that RSG is a strong contender this time around. Of course, they are the top 4 in MPL SG Season 8 so far. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. Lots of assassin versus assassins. The Canonio versus Yon kind of mix up as well. Any other sort of like head-to-head contenders that you're expecting?
Yeah, I mean, definitely we can actually, speaking of head-to-head, see that on the screen right now in terms of these statistics, right? And a lot of heroes that might be contested as well, you know, things like the Moskov, the Ling, you can see are similar across both of these hero pools, especially between Melon and Roy. Like, exactly the same one-to-one in terms of the hero pool and signature picks.
You know, I do want to say, like, Roy and Melon, they do play, like, those artillery mages really well. The Yeeves, the Parses, sorry, that came back into the meta as well. And I think it was used really well when Cortese played the Yeeve. So I want to see them try something new. It's interesting because this is the first season ever that Roy's Kadita is not in his signature hero pool, right?
Exactly. I was thinking, like, when is Roy going to pull it out? Maybe today is the day? Because I'm pretty sure Gear plays a mean Kaja as well. So that Kajita might be something that they might be holding in their pockets to go against a team like maybe Rift Esports, who's not expecting it.
Well, it's interesting because Youngin has this brain for little weird picks here and there. The Phobius mid, if you remember, like the Evo stack, the Slate stack way back when. Actually, it's not really way back. It's like two weeks. But apart from that, before we get into the game themselves, let's take a look at what you guys have predicted, or we have predicted. It's gonna be RSG all across the board. And I thought, like, hey, you were like when Rift was coming out, you were like, hey, Rift, what's going on, man?
I'm pretty sure I put Rift Esports, but yeah, I mean,
are you being held at gunpoint?
Let's just change that, right? Youngin, put a gun to my head.
Well, both of them are starting with R's, so maybe you got the mix up.
It was my own fault.
It autofill when you put R.
maybe it's the autofill with the predictions as well. But for Scrubby though, why RSG?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because Rift is actually sitting on top technically of RSG in the standings, but I feel like, yes, RSG struggled in the middle of the start to the middle of the season, but the moment that transfer window hit, and Gear kind of changed everything. Like the addition of Gear changed everything. But that's what I think. I think we need to hear from the audience as well what they think in terms of who will win.
Hey,
okay,
RSG,
I'm with the audience then.
RSG still has a huge following. I mean, this is definitely coming through because of Rift being a very new team. This is their first debut as a team in Rift, and I think a lot of the times the rookies coming up, they're always proving themselves and showing like, hey, community tournaments or community players coming into the professional scene can do a lot of work, and I think that Rift has time to prove themselves. So if they win, then hey, it's our audience's hit, actually our own hit. So a lot of people are voting on RSG. They have a very huge following, amassed through a couple of seasons in the game. And RSG used to be like the powerhouses, but with a totally new roster, a totally new team, what's gonna happen to them? Let's talk about the game. Mo, what do you think will happen?
I mean, in terms of tempering themselves to the game state right now, Canonio has done an extremely good job of finding his fit within Rift Esports. Rift Esports, if you think about it, right, every single player has played on a professional stage before. And to Bear, I really like their mechanics in terms of having the mechanics to dominate their lanes and to dominate the game. But sometimes it falls short, and it seems to me like it's like a confidence problem. It's not really so much on their mechanics that's bad. It's more like they've ridden themselves off in the head. But if they can get over that, just disregard the name tags of RSG, Rift Esports definitely can do it.
Yeah, speaking of RSG, actually, it just reminds me that RSG is a full team of Singaporeans. They're the only Singaporean mainstays, and every season we have one. Last season was Evo. This time it's RSG. Scrubby, how do you think they're going to switch things up?
I mean, it's nice, firstly, to have, right, and all Singaporean teams still present in this league to this day. And I think we talked about Gear earlier on. I just feel like the entire dynamic has changed now with Gear. The shot calling is clear, and you know, the way that they play around. Yon has kind of stepped up as well. I think in the beginning of the season we saw him kind of struggle, so it feels as if just the entire morale and confidence in the way that they play just with Gear has shifted slightly, and this is almost like a 1.5 or a 2.0 RSG for
Interesting. I would say 3.0 because like the 1.0,
well, yeah.
1.5 is like the Diablo Gray stack. Right now it's a totally different thing with Young and Frey as well. So speaking about the coaches, we are jumping into the drafting phase as well with RR19 up against youngin as well. This is going to be a very, very tough matchup right here. Going to the draft, Gato and Phobius immediately being banned out. What do you think is going to be first pick potential mode?
There's that new hero, right? That Suyo, that wild card factor, that RSG and Rift. We have yet to see them really pick up traction as well. But in terms of comfort picks, yes, you want to take out the Phobius. You want to take out the Gato Kacha, but there's still the Hylos to worry about. And Gear having a very unknown hero pool, as to say, when it comes to this season so far as a roamer, because he came in during that transfer window, so you really don't know what he's capable of. Yes, he can play a mean Arlott. Yes, he can play a mean Ruby as well, but he might have changed. He might have things hiding in his pocket right now.
Yeah, fun fact, actually, you know, Chippity Skippity, Chip?
Yeah,
it's always been banned out for the entirety of MPL SG Season 8. It's only been released once, and he has a 100% win rate. So this might be in there as well. Fun fact, RSG, Harith is RSG SG's most picked GOAT lane, boasting an impressive 5-win, 1-loss record. So this is going to be a very, very huge contest, especially R19. If he's done his homework, he will identify that RSG likes to give the Harith over to CS, so that might be one of the contention points over on the side of Rift.
Yeah, that's a great move, right? RL19, you ban out the Harith right now, then whatever RSG bans, if they don't choose to ban that chip, you can pick up the chip, and if they don't choose to ban anything else, you can go with your original game plan. And instead of that, you can also prioritize Canonio as well. You can put him on that Ling, that heavy priority pick, steal it away from Yon, so to speak.
Well, this is pretty much Yon's meta as well as Canonio's. You got the Assassin meta coming in. The chip will be the last ban over the side of RSG. Harith is open. I think Rift might be able to pick that up, denying it away from RSG. But no, they opt to go for the Ling, so prioritizing Canonio's Ling instead. That's a 26 pick, 31 ban, and a 65% impressive win rate over on that Ling, especially with the split push and the insurance policies in the late game. That's going to be a very scary Ling in the hands of Canonio.
Yeah, the thing is, Ling scales really well, but what we have seen teams do against Ling is to invade him extremely early. Whether RSG want to bring that kind of play style, whether they go for those really favored early game picks like a Suyo, like a Julian, something that will put on the pressure extremely early with the hands of, possibly a Cho, Grok, and now they do pick up the Cho and the Harith as well.
Of course, I think the fun fact really solidifies that, okay, I'm going to pick the Harith if you're going to leave it open. So what's more? You want to, the Cho might be flexed over to EX Feeling, but I doubt it. It's going to be in the hands of Gear. Cho provides a lot of mobility, a lot of early game rotations. That's the dynamism that Cho provides, and the versatility for RSG to make the plays, especially in the early to mid stages of the game. But when it comes to the late game, though, what does Rift need, especially in terms of the damage output that they need to dish out?
Right now, damage output, I feel that late game, Ling is enough, right? Right now, you're thinking about the Cho. How do we want to fight the Cho? And usually we see teams lean towards those really heavy frontliners, but they are doubling down on the Ling. They go for the Angela that we have not seen in a long time. Ling and Angela on that same team, that's 100% win rate so far when they are together.
On the other hand, Fanny being picked up by the hands of Yon, so it's going to be Assassin versus Assassin. Both of these Assassins are really, really hotly contested, especially since they present a lot of presence in the off lane, especially in the late game when you have that split push potential. But now, going to the second phase, this is interesting because Angela being picked up, you have that adaptability to put Angela in the mid lane or the roam, but what do you think? Like, Angela mid, and then you give up a lot of setups.
I would still favor that Angela mid, but with this Fanny pick, right? Fanny really presents a lot of problems to Rift Esports because right now, if you look at the state, they don't have the lockdowns. How are you gonna lock down that Fanny? All you have is damage.
Yeah, Edith's still on the board though. They take out the R lot, so Gear doesn't have a signature pick. You don't have the jaw hit as well. That's doubling down on a lot of the roam positions. I think Tigreal or Minotaur might be on ban pool as well for both of them.
That's a very good call, right? Kaja ban out, yes. Now you go for that Tigreal. Rift Esports, you put that Angela on that mid lane. You have that Tigreal as a safety policy with a Sacred Hammer and that implosion to just disrupt that Fanny as much as possible. And it's such a good counter towards a Cho as well. Because if you kick me in, I'm gonna implode on your team.
Interesting. But you brought up a very good point. Like, who's going to lock down RSG, especially since they're very high mobility, high dash ability, if that's even a word. You've got to have the Cho, the Fanny. They're dancing all around you, with or without the Zaman Force. So you need lockdowns, and Kaja might be the answer, but it's taken off in the ban pool.
I have a very unpopular opinion here. You know,
shoot.
would counter every single hero that
Minotaur?
Yes, yes.
No, that was what I was thinking.
My
like,
favorite hero, yo, Mincetar. Bring out my man.
Actually, might work. It might.
Yeah, you know Mincetar is a man from Myanmar, right?
Is it actually? Tell us the lore.
He's a prince from Myanmar, yeah.
Really? Is it actual prince from Myanmar?
Actual lore.
No way.
Yeah.
So your own country
There's
pride.
actually a prince named Mincetar. Min literally means prince.
Prince Sitar.
Yes, correct.
Interesting. But whether Bear will pull that out of his pocket will be yet to be seen. But there are a lot of options as well. Terizla? The Ruby, okay.
Oh, Ruby, really good as well. Yeah, in terms of having that lockdown, Akai, I mean, we've seen how Akai operates, right? When you put him on someone on the hands, like someone like JPL, like who can lock a lot of heroes down, possibly pushing the Fanny into a wall, but it's really situational. But a good counter towards the Harif nonetheless, because that heavy spin would keep Harif away from the Zamon's force.
That being said, last pick will be that Ju Sin, so Roy will have that pepper spray going on. I do like the fact that RSG's draft is a little bit easier to execute. You have the front line, you know who's going to be engaging, but then that makes it predictable. For Rift, they're trying something new with Akai and EXP side instead, with Ruby on the gold lane. So it's going to be really interesting how Akai is going to be played out. Scrubby, do you have any final thoughts on this one?
I mean, I think it's really interesting as well to see the Angela being picked up on the side of Rift, because Pancake so far as well as Melon have been not really been playing the sustained kind of heroes in terms of mages and in terms of roam players. So I don't know if we're going to see a different kind of Rift today, but definitely excited to see this one pan out and RSG trying to get as much pickoffs as they can with gear on this Cho.
Well, we're loading into the Land of Dawn. Everyone voted for RSG with an astounding 80% prediction rate over RSG. Let's see whether Rift can prove us wrong with game number 1 of the lower bracket, round 2. Let's get it.
Yeah, I really favor Rift's draft here because unpopular opinion, once again. RSG, yes, they do have the easy execution, but they rely extremely heavily on these pickoffs. When it comes down to the 5-on-5 brawls, Rift Esports, they have the sustainability, they have the lockdown, and they have that keep away factor on the heavy spin.
Yeah, Pepper Spray actually doing a lot of damage to Melon. He's down to a third, and Pancake tries to zone everyone out. But the Gear and Roy duo, especially with Gear on the Concussive Blast, clears that wave really, really fast. If you're Rift, what is your game plan?
Rift Esports, I mean, you have to secure that level 4 unscathed on that Angela, right? Once you secure that level 4, you take away that killing factor that Fanny has, that surprise factor that Fanny will bring to you. And yeah, Melon is going to be the key to victory for RSG here. If they can pull a hate crime onto Melon and make sure he's aimed down, then RSG is going to have a great time.
Yeah, does look like RSG hunkering down on the mid side. Very, very heavy. Rift needs to be able to defend this T1, especially before the turtle spawns up in little under 30 seconds as RSG rotating everywhere around the map, keeping Rift busy down the mid side.
And what's surprising to me is that Chu is having a kind of an okay time versus the Harif, right? Because generally, you see Harif would be destroying that carry before that level 4, before you have that light wheel.
Speaking of lane-to-lane matchup, what do you think the EXP lane-to-lane matchup is? The Kai, Edith kind of 1v1 fight. Who's gonna win the lane? Who's gonna have the rotations?
Definitely lane priority towards that Edith, right? Given the emblem that he went for the war cry actually. So there's a slight tilting factor towards Bear now because he has that concussive blast. So early game, he might get the rotations off. He might get a level 4, even as a relatively safe time. As we can see now, he has the heavy spin with that Primal Wrath up. So that's really Bear's advantage right now.
RSG, everyone is on level 4. They're sitting around that turtle, trying to buy a little bit more time as Rift doesn't want to make a move. They don't know where that Fanny is. Yawn is just busy down that bottom side as they get aggressive down that purple buff.
Yeah, invasion into this purple buff here. They want to stop Canonio from getting this purple buff, but they are unable to do so. And this is what we want to see out of the Cho, right? You want that aggression, early game aggression out of that Cho, but it's not being found by RSG. And the later this goes, the more it favors Rift, especially if they can get past the first 5 minutes, first 8 minutes with a watch. It's all on RSG.
Pancake coming in with the flicker, throw on to Roy here, force them to back, as well as pop the Crimson Beacon, and Bear here with the heavy spin, zoning them out of the Turtle Pit, but here comes Gear, trying to make some play. Cannoneer with the Tempest of Blade secures the Turtle here, and here comes the Sustain as well, chasing down Roy in the back line. Will they be able to get the last hit? Melon is on the chase, goes under turret, the knock up onto Gear, lands first blood, and Melon goes down.
Turtle goes over hands of Rift, but RSG, they're up ahead in economy. Y'all looking for all these trades. They know that they don't need to fight this Turtle. He just took every single resources out of Canonio's hands. Yawn a level ahead, but this is going to hit and bite Canonio hard in the behind.
Yeah, Rift Esports, I mean, in terms of trading, right? You don't really want to lose too much, and that's just fine for them. I really feel it's fine for them. RSG, it's always on them to make that first move with that Way of the Dragon, having that flicker at all times, and Gear, he has to watch his rotations really closely.
Yeah, taking a little itemizations. That's a power spike. We're able to dash around using Zane and Force as Gear being a nuisance down the orange buff. Oh, Yawn!
In some trouble. The Heart Guard onto Chu here. They're trying to crash down on him, get an angle. Synchro Vision not going to be able to make enough damage onto him. So the Zaman Forest still not there yet. Chu survives that together with the Sustain, and Pancake is here as well for backup.
Yeah, this is all going according to plan for Rift, right? As long as Chu doesn't die, as long as they don't die to this early game pickoffs, Rift Esports are going to just scale up exponentially. And now we have Gear trying to find this Way of the Dragon, still not finding an opening, but Canonio gets a solo kill.
On that top side, he's living with a sliver. He wants to go for more, but okay, it's fine. Let's just back off. That's just a pixel that I'm living on as Yawn goes down. RSG still up on top though, 1,600 gold lead. Turtle spawning up in less than 10. What is the play now for Rift? They're all even Stevens, but RSG looks like they're being the aggressor on the map.
The Leaf Blade of Heptases have been picked up on Yawn, but yet to find a pick on to Chu because of that Angela, right? Once that Angela is able to provide that hard guard at all times, nobody becomes a viable target if you cannot burst him down in that 0.5 second frame. And that's just very hard on RSG. They have to all-in commit on a pick, and that falls onto Gear, who has not been able to find anything so far.
He hasn't. He's trying for it now, hanging around the Turtle Pit here, but they're zoning them out entirely. Here comes Almafenda onto Roy as well. Tempest of Blade secures Turtle again, and it's going to be the second objective going the way of Rift. In the meantime, Pancake falls as casualty in that fight.
CS just walked all the way from the bottom side and joined the fight. That's a 5v4 that RSG just won. Yes, they lost that Turtle, but it's all according to plan as RSG keeping ahead with the economy and the kills.
Yeah, but with the loss of Pancake, right, that brings about the loss of the middle tower. That's a lot of map control. Whether RSG convert that map control into map dominance, getting more turrets for them, getting more jungle control for them, is going to be the name of the game now. You got to plant Gear into these offensive bushes, threaten them at all times, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Speaking of threatening, Gear just opening the brushes is leading the charge and wants to find out more, keeping them at bay for that bottom side T1.
Chasing them down here. Chu in some trouble. Backs out Gear with the flicker. The King Way of Dragon onto Pancake. And he's decimated. In the meantime, Tempest of Blades all the way in the backline trying to get Gear. Puts him down as well. Hardcore onto Chu sustains him from that fight. Canonio having to back out of that one.
No energy though. Yawn. Just waiting for the right time.
Yawn with the execute. Biding his time here. Canonio on the wall. And the
Don't play
lantern
with your food.
comes in. Will he get it? The slice of
Oh,
the
actually.
CS lands that last hit on him.
Oh man, but he bought so much time for Rift to just rotate down to the top side. Chu, after all of that skirmish down the bottom side, he's already making his way to the top and just taking as much as they can. Yes, RSG is aggressive in the early game, but this is a carry. Scales well into the late game. Already got that corrosion side. Let's build the Demon Hunter sword. Let's build our Holy Trinity, and let's just play to it at the late game. It's all good. It's all fine.
Yeah, but now Rift Esports, the name of the game here is to avoid all fights at all costs, because you have these 2 late game scaling damages. And RSG, they want to force things. They will want to keep finding you time and time again. If Rift Esports can stay safe for the next 5 minutes, buy their time, get the farm on the correct funnel heroes, specifically the Ling and the carry. That's what they need right now. Angela, you can get the farm, but definitely Chu and Ling priority.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 minutes. If they don't touch that turtle, it's going to be turning into the Lord. But look at the bottom side. Yawn doing Lord's work, just pushing down that bottom side, getting the lane priority as RSG, having full control of that turtle / no Lord pit at this point.
Gear looking for something. The Way of Dragon lands onto Bear. Gonna use the Earth Shatter here, but not a full fight yet. Cannonia joining in. They're hovering around the turtle, about a quarter of its health now. Bear pops the heavy spin in the backline, tries to zone out closer. Cannonia still gets the turtle here. In the meantime, Gear trades out for Bear. 1-1 so far in that fight, and it looks like the 2 teams will disengage.
It's a worth it trade for Rip. They got all 3 turtles, and right now RSG just scrambling. They're still up ahead in terms of economy. They can win all these team fights, but that heavy spin is turning around and botting them in that backs.
Yeah, it seems to me, right, Rift Esports, their aim was not to win that team fight at all. They just wanted to trade a turtle and then just scale towards a late game as much as possible. If you can keep on trading like this, Rift Esports, they will definitely get the farm going. But now RSG, they are at the key power spike. Thunderbelt already up on closer. CS has the Stallion Scythe and the
closer.
Oh, the damage onto closer here. One more hit, flicker out, but Chu still nails that one. And it's gonna be 1 down on the side of RSG as they hover over this top tart here. Not quite able to get it. It might be Yawn trying to find some compensation on the other side of the map.
Oh, it's Canonio. You need to send Canonio down to just handle that fanning. He's just trying to push that waves. 50 seconds until the Lord spawns up, and Roy keeping everyone at bay. Bear sourcing for a little bit more information, but it's going to be the 4-1 composition for the side of Rift. RSG slowly but surely increasing that gold economy up into the 4,000s. And this is going to be a very precarious situation if you're Rift Esports, as Pancake being a huge barrier, trying to protect Chu as much as he can.
Yeah, as we fall into the mid stages of the game, we will have to see Yawn play the fanny of his life. He is the source of the late game damage that RSG needs. And Yawn, he needs to be the macro factor and the damage dealer at the same time. It's hard to put him in 2 places at once, but on that fanny, he can do so.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of kills as of now, but he's just focusing fire on winning the lanes and getting the wave pushing downwards. His Pancake sourcing for information, getting the priority up on the top side. Both top tier T1s are not down as of yet. As the Lord spawns up, RSG making a beeline, but Pancake pulls Gear in.
Yeah, trying to escape now. Last of Light Wheels hitting him, not enough to close it yet, but the Lantern brings Pancake into RSG, and here comes Yawn trying for a cleanup, but they don't engage anymore. Now the Lord is up, so they want to turn their sights to this objective.
Yeah, Yawn getting that macro push on that bottom lane, and that kill as well, and that Lord, RSG, they are really banking everything on Yawn, but look at this purple buff.
Yep, being taken over Gear, trying to get that. Oh, the flicker with the Way of Dragon puts him right in. Hardgut on point with the Tempest of Blades as well. The rest of RG come in for backup. Zaman Force with the damage. Lands one, Canonio goes down. And it's gonna be 1-for-1 as they trade out Gear in that fight. But CS lands a double onto Melon.
The way that CS is playing, it might have you need to change that infographic just a little bit. That's going to be a 6-win, 1-loss for the Harith in RSG's hands. They got that lore, they got the kills, and the setups for RSG just doing so well. Yes, Rift was playing a little bit passively, but this passiveness might bite them in the foot as Rift needs to hunker down their base or have no more T2s down the mid side, lore pushing down on that bottom side as well. In RSG, just slowly but surely taking everything from Rift.
Yeah, and now we start to see the cracks in Rift's lineup, right? They don't have that high ground defense first, something like a Vexana to help with, because they went for the Angela, they went for the sustainability. But RSG, they've been finding these pickoffs time and time again, especially putting the hate onto Pancake. And Pancake, he needs to stop getting caught right here if they want Rift to hold on.
Yon and Canonio just not doing anything. They know where they are, but Lord marching down the bottom side.
Yep, is knocking on a base turret, manages to take that down. Gear all this time in the base of Rift, just zoning them out, preventing anyone. It's like threatening them, right? If you dare to engage here, I'm just gonna kick you in with the way of Dragon and get that pick off on you. So they crack open the bottom base turret here for RSG.
Gear's been doing so well, and speaking of which, his target prioritization, finding Canonio, finding Chu, has been on point so far, 0-3 and 5, but it doesn't tell the full story of where he is. Oh, Yon coming in for the flank, try to get onto Canonio, but will disengage. RSG showing their discipline, 8,200 gold lead on top of Rift. Rift backs against the walls, desperately trying to get that defense.
Stun there, drags Roy in, and now it's Canonio trying to finish off that kill. He does get that last killing blow onto him, and RSG, they want to fight this and defend it. Here comes Bear Flicker, heavy spin, isolate CS, Yon in the back line, tries to get another one, and he slays Bear. Instead, Pancake in some trouble. CS will get the better of him there.
Yeah, it's very hard to take these 5v5 team fights when there is a Harith raining magical damage down on you. You don't want to fight in that Zayman's Force. And the problem is, Bear used that heavy spin before Zayman's Force is up, but Yon just brings the threat of death to Rift Esports at all times.
Yeah, RSG just banging on their doors, knocking it in. They're going for the core.
They're going for it, and they finish it up immediately. Yon just diving in with the minions, so clinical. And the snap of a finger, they end that game 1-0.
Rift Esports invested in the Angeline combo, but it didn't pan out. You know what? Sometimes you win some, you lose some. There's still 4 more games to be played, but RSG really showing us why they're on top yet again, and why the fans and why all of us are predicting their wins. And this is going to be so good for RSG. They have that morale boost coming in their way.
This is a different Yon. This is different Yon, right? This isn't Yon in the regular season. This is Yon in playoffs. And Yon in playoffs is really scary fanny, man.
Yeah, I gotta say though, if we're talking about like MVP, I think Yon did his work in split pushes and it's the insurance policy for RSG, but I think CS was the core of all of it. Like he was always there at every single team fight, doing that damage, dancing around, and he's always keeping himself alive. He knows that how to position himself in the event of any skirmish is his way.
Yeah, and really starting early, right? I mean, we saw that rotation in the first fight as well. CS just going down, having the advantage as a Harith in the lane, and knowing that being able to have that mobility to go down to help out his teammate and also get that EXP for himself.
And one thing I want to say about CS's ability, right? He is so disciplined in holding that Zayman's Force. He uses it after every heavy spin. So the heavy spin is meant to counter the Zayman's Force. But it doesn't matter if the heavy spin is used already.
Yeah. I think it's just RSG being in their element. They've been in this position before. Rift, for a lot of them, this is the first time in the top 4 in the playoffs. So I think the pressure is getting into them. But we're going to be looking at the MVP. Me and Scrubby, we're saying CS. What do you think, Mo?
I'm going for CS too. Yeah, he has a very good time against
okay, we don't have to wait. And CS 6-0-3, getting a lot of these GPMs and 90% kill participation. He's in every single fight except one.
Yeah,
I guess.
Magical ninja sign, right? Yeah, he is the ninja indeed, because that heavy spin will never find him.
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is, like, he lays down the Zayman Force so accurately. Like, he waits out, he's so patient, he's very disciplined in the way he plays it. It's going to be a 6-win, 1-loss for this Harith in the hands of RSG. This is going to be the itemizations. Is there anything interesting that speaks out to any one of us? I see the favor on the hands of Angela as well. So it's interesting because double roam enchantments onto Rift.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of itemization, right? Pancake really couldn't find that third item. He just had that damage mitigation going. He did not have any form of sustained healing, no damage at all, and as well as no way to really enter the fight. He was just basically the body bag, and that's something that Rift Esports was lacking, having that frontline, right? Not having that frontliner, because Bear is there as a frontliner, yes, but that heavy spin is not going to be the one that's helping you tank the damage. The main thing that's going to help you tank the damage is the hard guard alone. But if you put that on Canonio, if you put that on Chu, they are not frontliners.
Yeah. I gotta say though, like, for Rift Esports, I think they drafted perfectly towards their favor. They want to play how they want to play. It's towards that late game. They want to be a little bit more passive. They want to wait for the team fights and try to go for a counter re-engage with Bear with the heavy spin. But RSG though, their aggression is really coming to play, especially for Gear, knowing who to go for, knowing how to play around that map, how to go for mind games instead of just playing Mobile Legends. They're playing chess.
Yeah, the way that they play chess too, right? Because that hard guard is so much of a sustainable factor, they make sure that Chu on that bottom lane, how many times did we see Chu get really ran down on the bottom lane, but did not die because of that hard guard?
Yeah.
And because of that, there was no hard guard in the team fights. So RSG took those team fights. It was so amazing to watch. RSG just put them on the back foot at all times.
Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed that out because it's like they're a good master manipulator in a sense that, like, you're playing against a team that wants to scale towards that late game. Let's just pull all their resources onto that one player that they want to funnel. Yes, Chu didn't die the entirety of that game, but he didn't dish out as much damage as he wished he could have. He got his Holy Trinity a little bit too late, whereas CS is just farming up so much. He's got a mystery shop. He's got all of his items at the ready, and Rift is just at RSG's beck and call.
Yeah, and in terms of, itemizing for them as well, you have the main damage dealers being Chu and Canonio, both physical. So with the 2-blade armors on the side of RSG, it's harder for them, even if they scale to late game, to deal out a lot of damage, as opposed to if you had split up a bit, maybe magical and physical damage, a bit more opportunity to dish that out to RSG.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the emblems as well, I mean, we see Closer going for that Warcry. That was really scaling towards that late game. That Primal Wrath is gonna shred your archive.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's interesting for how Rift plays it out. I mean, I'm always thinking like, okay, if I was in Rift's shoes, how would I better execute the game? Because they really can't, because Melon and Pancake were always hunkering down the mid side. They were taking too much damage from Roy, too much damage from Gear, that they weren't able to rotate around, especially in the early game. It's interesting because look at the statistics. They've got all 3 turtles, but they weren't able to convert this turtle takes into kills or objective takes, and then RSG is scaling off and popping off every single big skirmish.
And I think that's really RSG recognizing that they don't need to take the objectives or the turtles, right? Because with the heavy spin, with the I'm offended, it's so difficult because they have so much crowd control if they try to enter that pit of the objective. But instead, you take the fights outside, you clean up after the fight, or get a pick off elsewhere on the map. And that's really utilizing and maximizing the draft that RSG has picked for themselves.
Yeah, the pick off, that mobility comp, and the way that they use that hard guard. They use that hard guard of Rift to their own disadvantage, right? When they pick off Pancake, the hard guard wasn't there to save Pancake because you want to save it for Chu, you want to save it for Canonio. And then, yeah, they just put the hate onto Pancake and make sure that he's always the one that's dying.
Yeah, it's like, okay, let's just take out your setups. It's fine. You want to be in the face of RSG. Let's just take you out. Let's just punish you. And then now you don't have any setups. All you have is counter engage from Bear. But like, if you use that, then we'll just go ham on you. So RSG really reading Rift like a book, especially with the early game engages and Gear, knowing the limitations of that Cho. Take a look at the turret damage. They're always converting all these objective takes. And yes, Rift took the turtle, but RSG always converting all these objective takes that goes forcing the hands of Rift into their favor and taking down the kills and just slowly but surely sifting them off. This is the top 4. Rich Guy, 826 gold per minute. That's going to be a really, really high average. And him doing a lot of damage, so I really like the way that CS is playing. But of course, Gear being the best wingman, and of course, our invisible MVP for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Gear, he did an extremely good job. But I want to highlight Yon as well, right? I said Yon is a completely different Yon. And this Yon is not a selfish Yon. He is handling all the split push that is available from the likes of Chu, from the likes of Canonio as well. So he's always on that duty of getting that split farm. And while he gets the split farm, he skills at the same time. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's interesting how they want to play around this. We'll be taking a look at the highlights really, really soon. So we're going to be breaking it down, how everything plays out from the early game to the mid game, and then they got their win. So CS.
The highlight is the picking stage, apparently. So it's all right.
Yeah, but CS is feeling really, really happy. He knows what's going to go down.
It's a really cute photo, right? I mean, come on, look at him. He's so happy.
Okay, we're in the real highlights right now. Take a look at it. All of these objective takes, like they're toying with death, and RSG, they're still alive at this point, and just baiting Melon out into that base, and Roy using a pepper spray to pull him in underneath the turret, and they're just taking out one member after another.
Yeah, what I want you to see right now is where the hard guard is on Chu, and he's not in that team fight, right? Canonio is running away right now. He's taking the brunt of damage, and that could have been used for Canonio, but they initially put that brunt of the damage onto Chu, so that Canonio does not get the hard guard.
Speaking of Canonio, this is the paper bags and plastic cards. It's the great escape, right? Like he tried to juke everyone out. I thought he bought a lot of time, but like Chu wasn't right there. Couldn't convert a lot of these to the turret objectives. And yes, they had a little bit of turret damage, but taking a look at the T1s, the minions were pushing in, and RSU, they didn't respond just because they had CS with that damage build.
Yeah, not enough damage as of this stage yet. Still 10 minutes in the game. It's not at a point where Chu or Ling can deal enough damage, but Yon is always consistently present with that threat, and the way that they have the lane priority. If you look at the other side lanes, they always do not have the towers under threat, and who's the one doing that? That's Yon on the back lane lines.
Yeah, the fact that CS dances around, the way that he dances around the Zaman Force is always after Bear pops the heavy spin, because he knows that there's a constant threat of Bear just knocking out of position and then he can't do his thing. But Roy is just so busy. Okay, this is a very good outplay right here.
Yeah, this is the last fight here where I feel that CS's control of that Zaman's Force, he had it at all times. He could have popped it right now. But look at that. Heavy spin is used first. He purifies away, goes into the team fight, then uses Zaman's Force to re-engage into the team fight, making sure that he has enough at all times. This is amazing. Perfect icing on the cake.
It's really, really interesting how this plays out. But yeah, this is a top 4 game, the winner of which, and now RSG is 2 games away from going into the lower bracket finals where they'll be facing up against Evil. So it's going to be a quite tough match, and there's a lot of stakes. What do you think of this? And how do you think RSG is going to, Rift is going to come back on this one?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a bit of a nail biter. And they've been at the 3rd place, right? So we know that they have it in themselves to be able to do that. But I don't know. I'm kind of interested to see whether they will double down on their strategy or to change it up a bit. And right now, you know, talking about advancing in the competition, what else do we have? What's after this that the players are gunning for?
We're going to M6, man. There's only one spot for Singapore, and it's going to be M6 using the Swiss format. So for all of you guys who've been living on a rock back home, in the upcoming M6 World Championships, we will feature the newly introduced Swiss stage that will be happening from 28th November to 5th December. So hopefully I'll be able to go down to KL to watch it live right in person, because there's going to be a lot of new teams as well. The first Swiss round draw will be held on 3rd November after the MPL MY Grand Finals, and subsequent rounds will be drawn after the previous rounds have ended. All of the Swiss rounds will be played in a best of 1, with the advancing elimination rounds being a best of 3. So get your tickets on Ticket to You before they sell out. So in short, in summary, it's going to be if you win 3 times, you're going into the playoffs. If you lose 3 times, it's going to be you're going to be eliminated.
But if you want to find out what the entire Swiss format is, we have it best explained in our M6 format video, so you can check it out on our socials.
So it's interesting because, like, do you think that this is going to be like a better format than what we currently have?
I don't know about better, but it really puts the teams, like, it's a test of their mettle, it's a test of their abilities shown on one single stage, right? So you have that one chance to shine and prove it that you can advance.
Yeah, speaking of prove, advance, and shine, let's throw it over to Deadeye for the analyst segment on Off the Desk.
Thank you so much, casters. This is Deadeye, and welcome to the Off-Desk Analyst here. And we are going to break down this game 1 between the side of Rift and the side of RSG. Now, as you can see in the team composition, that the side of RSG right now is dive heavy. I do believe they have implemented it very well against the side here of Rift. As you can see here, we will start in our highlights around 6 minutes, and they have taken this opportunity here to dive here. Look at the pincer movement coming in from the side here of RSG. They know that they can do it, they know that they can dive, and it is going to be an opportunity here for the side of Roy as well as Gear to set this play up. And we will play this as a highlight right now. As you can see, Chu is having a difficulty here trying to survive, but then again, of course, the Angela is there. However, mission accomplished here for the side of RSG, having implemented those pressure, taking the target down as well as a bonus. Canonio managed to get a kill, but then again, he will soon be dead here with a chase coming in from the side of Rift, of RSG rather. But here again, this composition coming in from RSG not only is dive heavy, they are pressuring him, forcing the side of Rift to use their skills. However, in this sequence, Pancake is out of position. They have used already their skill set here. It's going to be mayhem we're seeing here with the crowd controls coming in from the side of RSG. And now look at the side of Beyond, noticing the situation, diving into the backlines, forcing here Akai's heavy spin in the early stages of the sequence here, which is great. The game sense coming in from the side of RSG is doing pretty good. And now at this moment, RSG is on a roll. They know how to work it against the side here of Rift when it comes to their team composition. And time again, another highlight we are seeing here, that the side here of RSG trying to pressure, trying to force once again Rift Esports on their team composition. Bear is having really a difficult time here, but now look at the isolation plays coming in from the side of Gear, setting up this insane team fight win for the side of RSG, and just Sean, just cabling away here, trying to go for the pickoff. Same thing coming in from the side of CS. This is snowball from here, and I guess this is going to be the last sequence we are now about to see with the side of RSG. Not giving any breathing space here for the side of Rift. Now, we have mentioned, of course, this team composition is really dive heavy. And now going in, look at Canonio early in stages of the game here, trying to go for the Tempest of Blades. But look at RSG, responded very well. No ultimates already. Bear again uses heavy spin, trying to counter them out, but it's just too late already. The sustain is there, and they have been cut off here in this game. Salmon Force, and look at Tion. Perfect timing in the later events of that sequence. And I guess, man, RSG, their dive-heavy composition, they're able to utilize this one. The opportunities that have been given for this team is able to outdo the side here of Rift. So, man, this is still the game 1 we're seeing here, but with RSG's momentum right now, they have still winning games after games. Let us see if they can continue this momentum in this match against the side of Rift. Back to you, casters.
The biggest thing that I've noticed out of the entire analyst segment is how Yawn is always going from that flank. He just waits till like CS deals a lot of damage with the synchro fissure and the basic attacks, and it's just so deadly. But then it's interesting how clear the objective of Yon is. Let's just go for that backline. It sort of like reminds me of like if you're a knight in shining armor, the only weakness point is your neck, and maybe like if your eyes are open, but like here's a way to keep your eyes clear. It's with the Roto eye drops with the Icy Coal. So if you're spending long hours on the screen, Roto is the way to go. Just keep yourselves and your eyes fresh and clear. Gamers are always staring at mobile screens for long hours while playing MLBB, and it can cause digital eye strain. Hence, Roto eye drops is an important accessory for all gamers, as its signature cooling sensation helps to immediately wake you up and refreshes your dry and tired eyes, taking you further when you play your game. It's an important accessory for all gamers, so what are you waiting for? Get yours now. And speaking of which, you know, I think Rift really needs Roto eye drops just to keep themselves awake, because this is going to be a really, really tough one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, right? And Yon waking up, maybe he used some of that eye drops as well, and we're seeing a totally different Yon.
Gives him a clearer sight, right?
Yeah, but speaking of which, let's put ourselves in their shoes, because JD Sports is one of our sponsors for MPL Season 8 as well. Up your game with JD, get 500 diamonds when you win a minimum of, when you get a minimum spending of $110 on jdsports.com.sg. This is going to be a lot because, like, you know, hey, get your shoes, get your sports accessories, and why not pair that up with Roto, because it's a very good accessory when you're playing your games as well. So look your best, dress your best when you're winning in the Land of Dawn with JD Sports. I almost said JD Esports.
The deal's so good that you just can't get the words out,
Maybe
right?
they would come up with a team, you know, like maybe the next season we will have JD Esports. he just foresaw the future.
That would be so cool, you know, walking in with their cool kicks onto the
Oh
stage.
my God.
Wow.
The only player that like reminds me of like, okay, you have like a full esports strip is Diablo. It's like when he comes in, like he's got like the headphones going on, he's got a nice jacket going on, he's got the finger gloves as well, so all the cool accessories coming in, and like
I gotta disagree, man. I think Vanix has that swag.
Oh.
Yeah, Vanix got that Papa swag.
Okay, fanboy, we got you. But hey, that's enough from us. We're going into the draft for game number 2 between Rift and RSG. Will RSG clinch a 2-0 up on this game, or will Rift be able to come back and take one game away from RSG?
Yeah, first things first. The Ling is out of the equation, and so is the Cho. There's so much respect going on from Team RSG to not give the Ling back to Canonio. They felt the threat, and they know that all Rift Esports need to do was that they probably did not find that synergy with that in Angela, right? We saw that Melon really had that hard guard available, not able to use it on the correct targets at a correct time, but RSG were really forcing it out. Meanwhile, Rift, do they ban the Fanny here?
I think there's a lot more threats coming in from Rift, especially from.
I would ban the Fanny. I would ban the Fanny. The way that Yon is playing right now, I have to ban that Fanny out, man.
Yeah, but I don't think Yon is the issue. I think it's Gear. It's Gear and Roy being the mid lane duo and having so much pressure, so that like so much so that the mid lane duo of Rift cannot do much to prevent the engage onto the early game skirmishes and the fights.
Phoveus is available. So if Rift Esports does not ban out the Phoveus, RG are gonna snap pick it up.
Or Harith, you could have very well pick up the Harith for CS yet again, then just getting another win in under the belt for Harith. This is their most picked hero anyways, and CS is super comfortable with that.
I
So
mean,
we'll see it right here.
they have to make a decision as well, right? The high walls is still open, and that's something that they've banned in the first phase as well. So I think Rift having to really choose between some of these prio picks that they want, or that have been critical to the game plan that they want to go for.
Okay, they're opening up both, so Hylos and Harith open. Pick one, pick the other.
Phoveus 2?
The only one bound by these
That's gonna be the Phoveus, I think.
Yeah.
For RSG.
RSG would really prioritize the Phoveus. I mean, with the Khalid out of the picture, right? What's the second best?
Hylos. You just pick the Hylos as well as the Harith. Then you got zonal control, and then you can do an NIP flash if you're Rift.
Yeah, Rift Esports right now, how do they answer back to this Phoveus pick, right? Obviously, you won't pick a 1-1, so yeah, we got that out of the equation. But definitely for Rift Esports, they have to go back to some form of comfortability. Having that support mid lane in that first game really not really providing that dividends for them. So they go for the Harith. high loss, zones of control, what they know best.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think now Youngin could very well pick up the Lunox just to counter the Harith and the high loss because that's open and on the tables. But it's going to be Alpha and Matilda. It's going to be a very, very scary combo in and out, especially with the Spear of Alpha. You get the true damage build as well. It's one of Yon's signature picks. It's one of the only few that plays that Alpha in RSG. Actually, it's sort of like RSG's MO. It was when it was Bray. One of his comfort heroes is also the Alpha. But right now with gear on a Matilda, you're able to source for information. You can recon for intelligence, and you can get out safe with the Guiding Wind.
And I mean, with the Harith on the side of Rift Esports, if you Guiding Wind out of Zalman Forest, it kind of takes you and the team out as well. So being able to time that to get away from those key ultimates, and it's so targeted. It's like Youngin led through the high loss and Harith in order to build this true damage and mobility against them.
Another problem has been presented by Rift Esports, right? Tigreal right now. But if Matilda goes for that Purify, it really takes away that pressure factor because we've seen how Tigreal has fallen off because of this battle spell alone. We see multiple Purifies being picked up by the opposing team. Now, moving forwards in that ban stage, RSG, they have yet to pick up their gold laner. So Rift Esports, they can start blanket banning out things like the carry, things like the Claude as well, so that Harith would have a much better time.
I think also, I think Roy is the main problem right here. Just have an easy early game there. We're teasing the Lunox, let's ban the Lunox out and take it out of the table because it's a huge threat to the high loss and the Harith. And one of the reasons why Lunox is so good with the high loss is because the attack speed is lowered because of passive. And I think for Lunox, it doesn't really matter.
They ban the Fanny.
Yeah, RSG bans out the Fanny, so no Fanny for Canonio, no Hayabusa as well, no Lings. Suyo's on the table. Canonio could very well pick that up, and then you got a tertiary engage mechanism.
Yeah, but they still need someone to jump those back lines, right? Just in case Matilda pulls out that Guiding Wind, plays that really defensive Matilda that we are used to seeing, that Canonio still needs to jump that backline somehow because their mage and their gold laner, definitely backlines.
Bernadetta?
Benedetta?
Bernadetta.
Sure.
Might be a possible option right here, but we'll see what RSG wants to pick up. So they ban out the Nolan. So that's all the assassin bans. There's 4 assassin bans.
Signature picks all taken out of the pool.
Yeah, you don't want to pick that Joy because it's going to be really crowd control heavy. It's going to be a very, very huge risk factor. Not knowing who your enemy marksman is. If you want to play it safe, you could always go Suyo at this point.
This fairy tale ended with the
It's going to be Vexana right here.
Not revealing their jungle pick till the end. Vexana Tigreal really strong in terms of having that crowd control, right? RSG, usually what we see teams do against this, either you have that counter mage to go for control, you either bring out the Eve, you either bring out the Aurora, or you bring that defensive utility mage in, something like a Thramis, something like a Valentina.
Oh, fun fact again, the last time these two teams faced off, Rift Esports came out with a 2-0 victory in the regular season, and RSG right now it's a 1-0, so RSG actually redeemed themselves in this series, but it's the best of 5. R19 will have things up his sleeve, and it's going to be, okay, RSG gonna pick up the 1-1 and the Valentina. It's a huge frontline opportunity for them, and facing up against the Hylos and the Tigreal, it's easy to proc your weakness points, fly in the air and get the crossbow tang. The last pick, that's going to be a jungle. I think Suyo would be the best one for it. You could one-shot that 1-1.
Yeah, really, Rift Esports only have one viable choice. Like, you really want to go for that Suyo. The Vexana, I mean, you give that Valentina to Roy. I would much rather they have that Zoosit over Roy's Valentina. It's going to be extremely scary, but this is going to be the first time that we see CS on that 1-1 as well.
Yeah, I think you just want to play zone of control if you're Rift Esports. And so it's going to be that Bane with the zone of control with the deadly catch as well. RSG, and when we're playing with Valentina, I like to do hypothesis crafting. What ultimates do you think they might be able to take? So you've got the Implosion, you've got the deadly catch, you've got the Eternal Guard as well if you're Valentina. You've got options right here.
Glorious Pathway as well.
Yeah, well, if you want to get an escape mechanism, so, wow. Roy's Valentina is going to be super, super scary. Let's, remember, Scrubby, what do you think is going to happen in these two? Who you're favoring?
I like RSG's drum. I feel like they've got the answers that Rift has, the questions that Rift has posed to them, and I think with the 1-1 pick as well, the immunity and the ability to get out of the CC that Rift might put out, like the implosions, and then kind of turn around and pop the crossbow of Tang on them, there is the potential for that to come back from that. So I'm excited, but if we know Rift and this last pick, I'm also looking forward to how RSG might play against that.
Well, that being said, we're loading into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Rift and RSG. RSG 1-0 on top of Rift. Let's see how Rift responds in the lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, and we were talking about the lineups, right? Having that versatility, having that multiple entryways, Matilda provides so much utility with that guiding wind. And with CS on that mobile hero as well, compared with Valentina, it's just so easy for RSG to just engage and disengage as and when they will.
Right. I think for Yon, it's interesting that the alpha that he picked up, he's building that battle spell. Because his kit for alpha, I've been playing a lot of alpha as well, but hold on a second right here, Matilda, spot a bother.
Knocked up Pancake on the run here, flickers out. Last hit from Roy not going to be enough to get him down now, but it does force back Pancake to the base.
Yeah, RSG really likes smashing Pancakes, right? The previous game as well, and now Pancakes, he's just a victim, man.
Yeah. I think it's more of like, okay, if you're going to be in our face, let's just take you out first. And they do have that damage to do so. And right now, taking a look at the battle emblems, that's not going to be the Season Hunter for Yon. This might be a fluke because it's usually a Season Hunter, but he wants to stay in the midst of fights. He thinks that the Yon's damage will come through. Pancake.
No longer has the flicker though.
Yep, again, taking all the damage. One last hit, the flicker this time from Roy will secure first blood for himself. Canonio comes in for the backup here. They do take care and trade out roam for roam in that fight.
Oh man, out of all of this, it's a very, very balanced economy. No one's win, no one's lost. But right now, Turtle being spawned up on that top side. Let's see how Rift would react to it. And this is their first goal lead in the entirety of this series, albeit just a little bit, but it's still a lead nonetheless.
I think going back to your point as well, Trio, is a very interesting point that Season Hunter is not present on Yon's emblems, right? Because in the last game, they didn't take the objectives, and in this case, Rift has so much crowd control in terms of, the deadly catch as well to land the objective. So maybe he's just going for the kills, especially with the temporal raid explosion here, though. The throwback onto Canonio, and he will go down. They come in for the re-engage! Pancake! And they do knockdown gear. Trade it out, 2 for 1. They're still going. It's going on to closer. The stun, the flicker, chasing him down. Melon will land that last hit onto him.
Rift are not going down without the fight. The Uno reverse counter attack, implosion onto implosion. But Rift comes out on top. They have control of that turtle, but they're just buying time for Canonio to come online with the buffs. He's already died once, but he's back into position to contest for this turtle. But it might just be a bait. They're learning from game 1. That's what I love about this team.
And this is where really the cracks of RSG are starting to show, right? In that early game, in that mid game.
Bot side, Chu.
They don't really have that burst damage for RSG. Because if you think about it, Yon is the only source of damage that they have. Until Roy's online, until CS is online. And Closer is going to go for that kind of a tanky sustainability build. So they don't really have that damage to really burst through that Hylos Glorious pathway. And bursting Canonio early, yes, it's nice. But in the later stages of the game, I see them facing a problem here.
Yeah. I think I was just stunned by just Chu down at the bottom side just because RSG likes to play this, right? They just like to give up that turtle, but they go for the kill. So I'm really hyping up for RSG, just trading on objectives for kills.
Ooh, Pancake with the flicker implosion here, but the counter engage, and here it comes Gear with the circling eagle. Roy with the counter implosion here gets 3 deadly catch, tries to disengage the fight. They do get Yon, so it's 1 in the favor of Rift Esports.
A huge implosion. Let's take a look at the replay. It's just too beautiful to miss. Once again, Roy got that 5, but there was just no follow-up, no damage.
Yeah, once again, that cracks that we see, that 5-man implosion could have been beautiful. But where is the burst? There's no damage coming through from the side of RSG, and that's just so sad to watch because
Yeah, that 5-man implosion by Roy. Oh my god.
The disengage from the deadly catch, Kanania holding on to the ultimate to the last second because he knows that if something goes south, if anything goes south, and then just RSG can take over the game from here. 1,700 gold lead, Rift, ramping up the tempo, ramping up the momentum. They're coming in hot.
Sooner or later, they will begin to try and get map control, especially when Bear is online, when he gets his first item, that Thunderbelt. Very important to slow down the enemy members. He will become unkillable by that point. And RSG, they don't want to waste their resources on him. So they will have to try and catch Melon as much as possible.
Speaking of resources, Roy does have the implosion. He's waiting, he's holding it on, waiting for all of Rift to show. This is where the biggest team fight will happen so far in the entirety of the series. Gear taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, the guards pathway already set here. The knockup as well. CS goes down first. They got the damage dealer, and now they're running through RSG with the double kill here, giving them that free turtle. They're also chasing down Roy in the mid lane here, getting the turret. So not only do they get the turtle, they also get this mid objective.
The wombo combo from Rift is coming in strong. This is it kind of reminds me of Team Evo's matching up team fights, but it's Rift going again, and Cananio. Game 1 was a fluke, and Cananio showing us how it's done, taking another one for himself.
Yeah, you might have banned out all my heroes, but you didn't ban out this one, right?
Oh man.
And yeah, I mean, it seems to me like RSG, it doesn't work, and they kept going again and again. You don't have the damage right now. You have to wait for 1-1 to somewhat get that Demon Hunter Sword minimum, right? Corrosive Scythe, yes, it's nice, but it's not enough burst damage to coming through. And now CS is in a bit of danger, but he's a 1-1. He'll be fine.
Speaking of fine, our Rift Esports actually 4,000 gold lead ahead. You have so much wombo combos, deadly catch into Laura's pathway, into implosion, into the eternal guard. Everything's just going in, and if they catch everyone in the implosion, that's the Synchro Fission coming in with a lot of damage from Chu, and they're always fighting, they're always rotating. Now their eyes are set on the mid lane T1.
Yeah, and if they want to fight, right? If RSG want to fight, they have to find the gaps between the deadliest catches, between the glorious pathways. But Yon,
Actually getting caught out.
He tried to back there, but it's not going to be in time. The implosion ended up throwing the Eternal God at him as well. All the damage is going to put him down, and they didn't, unfortunately, get the turret on the bottom.
Oh, you spoke highly of Yon in game number 1, but game 2, it's a different story altogether. 0-4-2. I think the Battle Emblem is really biting him in the foot. Right now, he can't do much, can't tank damage, he can't get out in time, and he's just not present in a lot of these team fights, and that might be RSG's downfall.
Yeah, being that source of early game damage, Yon is
Here.
the only one here able to circling Eagle out of there, but the turtle is spawning, and Rift Esports, they have such a heavy-handed control of the entire map right now, at least 3/4 of it.
Just a very, very slow game as of now. Rift trying to set that tempo just a little bit more. The rotations coming in from Rift and getting the objectives as their goal. And I like the fact that they're adapting to their synergies. They're adapting to their play styles. They're just getting, like, understanding how RSG likes to play around, how RSG rotates around that map, and they're adapting to every single one of them. And I like the fact that Rift, they do have a lot of insurance policies in the late game as well. They could very well send Bane up on that top side or on the side lanes just to get that push down. Look at how fast Cananio is farming up. He's level 13. Yon is 2 levels behind, and he's got the Season Hunter as well.
Well, RSG, I mean, they do need to go into that mid-game, late-game scenario, right? And when we go into that mid-game, late-game scenario, RSG still have a chance. Because 1-1, if he gets that crossbow tank on the correct target, he's going to deal a lot of damage. And if Roy manages to get a significant amount of farm, that's a lot of magic damage as well. But the wild card here is Yon. Because Spear of Alpha, he needs to land it onto one key target and one key target only, which is Melon.
Speaking of which, right now it's 60 seconds or less than 60 seconds till Lord spawns up. Rift really pushing down all those T2s, starting with that top side, but they're playing a 4-1 composition where Bear is trying to keep that off lane at bay. Right now, no one wants to make a move. RSG knows that one false move might mean their inevitable doom. Is Rift trying to contest for this purple buff? Glorious pathway already laid down.
zoning them out, so RSG has no entry into this purple buff here. And Gear being chased down a little by Pancake, gonna be fine still, but now Rift able to create so much space that they take down this inner turret on the top from the hands of RSG.
Yeah, already a 6,000 net worth lead. And 10 seconds to that First Lord spawning into the game. The Sea Halberd would be the weapon of choice. I mean, very good against that Glorious Pathway, but not enough burst damage still. They really need to rely on Roy getting that magical implosion or a magical Glorious Pathway once again.
Yeah, I think that might be the play right here. Roy really needs to find an angle, find a right angle to just pop that implosion, but it looks like they're not contesting for it. It's a free and easy Lord for Rift. They're blitzing it out. They're waiting for that wave, syncing it up towards crashing it down onto RSG's home.
Yeah, RSG at this point, all they can do is bide their time. Make sure they don't lose members. And 1-1, you have to scale up, boy. You have to scale up fast.
I think they're trying as hard as possible. Hold on bottom. The implosion here. They're getting away though. The burst coming on to QCS nails that one. And now RSG surges forward, but it cut into two. Yawn's gonna take down Pancake. In the backline, Gear left with 1 HP. The shield's gonna save him for now. Gear being taken down though by Canonio. CS also put in the dirt here by Melon and his Rift with a numbers advantage. 2 down, 2 traded out for 2 here as now it's left with 3 on 3. And RSG trying to defend this turret. Canonio somehow gets another one, another number onto RSG.
Lord also marching out on the top side. Canonio is so hard to take down. When he drinks his booze, he just goes back up to full health. Man, that's going to be a very scary Bane the longer this game goes.
Yeah, Lord ready at the turret. Now circling and go being used on the Canonio though. Deadliest catch.
Yep, it's gonna be able to help them take down this base turret here. And now Rift trying to search for a CS. Canonio again with the damage, the triple! And it's gonna be Rift aiming for the end here. The Eternal Guard marching down onto the base here. They're trying as much as possible. Roy with the deadly catch here to fend them off, but another wave of minions coming through this mid lane. They get the base turret. They're going for the end. The push onto Roy to back him up, and the damage onto the core will end it. And Rift gets one to even up the score.
Very, very clinical. And I don't know which team is better because in game 1, RSG showed dominance, but yes, in game 2, it was all Rift all over the game.
Rift Esports, they have what it takes, right? I feel that the first game, it was an unfamiliar territory. You put Melon on that support mid lane, but now when you put it on something else, Canonio feels much more empowered, there's much more damage coming through, and Chu on that Harith, oh my god, disgusting as well.
Yeah. Do you think that zone control is the name of the game? And I think we're breaking down the meta a little bit more as well. But once you have high loss, once you get the Harith, and once you get like someone with a lot of crowd control, area control, like the Bane, like the Vexana, it's sort of like it's so hard to get into the face of Rift, right? And for that one fight down with the orange buff, I don't know how Canonio survived, but every single time he drinks his boost, it's just back up to full, and then he just deals his damage. And the ricochet from his first skill as well is just dealing a little bit too much.
So much. You can see the HP bar of CS just go down with one
ma'am.
crap claw cannon.
Yeah. That being said, though, who do you think the MVP is for game number 2?
Canonio, man.
Yeah.
I've never seen.
Canonio.
I've never seen such momentous like Bane, right?
Yeah.
He brought so much momentum.
Yeah. And you know, to be honest though, like Canonio, we were talking about this backstage as well. I want to bring it up again. He's just a ranked demon. He's just playing a ranked game. And Pancake was like, hey, this guy keeps winning, and I want to get him in my team because I think he's pretty good. And he's really proving himself. First MPL ever. He's showing us like, hey, I'm one of the top junglers right now in MPL SG. 9-1-2 with 929 gold per minute. I think, okay, let's be fair though. He's facing off against an alpha with tenacity instead of season hunter, so I think that might be Yawn's Achilles heel. Yes, you have a lot of wave jungle clear. You can clear the jungle fast. You have true damage, but it's not enough if you're facing up against another fighter with season hunter.
It's really hard for him to get the objectives as well, given the fact that they're not winning the team fights, right? If you see all those team fights,
that RSG are pulling off against Rift. They look poised to win. 5-man implosions, there's so much control going on, but where's the damage? Because it has to come for Yan. And Rift Esports, they are dealt with just one task. Just handle Yan and the damage is gone.
I like the rhymes going in again. But hey, speaking of Yon, it's so hard for him with the temporal rain to land his ultimate and then hit his skills just to chain that up. And honestly, though, this is the first time I've seen a alpha with a temporal rain. Typically, you go either the not a quantum charge, the impure rage, or even the war cry, just to get a lot more damage. But I think later on we'll see the battle emblems. But take a look at itemizations. Is there anything that stands out to both of you?
I mean, with CS going for that Sea Halberd, I really feel that is a very good itemization to counteract against that glorious pathway that brings into the game, because they have so much sustainability and you need some kind of degen. Yes, CS needed it to shred the opponents, and for the first time that he used the crossbow tank, we saw how much damage it did in the back line.
Yeah, I was hyping up a lot for the Matilda Alpha combo because on paper it looks really, really good. Alpha could go in with the Spirit of Alpha, and then Guiding Wind brings you out, so it's sort of like non-committal. Every single one of your committal kind of ultimates or committal skills become non-committal just because of a Guiding Wind. But Rift just waited and waited. They had so much opportunities to turn things around, but Rift just showed their prowess, just showed their patience, just showed their discipline. And that's what I like about the adaptability from Rift.
If you look at Rift lineup, right, nobody is lacking AoE.
Yeah.
Right? If you want to fight, yes, the floor will explode. I will suck you in. There's a demon that will come out from a meteor, and then fish that will fly
The
at
mini
you.
lord, you mean? The mini lord coming out from the sky.
Yeah.
And you got like sharks running at you, knocking you up, and disengaging. The thing is, Rift has a lot of disengage skills, and that one makes them so good. But taking a look at the battle spells, I think, man, it's just, if Yon had the Season Hunter, it might be a different story. To be honest, though.
Really might have been a different story, but still, I feel that even if he had the Season Hunter, right, the team fights would not have gone his way because of the lack of damage. You bring out the 1-1, yes, but that 1-1 is not really that same late game factor that we see from a Moskov, something like a Nathan, who can shred through that AoE as well. That's why they are so heavily picked as well. And now, why does 1-1 fall behind in that meta? Why is she resurfacing now? Because she destroys her lane, she gets that invulnerability as well, but now we see her weaknesses, her flaws. There's not enough damage if your team does not provide enough.
Yeah, enough shields, right? Enough front line as well. This kind of looks like reminds me of Deja Vu of the first game, but the teams are switched, right? Was like Rift not having turret damage at all, and the RSG right now they can't even reach that turrets just because Rift is just so adept at moving towards any one of the chokeholds or choke points for any of these skirmishes, and I'm excited to see how Get Eye later on is going to analyze this game, because we've just played everything to the T. It's combos upon combos, and it's this series 100% win rate for Harris.
And I want to say this is the revival of Pancake, right? Yeah, you want to kill me? Yeah, I fight back now.
Yes. Yeah. The redemption arc for Rift. I think the first game was definitely a warm-up for them. You know what it is? You know what it is? They had roto eye drops, that's why. They're a little bit more awake now. You're staring at the digital screens too much. That's why they have digital eye strain. And okay, it's not funny. Let's move on to the top 4. Scrubby, let's bring us through.
Yeah, I mean, we have the rich guy, the carry, all being Canonio here. Damage taken, Sandbag is bare, and Pancake as the best wingman. Like you said, a bit of a revival here, but really all throughout, Rift taking this top 4, very dominating game. And I think, like you pointed out earlier, moment when they can do the setup, but where does the damage come from? Interestingly, we saw earlier the damage dealt being quite even against these two teams, despite the kills being 4-16. So it's really being able to set up and dish out the damage, but just not enough to close out those fights.
Yeah, Hylos pony from heaven because he's healing you. you know?
True. He's neither an undead, but like he's sort of like from that same lore-wise or canonically, no pun intended. It's like the same sort of like area from where Tigro is, the Lightborn thing-ish. I don't know how to say that, but like hey man, you know, props to Rift. They really went back to the drawing board. R19 winning out the draft this time around. Everything just went so smoothly. But let's go back to the highlights to see what really went down. Moment, can you take us through the highlights as well?
And this is RSG, right? In that banning drafting phase, taking out almost every single assassin in the game. And Canonio was forced on this bait. And now we see Canonio on that bait, Deadliest Catch. Oh, what? Finds the first kill onto Gear. With this Glorious Pathway and Pancake not being the victim anymore, dropping that implosion. Find the counter kill. Now they feel the lack in damage because the Glorious Pathway, it's keeping Bear alive at all times together with the revitalization. Pancakes, he gets disrupted here. And this is the 5-man implosion.
It was beautiful, but it was just no follow-up. Closer was nowhere to be found. He just needs to be a little bit closer to the team fights.
And now with that sword on the floor, that is a no-no zone, especially with that fish all coming out.
Oh, he was just, honestly, John was one frame away from recalling out of the way. But it was just so unfortunate that the Hylos' ring just had that damage onto him. I think this was a possible turnaround for RSG.
Yeah, the crossbow tank coming out, it nearly got the better of Melon. He flickered away, but Canonio, at that point, he dealt too much damage. And CS, he had nowhere to go, right? He would have run into Bear, he would have run into Canonio any other way, but the creeps just finished him off.
They lined up for him. So Gear was trying to save CS, but now the Ricochet does a lot more damage when it bounces off the first person. So when Gear acted like that wall, it sort of like just decimated CS out of oblivion to oblivion.
And I mean, Bane? Is Bane the answer to Matilda? Because you actually line up when you do that guiding wind thing, right?
But honestly though, I think Bane is a better disengage than Akai. The Deadly Catch does a lot more damage, a lot more knockups than Akai's heavy spin, and I think like they do need that insurance, they do need that like sort of a disengagement insurance as well. Yeah.
If you shoot in a straight line and you're retreating in a straight line, you get hit. Okay. I mean, same thing as Moskov as well, you know. Maybe Nathan?
Yeah, the stars align, the planets align. It only happens once in a blue moon.
But Canonio found it. He found it with the Deadliest Catches. He found it with that, what was that? Yeah, his skill.
His
crab claw cannon.
Crab claw cannon.
Crab claw. Speaking of crabs, man, I'm feeling so hungry. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding around. Okay, things to, you know, moving forward from this game number 3. What do you think is going to happen for both teams?
Well, I think it's interesting that, you know, in this case, RSG didn't have the answers to the questions that Rift posed, but each game so far, one apiece, they've been very dominating. So it was either, you know, quite in RSG's favor the first game or quite in Rift's favor the second game. So I think game number 3, in the drafts, I think we can see a lot of, you know, where they intend to take the strategy or if they're going to shift it. This time, Rift, having that huge combo and the zone of control really, really was to their advantage.
But that's just game number 2. It's just one game. Might be a little bit different for game number 3, and we'll just see how we break this down. But yeah, any final thoughts about this game?
I feel that both teams were experimenting, right? The Angela Ling, Melon, really first time playing Angela, and now the Matilda Alpha as well. We don't really see Yon on that fighter as well. So now we might have a truest clash.
But hey man, that's just your theory. Let's hear from the expert, Deadeye himself, on Off the Desk.
Thank you, casters, and this is the breakdown for the game 2. Man, Canonio Bane. This was the first time going to see the Canonio using a fire assassin this time around. Usually we see him on the Ling, see him on the assassin role, but this time around the Bane, and it's beautiful pick here for the side of Rift right now. So let's start the breakdown here in the first sequence of this highlight. This was actually, at first, a highlight here for the side of RSG. But as you can see, Yon already used his Spear of Alpha here in the early stages of our team fight. And remember, here in the early game as well, the damage relies so much for the Alpha. So this is going to be a time here for the side as well of Riv Esports to go for the counter-attack. And look at Bear here, going for this glorious pathway as well. And this highlight This is just so wow. Roy with the implosion, but remember, Bear here has the Glorious Pathway, has the Revitalized Battle Spell. They could not pick up. Spirit of Alpha also already been used as well. But where's the damage? So unfortunately here for the side of RSG, this is a perfect setup for the Wombo combo on the side of Rift Esports. Everything here is history. The counter plays coming in from Rift is just beautiful. And unfortunately for RSG, damage is not yet enough. And now, as you can see here in the second sequence of the game, unfortunately again, Roy here, perfect positioning, as you can see here on his Valentina, trying to go for the setup here, but then again, a misplay. Oh no! And now it is going to be Bear here with the zone of his Glorious Pathway. That implosion misses. So this is going to be now the side of Rift Sports. The Swambo combo that the casters mentioned here, the burst damage coming in from Canonio on his deadliest catch, evaporating everyone here on the side of RSG this time around. On this highlight though, Bear again on the back lines, going for the Glorious Pathway, of course giving space here for the rest of Rift. However, perfect a chance as well to go for the forward attack here for the side of RSG. And I do love this ultimate coming in from the 1-1. This crossbow tank is perfect. However, the damage is not yet there. This is unfortunate. If only they pick off Canonio at the sequence, they could have win the team fight. But unfortunately, look at this one. The counter attack is there already. The deadliest catch, and the rest of RSG will scramble. And there is Bear on the backlines as well. So now this is the onslaught that we are seeing here for the side of Rift Esports. Canonio is non-stop already. The burst is there. Too much to handle here. This is the best game so far that I've seen for Canonio. Even though we have seen so many highlights for the side of this player, this Bane did incredible job. So 1-1 right now here, the best of 5 series in the lower brackets. It is an insane game. So let's head on into the game 3. Back to you, casters.
So the question is, right, who is Canonio? Where is he from? Why is there fish in my base?
Yes. That's always the answer for everything, right? But it's now 1-1, another
1-1?
unintended pun for both teams. But like, okay, like you said, I'm going to bring back your point. Maybe Rift and RSG is experimenting with the 1-1, trying to force that around. Now is the playoffs. You're in top 4. You're fighting for a third place or the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, they're underestimating each other.
Is it time to experiment?
Not now, at least not in game 3.
Not in game 3, man. But man, it's really, really tough because for Rift and for RSG, they've worked all their way up into all of this. And well, speaking of a lot of the games and wombo combos, the combos are crispy. You know what else is crispy? Chicken McCrispy from McDelivery or McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all the action of MPL SG Season 8 and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad like you guys. So go on, smash your hunger. Terms and conditions apply. Man, come think of it. What time is it now? Like, let's check it out on our Samsung.
It's chicken time.
It's chicken time? Man, it's a good time to have dinner, isn't
And
it?
if you order now, I think it's just in time.
Man.
Yeah.
Huh. The deadliest catch just like makes me think of food. And all of
Just
that.
because you have pancake, you have melon,
Hey,
you have
man.
fish.
Scrubby. It's a little bit too much right now for food.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
and then there's churros.
Got churros.
Churros, yeah. Oh my god.
There's like Scrubby's cheeks.
I
No,
mean,
there's-
that's a bit far-fetched. I
There's a
mean,
big-
getting a bit of hit
Crab
here.
claw.
Do you
Crab
get it?
claw.
Do you get it? Do you get it? Scrubby's chicken. Okay, never mind. Forget it. There's
But
just
I
just
think-
get an awkward pause right here.
I think going back, Yeah, I can't. with
Let's
that.
just jump
We're
straight to
going
the
drafting
draft.
phase. But going back to the games, right? This is a best of 5. So I think, Moment, when you were talking about experimenting, yes, maybe it's a playoff. They shouldn't be going too far with it. But also, maybe you're keeping certain cards up your sleeve because this is not a best of 3 anymore. You have more games to play, and if you reveal them too early, maybe they find a counter strategy to that. So I think it's interesting if they are experimenting. Maybe they might continue to change things up or go back to something that's a bit easier to execute.
Yeah, they have to go back to their niches, right? So-called, as we saw Yon on that Fanny really decimating that front lines as well. And what's surprising to me is that in that game, Fanny wasn't banned out. So they could have went with, like, yeah, why fix what's not broken? Just use it again.
But it's easier to catch the Fang if you have a Tigro in your arsenal as well, because if you get a flyby, you pop the implosion just on the right time, the right pixel, Fanny gets trapped in, it's really hard to get out. The Phoebus will be banned out along with Cho as well as Chip. R19 might be looking to ban out the Harith, so both teams might not get the Harith at all, or the Juicin, which is a huge problem. Let's take a look at another fun fact. RSG SG has never been knocked out of the lower brackets. Can they make it to the grand finals? This is tough. I mean,
This is a death flag, man. This is a death flag. You don't show this kind of facts.
Is this a threat? This is a threat to RSG.
Yeah, this is a threat to RSG right now. I mean, with that, I think, yeah, 3-2 Rift. What?
I mean, all of us voted 3. I mean, I voted 3-1. You guys voted 3-2, RSG. But yeah, if they don't get knocked down in the lower brackets, then, you know, Rift has a very, very good shot. But right now, the respect coming in from the Bane, they're going to ban that out. So Canonio won't be able to play his Bane. But Assassins are on the tables as of now. There's the Ling, there's a Hayabusa.
That's a lot of respect. Because you take out the Bane over Hayabusa, Ling, Fanny. Wow, that's just a lot of respect for Canonial. And this is a player out of the ranked game that Pancake met in a ranked game during the transfer window and said, yeah, you play for Rift Esports. And now they're top 4.
Yeah, every time you say that, it's such a interesting and so it's funny because like it's true. Oh, Khalid actually went through, so they're gonna pick it up. Closer will be playing the Khalid and provides so much opportunity. I like Khalid's kit. You have the passive along with the objective takes as well. You move a lot more faster. You have a lot of damage in the early game. If you're Rift and you play an assassin, beware because your jungle is in shambles as well. So Ling will be picked up as well as the high loss. The Harith is still open as well. Harith, you might pick it up. Fun fact, again, Harith has a 100% win rate in this series. Will they be able to make it keep it 100?
Yeah, that you can't say these kind of things, right? It's always a death flag when you say these kind of things, right? When you say Harith's 100% win rate means it's no longer gonna be 100% win rate.
Am I doing the caster curse thing once again?
Yeah,
so
and here we go. Now we know who loses because RSG has picked it up.
Oh man, as well as the Fanny though. Okay, they do have a lot of early game damage. Harith skills very, very well. All you need to have is a little bit more cooldown reduction just to get your Zeman Force online, but you got the Tigro and high loss yet again for Rift.
Yeah, I really like this adjustment that they have made from Rift Esports compared to Game 1, right? Game 1, they went for the Ruby, and Pancake was just a victim. So now with that Tigreal, right, you provide so much more. If you ever get targeted by Fanny, if you don't have that implosion, that Sacred Hammer is also a controlling tool that you can use to actually push that Fanny towards your team as well. And that just locks the Fanny down.
Well, Vexana's open. Haven't picked up a mage yet. RSG might pick it up just because, you know, you got Tigro Vexana combo. No marksman as of now. You could ban out the Lunox as well just to keep Harith safe. There's quite a bit of options right here. You could go with the Zask as well. It's going to be Moskov banned out.
Yeah, I mean, Chu, in terms of having that gold laner flexibility, we've seen him on multiple gold laners and still be able to do well. Usually, he's never the problem, right? He's never the problem. So it feels to me like, yeah, you ban out the Moskov. Sure, there's still the Nathan left. There's still a lot of different ways that he can play. If you want to play a bit safe, you can go for the Claude as well. But meanwhile, Rift, they do take out the Valentina. And this is a very good ban right now because, yeah, in that previous game, that Valentina was really a threat. There was that looming threat if they found the correct combos.
Last band right here, they could take out the, like you said, the Claude. Might be very, very good for Rift just because of the in and outs. But they do take out the Ruby just because they're eyeing on like, okay, let's put the Ruby in a gold lane. It might be possible as well. And now Rift has the upper hand. I don't think they'll go for the Lingula combo yet again. I think it might not be working out so well for Rift.
I mean, they can still do it, but they have to refine it.
Yeah.
And I feel that Angela Ling is still an extremely strong combo, but what people don't understand is that the Angela doesn't need to use the hard guard on the Ling. It has to be used on a target that's being targeted so that the Ling can come in and help him out.
But you do have a lot of CCs. I think that's the only difference as of now. You got the Tigro, the high loss.
Ended with the
It's gonna be the Vexana.
And my tale
Hey, you know,
began.
it would be cool if Rift actually picks up a Beatrix. Then you got the Tigro Vexana Beatrix combo as well, because you're fighting against a Fanny, and then those the Bennett. I don't know if I'm saying it right. The Nibiru is basically acting like a homing missile. So Fanny goes for a flyby, pop the Winter Nature, and then just spam your auto attacks. And basically, Fanny is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and we've seen Chu use that Beatrix before, just yesterday.
Yeah.
And it just destroyed the Fanny. So that's a possibility that Rift Esports are keeping it in check right now, keeping it in their pocket. They're going to show it on the last pick here. There's still a lot of possibilities here. I mean, you can go for that Beatrix, but you can go for something traditional like a Claude or Carry as well.
It's going to be Edith and the Aurora, a lot of zone control, which is what RSG really, really likes. So last pick for Rift. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Beatrix. It works so well in that composition. But the Edith, though, I don't know why people like to prioritize Edith in a lot of these team fight heavy compositions. Maybe because of Earth Shatter, you knock people up as well. It's going to be the Beatrix, yep. It was a nice little tease, but it works the best in this composition. So, draft is set. Any last thoughts on which has the better draft on both of you?
Really falls down to execution here, right? But in terms of just AoE, I really favor Rift over RSG. Just the time that they have over the crowd control is really much more than what RSG provides.
Yeah, I think the potential to pull off another, wombo combo here with the Beatrix is super huge. There is some mobility on the side of RSG, right? You have the Fanny, you have the Harville, as well as Khalid to kind of roam around, and maybe Roy to stop them in their tracks this time. But we'll see. I think, again, like you said, Moment, comes down to execution, and will RSG this time be able to get one up against Rift and bring this game to a 2-1?
Oh, well, it's the same recipe for success for Rift. They have the high loss, they have the Tigro, they have the Vexana, they have the recipe for success. And this is game number 3. Will Rift or RSG be able to put one on top of each other? Is yet to be seen.
Yeah, and with Chu picking up that Beatrix, right? He does have that Lunox in that pool. So definitely still very surprising to me that you want to go for that Beatrix instead of Lunox. So really want to counter out that Fanny that Yawn brings in.
I mean, so far you also have Melon, right, that can hold the lane with a lot of clear gear, though in the meantime has to flicker out from the jungle of Rift here. Roy putting the damage onto Pancake again, going close, but Melon finding some back onto him, and they both manage to escape for now.
Yeah, and wait, I believe we've not talked about this, right? This is a roaming Khalid. So Edith will be on the EXP lane, and this is really one of the first roaming Khalids that we've seen in the entire MPL SG season. So that means that, yeah, this Khalid has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He has to find a very nice early game pressure and still not able to do so far.
I mean, he tried to go into the jungle, right, of Rift to put that pressure on, but I think 3 members there was also too difficult for Gear to kind of come up against that. We'll see if they find any consolation here. Damage out on Pancake. Bottom lane here pressured down, but they are here. Yondo forces the flicker out of Melon. Damage already right at level 4.
And Yon really not showing that he's not to be trifled with, but we know what Canonio can do on this lane as well. And now with Rift Esports looking much better than game one in terms of having that AoE, they can go for that comfortable playstyle that they're known for. And with that glorious pathway of there, he might have what it takes to pull it off.
We'll see if they do. In the meantime, they are posturing around this first objective, the first turtle here. Bear laying down the glorious pathway, all ready to cut off any escapes here. Yon coming in, but Canonio wins out the retry battle. And now stunned out, here comes the Eternal God as well, trying to fend them off, and RSG forced to disengage from the fight.
Yeah, they do get the turtle, and there's so much sustain coming out from Bear with that revitalization and the glorious pathway that, yeah, there's no way that RSG are bursting them through without the help of the Harif right now.
Yeah, I mean, so far they're kind of counting on, both CS and Chu to come into the fights, right? So I think that's going to change a lot of the dynamic and the way they take that as well. A huge, combo potential coming in once both of these gold laners are farmed up enough.
Yeah, this game has all the hints of a bloodbath, right? A very good bloodbath. That Raging Sandstorm, that Implosion, and you just count the number of AoE that's available. Wow, Yon, you have to pull the game of a lifetime here. It's a much harder game than game one.
Yeah, with the Khalid as well, it gives a lot of options.
Yeah, and I think right now, with the AoE damage as well, the setup is there, but Yon might have a dual role, right? Even if you don't kind of go into that AoE, you might be able to play the role of cleanup. So I think, or either to kind of whittle down the HP bars of Rift here. So different, I guess, potential entrances for him to take, and we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, Bear still not really facing any difficulty on this top lane. And really, both teams, they are banking on this bloodbath of a battle. So we will have to see who wins the first few team fights, because this roaming Khalid from Gear is extremely interesting.
No, I think we've seen this a lot before, that the roam is supposed to give a lot of vision, a lot of intelligence to the rest of the team, and provides a lot of damage. It gives, in theory, will give a lot of damage and a lot of annoyance towards the assassin junglers, which is what Gear wants to do. But then again, the kit needs to be coming in, because Gear will not have damage in the late game. Early game is where you want to scale. Rift knows this. They're playing towards that late game. It's still 0-0 is the kill score, and Rift wants to keep it that way.
And something that I've identified out of RSG is really, there's a very big lack of frontliners, right? You're really relying on Gear and Closer being on those fights at all times. Meanwhile, Rift has that pseudo frontliner, that Eternal Guard, and Tigreal is a very well-known frontliner with that Hylos.
Bear on the opposite side of the
Closer
map.
going in, the implosion, well, the knock-up here. Now the Eternal got laid down as well. First blood lands onto Pancake here. Melon on the retreat. CS in the backline putting out the damage. They do force Rift out of the turtle pit here to secure that first objective for themselves.
Well, it's all good and dandy, because Rift got a trade on the top side for himself as well. It's a 1 kill over RSG. They got first blood advantage, but Rift is slowly seeping in. Just scale up Chu and just protect him in the late game. It's 4v1 down on bot side.
Bear just getting sandwiched here, and nowhere for him to go except back to the base. But yeah, like I said, I think in that time, Chu has already secured even the BOD for himself. Pancake onto Closer, the knock-up, and Chu will blast him down.
I'll buy so much time for Chu to get into position before blasting him off with the Bennett. But this Chu or Matrix is getting stronger by the minute. He's got a BOD already. And that's a really, really scary Beatrix, especially if you're a Fanny, especially since if you want to focus your fire onto Chu, it's going to be Nibiru just homing on you.
The conceal there, use and push back onto Gear, forces him back, damage enough as well. And RSG kind of looks like, starting on the high legs here now with Chu, like you said, outputting enough damage. They're starting to already look quite scary.
And we've seen this strategy before from Team Rift, right? Where they have that link, they have that Matrix. So
you'd think that the main target would be Chu. But then again, you have to worry about the Tempest Blades that might potentially be on that back line. So there's a lot of damage coming out from Rift Esports that RSG, they might be lulled into a false sense of security if they think they only have to aim Chu.
Speaking of which, Rift knows that they're all around the area, chooses to back off. I said, we just want to play it safe. Chu knows his power spike, and they're just waiting for him to come online. He's always on his benders. He hasn't switched into Nibiru just as of yet.
Oh, Pancake comes in with the flicker. Implosion nails 2 there and immediately blasts it down. It's 2 down on the side of RSG, and Rift with that play here.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Implosion into the Eternal Guard, into the Venets, and then Nibiru's Passion. That was just so beautiful from the side of Rift. Right now, they're 2 members down, and Turtle looks like they're going to blitz this down.
Yeah, victim no more. Pancake with that implosion, indeed. But RSG, I mean, they falter. They don't get this Turtle now. And Rift Esports, they are on that front foot right now. They can force this team fight again and again. And you're going to want to see Pancake engage multiple times with the implosion. Even if he catches one, as long as they can keep RSG on the back foot, they can slowly always corner that advantage for himself.
Gear trying to force a fight over onto Pancake. He does have the Thunder Belt, so oh, there's a nice little damage onto CS. Chu finds him with the sniper, but will not follow up. Right now, Pancake in the midst of it.
Yep, in the middle already here. Lands a Glacier as well as the Nibiru's Passion. So much late onto RSG here. Gil almost down. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. And Canonio cleans that one up and puts him down. It's going to be, again, the benefit of Rift here. The upper hand in the fight.
Yeah, this, just when you think you're safe, right? This Filipino ranked demon is coming out of nowhere with that Tempest of Blades. And then your backline is suddenly gone.
Yeah. But Rift has to watch their backs though. Yon is on split lane dirty. He doesn't need to join in on these team fights. But Canonio already has the Berserker's Fury, so this is going to be a very scary Ling. Rift slowly but surely increasing the goal lead. Now it's 3,000.
And this is what I was worried about, right? This Khalid roam, it does not provide that much value. Yes, it gives you a lot of early game vision, but you gotta make use of that early game vision to translate it in some form of invasion, some form of counterplay towards Rift Esports. But RSG, they have not been able to capitalize on this vision at all.
Yeah, and slowly but surely, once you get into the late game, that's gonna be a deadly Beatrix. And Gear would not be able to do anything to prevent Beatrix from that rampage. Chu's already got the one as well, so there's gonna be extra protection on top of the damage coming in.
Yeah, at this point, like what Gear looks to me is like, yeah, he's a fast-moving creep, right? He's not even damaging Bear at the moment, and that's just worrying to me. That Raging Sandstorm, I yet to see value so far.
Yeah, you got Chu 8,000 gold right now with the BOD, Malefic Roar, and the Wind of Nature. This provides a lot of defensive capabilities, especially since Yon's main target is Chu. Pancake getting frozen down. He does have the immortality. Sourcing for vision, they're starting on that Lord fight.
Yeah, but RSG, they do have a recipe for disaster, right? They have a lot of AoE in their arsenal because they just need to find the perfect timing, and this Lord dance still going on. Glorious Pathway being used, but Roy...
Roy flickers in the back line with the Frigid Glacier, and now they explode Rift and tear them apart. Is it going to be enough? Chu with the Nibiru's Passion, and the counterplay closer, landing a triple kill for themselves. RSG finding their opening here and going down this mid lane. Chu, the only one left standing here. It's going to land the snipes on. It's not enough damage. It's still going to be RSG taking this inner turret in their hands.
Just like that, the goal lead is just diminished completely. Let's take a little replay. Focus your attention on Roy, flickering in. He knows where Canonio is, takes him out immediately, and the rest of the team just follows up. The Lord is just bait. They get that reset, but Chu just dealing so much damage, enabling him to keep himself alive and at bay. So that's really just the saving grace of Rift Esports.
Yeah, and RSG, they have to be on that front foot at all times if they want to win against Rift Esports lineup, right? They have to be the one initiating. They have to pull the trigger first. Because if they get pulled on, Pancake with that CC, with Melon on top of that, you aren't going to be able to save that team member of yours.
Yeah, so now the question is, do I engage or counter-engage? That's the question. Because I think for Rift, they're sourcing for information, taking the brunt of damage, trying to force something out, and keeping the Lord away from the turret.
Pancake, gonna find Gear though.
Yeah, Gear finds him there, forced to use the Sacred Hammer, but the knockup into the Nibiru as well has enough damage, and he goes down. And now Bear with the Glorious Pathway is soaking up so much rifts. Now they have the opportunity to counter-engage. They split up RSG. Is it enough? Canonio gets away with just a sliver, and Chu shuts down Closer. It's 3 down on the side of RSG.
The counter-engage from Rift, and Chu just popping the combos after combos. That was the Bennett's Rage, just the Nibiru's Passion, and then he just goes wham, drat.
Yeah, it feels to me, right, at this point, Pancake can implode on anybody, and that target is dead. And that target was Gear just now, the worst possible target out of RSG. So it's worrying to me to see what if he
Oh! 3-man Raging Sandstorm. Gear starts set up Glorious Pathway together with the implosion. Frigid Glacier locks them in place, and now RSG prevent Rift from taking this mid-outer turret.
It's very good, right? Because they still have their T1s. They're broken T2s on all sides. The jungle map control is on RSG's favor. Taking a little atomizations, it does look like the Rose Gold Meteor has been built for this Beatrix. Looking to go for another Sea Halberd, if I'm not mistaken, right there, just to mitigate the healing factor coming up from Gear.
Yeah, both teams really neck and neck in terms of net worth at this point. But if you think about who has that late game, who has that split push factor, it's Rift Esports. But now, Yon, it's always that wild card on RSG, right? That Fanny having that mobility, that being that wild card that he is, whether they can really bait out that utility.
Yeah. Very easy charge.
Mid lane, they're going for it, but Pancake frozen in place there by the Frost. Gear tries to fend them off, and Rift don't find an entrance so far. I think right now it's interesting, right, that you expect Gear to be the one engaging, but Roy coming in with that flicker as well as the Frosty Breath is the one to start up that fight. So now maybe Rift have to look out for different options that RSG might be using to initiate these team fights.
I agree. It's kind of predictable when Bear goes in. You know the rest of the members are into fray, and Pancake always tries to find an option. Oh, he gets an explosion.
There you go. The Frigid Glacier as well locks them in place in the backline. Closer finds Chu, forces the flicker. Glorious Pathway lane as well, and RSG surging forward. Chu finds Closer. It's 1-3, and Yon lands a double for himself. Another window for RSG now, and they get the Lord on top of that.
It's a final shutdown onto Chu. No Beatrix for just a little bit, but RSG, this is the window that they need.
Forcing that shutdown. RSG, I mean, in terms of forcing that fight, they did an extremely good job. They know their win conditions are being that first foot in. They have to take the fight to them and force Pancake to use implosions in scenarios that he should not be using the implosion. That implosion was onto Gear again, and that was the worst possible target. Might have worked once, not gonna work twice.
Yeah, Pancake, yes, in the early game, he did a lot of work, just giving space and time for Chu to come online. But right now, it's kind of predictable because Pancake likes to dash in, and once he dashes in, you got Roy with the Frigid Breath just to stop him in his tracks. Now RSG, they have the upper hand.
Yeah.
Rift needs to defend. The good thing is they have the high ground.
They really need to face down this enhanced Lord together with RSG's Wompo combo, right? It's gonna be very hard to fight, but if Pancake can land that implosion, all is well for Rift.
I mean, like you said, it's turning out to be a bloodbath. Right in the backline, though, Yon with the cut through almost gets Canonio, pops the Templars of Blades as well to get out of that. In the meantime, RSG cutting open the base of Rift here, the mid-base turret being taken down, and it looks like they're happy with this, just hovering around, waiting for the next wave to come in here in the front lines, and Bear as well trying to front as much damage as possible.
Trying to push the minions out of the way. Pancake, concealed play, gets spotted out by Roy. Doesn't make the play, doesn't make the call. The Rift hunkering down. They'll survive this, but just for now. 90 seconds till the next Lord spawns up. This is going to be a very, very crucial Lord for Rift. If they lose this one and they lose the next fight, RSG will turn this game.
Yeah, the intensity from Rift, they really need to step up, right? You've seen them winning the first engagements, but now they are not engaging anymore. It feels as if they've been neutered. They want to stop this aggression from RSG.
And they're trying to go for that gear with the Raging Sandstorm in the backline, though. The knockup, Eternal God blasts Yon down. They trade out for Chu. Damage dealer's gone. RSG lost 2, and now Rift Esports managing to defend their base so far, but they have lost the top base turret.
Oh man, I've been wrong about this Khalid in the late game though. Once you get the Sandstorm onto Chu, once you get the Sandstorm onto the Beatrix, it's over. And you don't have a lot of damage dealers, but Melon and Pancake just doing their best as secondary damage dealers just to keep everyone else at bay. They're leading a charge. Gears, damage is coming through as well. The longer this game stays, these Thunderbolt stacks are starting to grow.
Yeah, and it feels as if like Kitanil, he is a bit scared to use the Temples of Blades now, given the fact that he was taken advantage of in that first few games. But now he can be much more reckless with it, right? He can be that damage factor in the back line. All he has to worry about is Roy. But CS, with that killing factor onto Chu, he jumped into the back lane. You saw that? Harif jumping in the back lane, that's just a suicide mission, man.
And by the way, he hasn't died just as of yet. It's 4-0-6 on this Harif. Maybe the hypothesis might come true yet again. Now Rift, slowly but surely, trying to keep all the lanes at bay. Mid side pushing in, top side, priority over RSG. Bottom side, Gear settling that one. Is going to be the 18-minute Lord, the Evolved Lord. A very, very precarious situation for Rift.
Yeah, Pancake already made use of the conceal. This Lord is going to be one chonkier Lord if both teams want to fight for it. The reset is up, but the vision is still the way of RSG's favor.
It's inevitable. The Lord getting the reset once again, but Gear zoning everyone out. His target is Chu. The win condition is Chu, but the waves are pushing in. Rift finding it very hard to come in. The Glorious Pathway, curtains open.
Going into the back line, Glorious Pathway implosion in the front, and the knockup onto 2. They managed to get closer down. Will go, CS as well. And Rift has got 2 people. They're low on HPs, but the sustain keeps them alive enough to take this Lord firmly in their hands.
Yon and Gear still alive. Gear, at the very least, just pushing up on that top side. Chu, all this time, found the right position where he was just untouchable. One already initiated by Chu. But Yon, it was just a bait. They want to go back.
Yon on the back, onto Melon. Not enough damage. Canonial will be the one that puts him in the dirt. And now they bought time though. Rift, they cannot yet take down this mid-base turret. They're waiting for the wave. They have got the Lord as well. So RSG need to find a way to defend this.
Pancake making beeline down to the mid side. They at the very least need to take down this T3 mid. With the Lord marching down that top side. Rift needs to find it in them to just synchronize all 3 waves and just get a nice final push. It might not be the last, but as long as Chu's safe, Rift has a shot.
Yeah, and this is the power spike of the Khalid, right? This is where he starts to shine, when he reaches this late game scenario. What we've seen in other regions as well, Khalid Roam will only power spike above that 15-minute mark, and this is where he starts to bring his value. So Gear, it's up to you now.
Rift, just getting a little bit more information. They might have a game plan right now. All T2s are down. The mid side is barren for RSG. Lord marching down the top. Yon tries to take down as much health as he can for that Lord, but Rift not making any calls. Pancake, 15 seconds till he has that flicker. They're just waiting and buying time for Pancake to come online with that flicker play.
They've synced up the waves though, Rift, and all 3 lanes. They're planning for this to be a huge siege now. Yon on the bottom side doing as much as he can. Gets stunned out there by Bear, and one by one, the base turrets fall.
Whoa!
And now Rift have to defend this for the knockup onto 2. The Nibiru, the damage is gonna be enough to put them to RC trying to fight this though. They fend it off for now, but CS goes down. The damage onto the core, and Rift secure themselves
much discipline coming out from Rift Esports. Pancake, he knows how to win this game. Waiting out for the right time, waiting out for his flicker to come online is where Rift is able to just clear up shop. Rift one game away from securing a spot in the top 3.
Defying all odds, defying all expectations, right? RSG was favored to win this series, and now it looks like the shoe is on the other foot. Rift Esports, they turn things around.
Man, with esports, and I gotta say, R19 with the draft and with his mind, playing the zone control, playing the sort of like the front to back composition that always existed, but in a different with a different twist, was just what Rift Esports needed to get into the fray. Now, we're one game away from all of us losing our predictions. How do you feel about this?
I mean, anxious, definitely anxious for RSG. I mean, remember, this is competition life we're talking about. If they lose this next one, they're out of MPL SG Season 8.
Yeah, it's just 2 more days left.
I feel great, man.
One team's going out. You feel great? You like Rift?
I feel great, man. I like being proven wrong. You can't rest on your laurels for too long.
But you voted for RSG though. How's it for you to almost be wrong to be almost wrong? I guess.
I am voting for RSG, so I'm nearly wrong.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Whichever team wins is yet to be seen and yet to be decided. But you know what's decided? The MVP. Who do you guys got?
I think it's Canonio, man.
Canonio, or I think Pancake though.
Pancake.
I've got it right. We've got it right. Finally, I've got one on the board. But Pancake just is so disciplined, so patient, especially knowing the power spikes that he needs, the skills that he needs, waiting for his flicker to come online before making the right move, and just telling the rest of his team to just, hey, let's just be patient. Let's just wait for the right opportunity. I will make it happen for you. I will make that moment happen for you. I feel like we've been using moment a lot through the entirety of today.
It falls on the execution, right? Really, if you think about how that Tigreal needed to play in the entire game, he could catch anyone free of charge. In the first 15 minutes, right? As long as he does that implosion, someone is dead.
Yep. Yeah. And I think the fact of the matter is the way that RSG almost came back into this game was just so clutch. I think losing MVP definitely Roy, just identifying like, okay, this is how Pancake likes to play. This is how Bear likes to play. So if Bear comes in, I sort of can guess what's going to happen. So let's take a break. Let's take a little itemizations down on both sides. I like the fact that Chu actually sold his boots to get the house claw so that he has a little bit of sustainability through that late game. And just, I think the one could have been better timed instead of getting the banning coming in. But actually, he played really well. A heck of a game. The positioning from Chu, the positioning from Pancake to protect Chu was just so well done. Excited to see how much damage is dealt, but yeah, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I really like the idea of the Rome Khalid, right? But the way that RL19 drafted this, it just makes sense because it defies whatever that roaming Khalid wants to do. And it's like he saw this coming, It's like he saw this coming because what a roaming Khalid wants to do is you want to be engaging and disengaging while baiting out your team so that your Aurora can flicker in, land that perfect freezing breath, land with Yawn coming in as well, CS, and Closer coming in for the rest. But it's unable to be done if you are locked up and chain CC'd. And that's what the Tigreal, that's what the Vexana brings to the board. And with that added Tempest of Blades as well, you're going to be knocked up for days. Like Hwasong says, you're going to be playing bouncy castles, man.
Interesting. I think the Khalid was a right idea, but wasn't executed well, especially since Khalid is very, how do you say, committal pick. Yeah. Very committal hero. Once you get the Sandstorm in, basically it's all in, and
it's go time, man.
It's go time. There's no escaping. The only escape mechanism you have is your heals from your second skill, but once Chu got that Sea Halberd, it's pretty much, I wouldn't say useless, but it's not enough for you to tank that damage to wait for the rest of the team to come back in. Take a look at emblems. Is there anything that speaks out to you that changed the course of the game?
Not really much. Right?
Oh, I do have to say though, this is the first time that Harith has lost in the series, so I think Is it a caster's curse?
Yeah, we called it.
Yeah, we called it. We called it. Yeah. From I think it was 7 wins, 1 loss. Right now it's 7 wins, 2 losses, or 6 wins, 2 losses for the Harry. Based on the fun fact that came up.
Somewhere around those
Something like that, or something like that. Yeah.
And-
so Scrubby, what do you think of this game, or the breakdown of the statistics so far?
Yeah, I mean, you can see that it's pretty even, right? Even in terms across the board, right? Damage dealt, the turret damage as well. So RSG, it shows how they've been kind of back and forth, and RSG having that shines of brilliance there, moments of brilliance where you thought maybe they could chip down Rift's bases and maybe even end the game, but Rift just finding the angles, and I think Pancake with the counter initiations as well, being able to come back into the fight against RSG.
Yeah, and they were going into a meat grind, right? There was so much damage in that glorious pathway that is sustaining you, and behind all that Bennett's passion from Chu. It's really so much damage. At one point, he was just shooting across the wall, and there were 3 members just tanking that face damage, and they just got destroyed.
It's just maximizing the output from the Bennett's Rage and Nibiru's Passion. It's always after Bennett's Rage, he swaps into the gun and go into Nibiru's Passion. So that's why he's always ready with the right weapons. Chu being the rich guy, 8.5 and 851 gold per minute with the carry. Actually, damage dealt from CS with the Harrow, 222,000 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
There's a heck of a lot of damage that Bear has to take up. It's 100,000 damage that Bear has to soak up in order to keep Chu safe. So
I believe the entire team did only 300,000 damage. I mean,
also CS actually got 2/3 of the entirety of the team's damage.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
This goes to show how much of a monster he is on that Harif as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's just more of having that control factor, I feel, on Rift Esports. And even, you say Khalid is a very committal hero, right? I don't see the committal coming out from RSG.
That's true. I mean, in the middle of the game where RSG had the upper hand, they had a very, very sliver of a chance to come back in. But hey, you know, this is all I remember. Let's just take a look at the replay to see who actually went down for this team.
All right, we see the first two fights really not going in favor of RSG at the moment, right? Because at this point, there is that pseudo frontliner, that internal guard that they have to worry about, and that is a super nice implosion onto the glorious pathway. But Yon gets the finish on the pancake, but with the sustainability coming out from the side of Rift Esports, they are able to save the rest of the members. But this is a 5v4. Chu is getting that macro play on that top lane, and once again, pancake.
Oh, that was so
implosion.
beautiful.
It's just a free kill at this point. Anything below that 12-minute mark, he can implode on anything, and as long as Chu is behind him, there is enough damage to finish them off.
Yeah, and then even Canonial with the cleanup as well, using Tempers of Blades at the very, very last moment. So if Chu doesn't deal enough damage, I think Canonial coming in. Oh, this was the biggest turning point. Boy, flickering in with the Frigid Glacier, just trapping 3 members down. Once they take out Canonial and Melon, Chu's just nowhere to be found. He doesn't have any front line. There's 4 members down for the side of Rift, and there's nothing that Chu could do on his own to fight against 4.
Yeah, and it was one of those once bitten, twice shy scenarios for Rift Esports, right? Because you get flickered on, you get frozen by Roy, and your answer is, let's just not group up ever again. Just keep Pancake and Bear at the front, and this is what the adjustment that they brought about. But still, it wasn't enough, but they did get some trades going in the later stages of the game.
But I mean, to RSG's credit though, they identified where Chu is at all times. Now Chu is in a very, very nice position. Yon actually sees where Chu is, but they don't go for Chu, and now the damage is all on Chu to the rest of the enemy team. And once CS is down, there is no coming back from this one. Gear tries to buy some time for Yon to retreat, but it was not enough for RSG to come back onto this game.
Yeah, and a very nice decisive move coming out from Rift Esports. That glorious pathway really proving to be their downfall, right? Despite the fact that they can deal so much damage, they can dish out so much damage, that lack of sustainability is really what came to bite them in the back.
Yeah, I think overall, very well disciplined gameplay from Rift Esports, especially understanding how far they are in the game once they know that, okay, I'm falling behind because mid-game, Khalid has that power spike, and Roy is just being a super nuisance in a lot of our team fights and trying to distract us. Let's just play it safe. Let's just hunker down in our base. We just get the counter attack going. So the adaptability that Rift Esports have. So after watching that replay, is there anything else that speaks out to you, Scrubby?
I think one difference also is on the side of RSG, you have gear trying to, use a Raging Sandstorm, look for an opening, but also soak up damage. But there's too much, right? But on the other hand, Rift, they have not only Pancake, they also have Bear to kind of soak up everything and still sustain through it. And that makes it difficult to find Chu in the backline as well, because if you fight front to back, you face these two stone walls right at you, and how do you get to Chu?
Yeah, big beefy boys is all you need. And you need two of them actually for if you're Rift. And I think Chu feels really protected. You have like two brothers just coming in, just like no way, Jose, you're getting into my little bro at the back. But yeah, this was just a very, very crucial game for Rift. One game away from going to top 3. And then this is the first time in the entirety of MPL SG that a team from the qualifiers, actually they came from the qualifiers up towards this, and then coming into the top 3. Or since like Evil made it to top 4 in season 3.
In the previous seasons?
Yeah, I think Evil was the only one. Their debut in season 3, they were the only team to go into top 3. So I think this is the second time that a team from the qualifiers actually made it through the top 3 in the entirety of MPL SG. 8 seasons altogether.
I mean, they were pre-season qualifiers, right? So they were invited for the season, right?
If you take it as Ash, but they were a different team, if you ask me.
Yeah, because they were Asterisk, Xcode, and now they're Rift Esports.
Yeah. And now sitting comfortably at top 3.
Top 3.
Oh, so okay, I'm mistaken. So it was Homeboys and
Front
Yardigans. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So Rift was actually coming into that one. But
And
yeah.
now they're strong, right? Second season already, and with new roster, new add-ins like Canon Neo as well, really upping the level that they're playing at right now.
Yeah, it's really. I really like this game, and I like to see the stats that come up throughout the entirety of this game. And to keep us company, we do have the Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Ultra to keep us busy here as well. Say hello to Samsung's latest Galaxy Tab S10 Ultra, your intelligent studio on a massive canvas. In fact, this is just launched in Singapore a few days ago. What's special about this new Tab series is that it comes pre-equipped with the Galaxy AI. It's a perfect work and play companion to maximize your productivity and fun. Immerse yourself in unparalleled clarity with this massive 14.6-inch screen with incredible resolution. Enhanced with Vision Booster and anti-reflection technology, it reduces glare, improves visibility under any lighting condition, keeping your screen bright and clear in any environment. Moment, can you bring us through some of the extra features that you have as well?
You know, this has Galaxy AI, right? You just said it has Galaxy AI, and one of the things that Galaxy AI has is called what?
Circle
to search. Circle to search with Google, right? So you can actually circle something, anything that you want on your screen. So for example, I'm circling tough boots, right?
Interesting.
Yeah. So what happens is boots appear. Yeah. So if I go to the exact word tough boots, and they actually show you the pictures of the tough boots or boots.
Interesting. Let me try it
So
right
it's
now.
so cool, right? So
try it right
whatever you circle, it actually appears on your Google search history. So don't circle anything bad, guys.
And you can do that on images as well, right? If you have the camera open and you take a picture and you just circle it, they can even recognize that as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. Okay, so you
Like
took a
here.
photo in the middle of the game.
There. And it
that's what
tells you
is.
Samsung Galaxy.
So it's interesting how the AI actually identifies and recognizes some of the images and some of the forms that exist in your tablet as well. But yeah, thank you Samsung for sponsoring us in this playoff season because it's been really, really helpful as well. But yeah, to talk more about the game, we're going to our analyst Deadeye. Take it away from off the desk.
Thank you so much, casters. And now, Game 3 game analysis. Wow, what a game, what a series. This Game 3 is actually very, very tough for the side of RSG. They almost got to take this game, but unfortunately, Rift Esports get a better head of them. And with this highlight, we will start here in the play coming in from the side of Bear. This was highlighted, of course, by Scrubby Cheeks a while ago, that Bear has been a phenomenal when it comes to soaking up the damage. As you can see here, this is a pretty good job coming in from Roy, man. His Frigid Glaciers stopping the initiations here coming in from the side of Rip. However, this revitalized battle spell and as well his kit here to soak in all the damage, the glorious pathway, not enough. Unfortunately here, CS still has his ultimate. Unfortunately, it was not yet ready for them to commit in such situations. Now, it will be punished by the aggressiveness coming in from the side of Rift Esports. Now, this is one scenario, similar thing we see here today. And now this is going to be Chu having this burst damage. And look at the positioning here of CS. He's way too far. And now it is going to be the same thing that Bear procs here. The revitalized battle spell. Still, without the damage needed here, it's impossible for the side of RSG to pick anyone here for the side of Rift, forcing CS here to use the Zaman's Force too late already. Twice in a row, we see here the team fights going to the favor for the side of Rift because of Bear's movement as well as his revitalized battle spell. But this time around, look at this one. Bear again, most of the highlights we see right now is coming in from this player. They recognize Roy has been a threat. His Frigid Glacier stopping the combo. But this time around, Bear has the vision, committed the glorious pathway, providing the space, and the rest of the team here of RSG was isolated. Great combo. Once again, this draft coming in from Rift. And look at the positioning coming in from Chu. The setup here from the side of Pancake as well. Bim Bam Boom, Wombo combo with Vexana's follow-up as well. This really wreaks havoc here against the side of RSG. Now, move forward here. As you can see, the setups. This is the finishing touch here, especially for Pancake. His Tigreal, his setup, and the same thing we see here is just beautiful, well placed here. And man, this Wombo combo, this draft composition coming in from the side of Rift is really incredible here. And this next game, one more game away from the side of Rift. Let's see if RSG will be able to bounce back. So casters, take it away.
Will RSG be able to bounce back is indeed the question, but that's not only the question I want to ask, like, what does RSG need to do to bounce back? It's not only a mobile game, it's a mental game coming into a BO5. Now you suffer like 2 losses in a row. It kind of seems as though Rift Esports is making a comeback play. You got the first game, yes, but then you couldn't maintain that momentum, and now the momentum has shifted into Rift. I want to hear from both of you guys. What does RSG need to do to equalize the scoreline?
Do you want to go first, Scrubby?
Well, I mean, game 1 worked out for them, right? They went with like a pick-off draft, and Gear really played that show so well, being able to isolate members. Then it kind of went like they were trying to do the Wombo combo in the last game and stack up on that strategy instead, but it didn't quite pan out well. So maybe something that they're a bit comfortable with, a bit more comfortable with, and easier to execute might be something they consider going for.
Yeah, there's a very big wildcard factor still in terms of Gear. We don't know how well he actually pilots a Khalid. We don't know how well he's actually on the professional level on the R-Lot as well, because we've seen it on the playoffs, right? He still has a lot more in his tank, and yeah, he has an extremely scary Tigreal as well.
Well, to your point right there, Gear actually debuted as an EXP laner. Khalid was his bread and butter back then. Back in the day, way longer when he was like in EVOS, if like Scrubby would remember her season 3
he was an EXP and jungler as well, right? So I think he has a huge hero pool in terms of what he can play.
Well, definitely. I mean, when you're playing at a professional level like that, anything goes. You definitely need to know how to play everything and know how to counter everything. But this time around, things are changing. Youngin identifies that like, okay, Tigreal is going to be a very, very huge problem. R19 is not going to let that slide. So they banned that out along with the Cho in R19, keeping Harith open. The Bane will be banned out as well alongside Gato and Chip. That's going to be the last ban. the Harith could be banned out on the side of Rift, leaving it open for or you could leave it open for RSG. So then you have options with the High Loss and the Harith as well. Or ban out the Juicin so that Roy isn't able to play the Pepper Spray.
Yeah, and this is so much respect coming out from RSG, right? They take out the Bane for Canonio, which is totally off the meta. And now the Tigreal and Cho. The Cho is a consistent ban that we've been seeing for Pancake, just because how strong Pancake is on this Cho. And they can flex it as well. Bear plays a very strong Cho on the EXP lane, so it's really multi-purpose ban. But from Rift Esports, we can see that they are afraid to play against that Alpha from Yon.
Oh, it's interesting. Okay, so
At
look what
least
R19
Phobius,
is
right?
doing. He's opening up options. They want to force RSG to pick up the Khalid again because Rift has control of the High Loss and Harith pick. That's why, like, for the second pick or the red side pick, it's a little bit more easy because you can counter pick the first pick that the blue side takes up. And it kind of looks like, okay, they want to force the Khalid over. They're just leaving it open. If RSG's a little bit smarter enough, Youngin might very well pick up the Harith or the High Loss first. Or even the Phobius, for that matter.
Yeah, the Phobius, Khalid, Harith, a lot of meta picks available in the pool. They want to go for the Ling, Fanny. Yes, you can do it, but they go for the Khalid instead. And Rift Esports, I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? They open with the Tigreal, but now that it is banned out, do they substitute it for something else? Because Pancake, yeah, it feels like he's the target of RSG so far.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Ling, so prioritizing Canonio and the High Loss as well, so I'd be teasing that. You're forcing the Khalid and they're forcing the Harith in because I think R19 knows that Rift is able to handle the Khalid and the Harith. They did it in game number 3. So right now, going to game number 4, the only difference is that Tigra will not be in play. It might be a substitution right as of there, but now the pick goes over to Juicin and the Fanny for the side of RSG. The early game and the mid lane control will be really, really good for RSG.
Yeah, and this time they don't have to worry about the Valentine anymore because there's no Tigreal in the pool as well. So, I mean, still going for that Fanny for Yon, yes, it's still a very big threat. And Rift Esports, I mean, they have not shown what else Pancake can do, right? So far, we've been seeing him play on the Tigreal, we've been seeing him play on the Cho, but nothing else. So they will have to pull it out of the bag right now.
You could go for the Phobias at this point if you really, really wanted to. And then put High Loss in the roam, but then it's going to be the Yeve. So zone control is the MO for Rift. And I like this pick a lot. It reminds me of NIP Flash when the second game went down. You have a lot of zone control. You have a lot of protection plays. Harith needs to be banned out for the side of RSG to prevent it going over the side of Rift, just because it's going to be so good if they played it around the Harith.
Yeah, and it feels to me, right, like the Hayabusa was still open as well. So nobody is prioritizing the Hayabusa anymore, and they really are confident with that fan.
See, I mean, to add on to that, no one's prioritizing Suyo at all.
Yeah.
I thought like, okay, a new hero comes up, everyone's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna grab my hands on Suyo. It's gonna be 100% banned. But why isn't people picking up Suyo? Is it because like he is not really reliant in the early game? Is it because it's very, very committal? Once you go in, if you don't have your skills, you can't dash out. It's sort of like a Julian. That's why it's been falling off the meta just a little bit more. But I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I do like the Suyo. You have a lot of versatility. You have a lot of like jungle control, and you beat any assassin's hands down. You're able to one-shot a lot of heroes.
Yeah, it feels like teams are still at that experimental stage where they have not found that perfect matchup for Suyo, that perfect thing that Suyo is good for. Yeah, possibly they don't know what Suyo counters out in the current meta of this professional scene. That's what it feels to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, it could very well be picked up right here and going to the EXP side for either of these teams, but then you're forcing the High Loss to be in the wrong position. I don't think Pancake likes that because it's a single target initiator. You want to have a crowd control initiator, an AoE crowd control initiator. Sort of like a Minotaur might work out well. Maybe the Edith might work well too, now that you don't really have the Tigreal to counter engage. Or even better yet, might be the Grok though. Grok might be interesting right here. So you can deny the Fanny and deny the Khalid
And
from
the
coming
Zusin
close.
as well. Because you, as a frontline roamer, right, you are very susceptible to
Or
Zusin.
the ulti.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the Grok ban. Oh man.
We called it, bro.
Yeah. I was teasing like, okay, Harith definitely needs to be banned out. The Grok definitely a very, very nice pickup for Rift because just because Pancake also plays it as well. But right now, without that, they're teasing out, okay, maybe I'm going for the Edith or the Minotaur. It might be the best option for both these two. Because if you want to go stick to the MO, stick to your strategy of zonal control, then either of these two might work. If
And
not,
now?
High Loss Roam and then Terizla in the EXP side. It could always work out well.
Yeah, Rift, I mean, in terms of picking, right? Pancake's hero pool we put to the test right now. Yeah, you go for the carry for Chu once again. So this time, he does not have that Angela. And carry is extremely susceptible to this Fanny here. So it's very worrying for me to see them go for this carry because it does not have that survivability in terms of having that gold lane just able to BMI out like a Claude or something along the lines of just having that added survivability. So as a carry, you have to hug the tower.
Right now, what's open is the marksman lane. You've got, you could pretty much use the Ruby, but then you're putting all your eggs in one Fanny. I don't think RSG wants to do that. You face up against the carry, you could always go for a Lunox might be good over here, facing up against the High Loss, but Edith will be picked up along with the Claude.
And
I like the Claude though.
Yeah,
I do
this
like
is CS's bread and butter, right? The Claude. And he has that added mobility. And you don't really have that much jumping lockdown in that back line. Whereas you are going to get jumped and stunned at the same time. Ling only has one thing to go for. And now we will be finally seeing Pancake's pick.
Maybe Kufra? Kufra might work out well, but just because you have a lot of like dashy heroes, you could limit Khalid's skill 1 or triple slash, sorry, skill because he pops out around. You could limit Edith as well, so I think the Kufra might work out well for them. You have that zone control as well. Minotaur, it would be a Minotaur. It's all right.
And yeah,
I like it though. I like it.
We know that Pancake likes to play this really top tier, tanky frontliners, right? But you know who destroys tanky frontliners?
Carry?
Jusin. Yeah, Jusin really destroys tanky frontliners because you get that lantern on them all time. You just place them out of position, troll them around, just ragdoll them into submission.
Funny you say that, because I think right now Rift does have like a very easy to execute kind of draft, right? Everything's zone control. The only downfall is I think carry is lacking that range. So in order to protect that carry, pick up the Minotaur, which provides sustainability as well. But Rift's draft really reminds me of how AP Bren likes to draft around, where you have the Minotaur, you have the Heave around, so you're trapping everyone to RWM, you throw down Minoan's Fury, but hey, you know, that's all my theory. We're going to the game, we're looking at the execution. This is potentially the last game. It's game number 4 between Rift versus RSG. Rift one game away from securing the spot in the top 3 and meeting Evil in the lower bracket finals. Will RSG equalize? That is the question.
Tournament life on the line for RSG right here. It's do or die. I tie things up or go home.
Oh man, okay, now it's getting pulled back by Jusin, but no commitment as of now. It's a very, very slow, controlled pace for Rift. They know that Gear's gonna ramp up the tempo, ramp up their aggression, but as long as they keep an eye on where this Khalid is, I think Canonio will have an easy time. Look at how Bear is pathing as well, just sourcing for a little bit more information to keep Canonio safe. Now Gear onto Canonio. It's a 2v1 situation down the mid side.
And Gear just being extremely annoying to deal with in this early stages of the game. I really like this look on this Khalid with the Zusin now, given the fact that Zusin is such a lane bully. He gives so much space for Gear to actually find out where Canonio is at all times.
Look at that high level rotation from Rift, right? So Bear left his lane, let the wave push in, and now just seesaws it with Closer. So if Closer's in lane, Bear is out of lane. So this is where like Bear is able to secure that vision around the turtle pit. The turtle is going to be spawned up in less than 30 seconds. Gear making a beeline for Canonio. Closer misses the onward.
Yeah, the knock up, the pullback here onto Bear as well with the Lantern, sustaining, but not enough. Yon lands the first blood. Canonio coming in with the Tempest of Blades as well, laying the damage onto Gear. He flickers out of there, and he's going to be safe for now.
Yeah. That's to be expected in the early game. Gear does have a little bit more sustain with the second heal.
There's a very good front line, and to Sid, you love a very good front line, right? And Bear just swept up away from his feet. That Lantern is going to destroy anybody who wants the front line.
You're desperately trying to get his level 4 before securing the turtle pit. Taking a look at itemizations. I don't know why CS actually got the common emblem, just because like now you don't really need that mana.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting,
Might be a glitch, I don't know. But Yon actually secures that turtle. That's just a really interesting point that I want to point out. Right now, RSG does have the upper hand in terms of the gold economy, but just by a little bit here. Ramping up the tempo, continuing the aggression, identifying where the Ling is at all times. You get spotted out in the bottom side. Juice in, using the Lantern just to identify, find out more information.
Oh, the pullback forces the flicker as well. Gear trying to get something there, but he's immobilized. The damage comes through. Bear and Pancake trying to put enough on him, but the sustain from the quick Sengar not quite enough as Melon takes care of him.
Basic attack. Oh, actually, Pancake pops the Minoan Fury. He's just baiting. Oh, Yon baited out the Minoan Fury even without coming close. Well, I thought that was like a high IQ play, but it was just really panic right there, trying to protect Melon at all costs.
I mean, Yon coming in, if he went in and that Minoan Fury went off, he would have been the most smartest player of all time, right? That would be the best Minotaur play I've ever seen.
Well, shoulda, woulda, coulda is what I like to say. Going into the 3-minute mark, just 45 seconds to the turtle spawns up. Gear taking a little bit more damage, but he has a sustain. And the longer this game goes, the sustain might mean nothing when Carry gets online, when Canonio gets his power spike as well.
Yeah, but he's doing so much right now, using the Raging Sandstorm to get away from that, but just being such a nuisance. And now Melon in some trouble, using the flicker to get away. Yon comes in for the cleanup, manages to get that one, and it's Melon sent to the grave pit.
It's a drive-by. Yon comes in, takes what he can, and gets out of there. As 10 seconds to the next turtle spawns up, Canonio does not have his retribution, but so does Yon. But that might not be a problem after all, just because you're using these major objectives as bait.
Yeah, Rift Esports lineup is really reliant on that late game, where Chu and Canonio are able to dish out a damage. Currently, right now, just feels to me like they don't have enough. Like, you can go into that Raging Sandstorm, Gear get the second skill.
Oh, Yon takes care of Chu there, and then top, they're trying to get the turtle here, but they are now one member down as Yon has the opportunity to go back and get this objective. Gear trying to cause, again, some disruption here from Rift in taking this objective.
I think Roy is more of the disruptor, because look at
the Lanterns, the real manipulation taken down. Roy goes down and knock up onto 2 here. Tempest of Blades being popped as well as they fight for this team fight. And now in the back line, it's going to be closer. Taken down. Canonio lands the last shot onto Gear.
He's not going to let Gear get off scot-free. Now the turtle
Melon
then uses bait once again. Melon trying to face off against Yon, goes a little bit too wide, and gets that discipline to go back. Here's Chu trying to get down that T1 mid, taking a lot of damage from CS.
Yeah, Blazing Duet already dealing so much damage to Chu at the start of the game, but not able to finish him off. Still, 4-4 will be the scoreline. Both teams neck and neck in terms of net worth as well.
Optimizations, that's DHS already built up by this Claude. Slowly but surely, that's going to be a very, very scary late game Claude. So you got early game damage, you got late game insurance. So RSG's reset is down to Rift and how they want to set up these zonal controls, because RSG likes to find flanks, which is what Yon and what CS likes to do.
Yeah, mobility-wise, I feel that both teams, they do have that mobility, but yeah, that lockdown factor, there is no Tigreal anymore for Rift Esports, so I'm really favoring RSG at this point. That Raging Sandstorm is much more potent than that Minoan Fury.
knock up, the link onto damage, onto Pancake here. Gear with the Raging Sandstorm. Yon comes into the backline. It's gonna be traded out closer for Pancake at the moment, as Gear's the one that takes the turtle, but there are 3 down, traded out for 1 RSG, and CS now lands the last blow onto Canonio as well, chalking that up to a 3-2.
That's a punish. Canonio was just so low. CS doesn't have the Blings duet, but it does not matter. At the end of all of that, RSG took that turtle, and they had a little bit of defense. Yon!
Yon! What? 1v2 comes in with the burst damage, and now lands that final shot to claim the life of Melon as well. That is insane.
Yon is showing why RSG prioritizes Fanny for him, right? There's Hayabusa. Yeah, I don't care. I want the Fanny.
Oh, that's a
Jump in, the Raging Sandstorm. They managed to get 1, aiming for 2. Pancake flicker out. CS with the shots here. Crisp and through, but it's not going to be enough just yet. And Pancake gets away. In the meantime, they do get that mid-outer turret, so they're gunning for the objectives here and slowly clearing out Riv. Yon!
Melon
again comes in.
Lethal
Not
ignition.
quite enough, and just a little bit left. That shield.
Yeah. Oh man, the photo came in clutch from Pancake, healing Melon up because the lethal ignition is really lethal. That was just 1 pixel away from his doom, but Rift slowly but surely not having a good time. But at the very least, that's a Trinity completed by Chu, so the carry's gonna come online. But Yon 7-0-0 trying to force their way in.
Lanterns as well, pulling Bear closer in. Now they're threatening this bottom turret here, as Rift still manages to defend them for now.
Rift's lack of initiation is really astounding to me, right? They have to go for all these counter initiations, but it's impossible to counter initiate when Yon is able to burst you down at the speed of light. So they can only put Pancake in the harm's way. They cannot put anyone else on the map where Yon is able to access them.
Yeah. This is where Yon is actually forcing Canonio onto the wall, because if Yon goes down, he does not have his wall dashes as of now. RSG starting on with the Lord Rift, trying to get in position, trying to open up the vision play. There's 3,000 gold lead. I don't know if Rift is able to contest for this one. The Lord, as we all know, is just a bait in every single part of the story.
Yeah, there's a dance going around in the purple buff, but then Yon comes back to the Lord. Still, the fight will be ensuing soon, but Rift, they still have that initiation problem.
It's a reset on that Lord. No one wants to make a move, but RSG is dealing so much damage, especially coming in from CS, the Claude, looking like a really, really good pick as of now.
RSG, I mean, they can do this for days, right? As long as they don't jump in, Rift has that meat grinder prepared, but RSG, all they can do is just poke back and forth, go for these objectives again, but now, Forest Pathway being used.
The knock-up, the real manipulation already cancelled here as RSG back out of that fight, but Pancake being drawn in, and Gear's the one that takes the credit for it. Raging Sandstorm used to catch up here onto Bear. Canonio comes in for the backup, and all this time RSG's trying to take the Lord as fast as they can. Here comes Yon, gets the Retribution, actually no, just takes down the Lord without having to use that, as Rift is completely zoned out, and Yon again comes in and lands the burst damage onto Chu.
It's a lot of damage onto Yon. I'm just really excited to see the itemizations that come through, because with 8-0-0, Yon is single-handedly carrying up the games, and production heard me. Here's the itemizations. That's a full pure physical penetration build coming in from that Fanny. I'm not surprised if the Sky Piercers build up as well, because RSG, they're taking this game in their hands. It's a 4,200 gold lead with the Lord in their possession, marching down the bottom side. Rev, nothing to do but defend. They don't really have the high ground. They don't really have a lot of splash target damage, but they have the zone control. If Melon stays safe, at least Rift has another chance.
Yeah, it's always that lack of lockdowns, though. I'm still so scared because they don't have that Tigreal factor anymore. The only way they can lock Yon down is just a simple stun or a Minoan Fury, and he's not stupid enough to get stunned by like that.
Yeah, I like the fact that Yon's just toying with his food, right? He's just flying in, then flies out, just baiting out the dashes, but hold on!
Yeah, Glorious Pathway as well, the real manipulation, trying to zone out the members of RSG now on the back foot, having to run CS in the back line with the Blazing Duet as well, chunks down the members of Rift, lands himself double kill, and it's gonna be Canonio in the back, manages to clean up RSG, they're shut down!
personally, oh man, let's take a look at replay because we missed the whole fight. Gear entered first, as I believe, and it was a little bit too soon. When Minoan Fury knocks everyone up, he uses Sandstorm, get out, no stuns whatsoever, and they're just chasing. Chu has that damage. You don't have that Fanny in play. Canonio just waits for that right time, goes straight for Roy, since Roy doesn't have the ultimate anymore, and just playing the Tempest of Blaze, the four swords, just chasing down Yawn. Man, what a play.
What a play indeed. And that was RSG just going into that meat grinder of Rift, right? You don't want to initiate onto the team that cannot initiate onto you because they're waiting for that counter initiation. Rift Esports lineup is meant for that counter initiation. They have that Minoan Fury prepared. They have Canonio the Reaper prepared on the back line. And he's got Canonio probably because that was a cannon of damage.
That was a cannon of damage indeed. I mean, look at the gold economy. RSG, the peak was 54,000 or 5,400. And right now, down to a mere hundreds. It's so much economy that Rift has taken away from RSG. And if they keep this tempo up, they might just turn things around.
Yeah, but they have to rely on RSG going into the meat grinder once or twice again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think RSG, they're that stupid, right?
Yeah, I think there was a problem or issue with the breakdown because Gear went in first and then he was forced to use the Raging Sandstorm to get out. And just because of that, he didn't have any counter re-engage, and that's why they were able to turn things around and everyone was just running away. Yawn made a bad move right there just because on the top side, if I remember correctly, there was a minion wave pushing in. He might have just been able to take one T1 down, at the T3 down on the top side at the very least. But right now, I don't know. They're trying to sort things out. We do want to have a very balanced game, but man, oh man, that turnaround just changed the course of this story.
Yeah, it did indeed, man. They're showing the amount of late game damage that they can do, right? This is a Rift Esports MO here. They want to go for that late game. They know Link can bring the damage. They know Carry can bring the damage as well. They just need to set the fight that they need. They are advantage at. And RSG, surprising to me, Gear went into that and Raging Sandstorm out of that. Then with that Glorious Pathway, trying to save Gear, everyone just fell apart.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that being said, I mean, for Yawn, I mean, looking at the screen right now, he does have the Sea Halberd, so that's going to be a healing degeneration factor coming in from the Fanny itself onto the Minotaur. So the healing from Fanny, once he dashes in, is not going to account for any of those additional healings. But at this point, though, I'm looking at, like, interesting itemizations or interesting builds. Like, for example, Bear doesn't finish the Clock of Destiny before going for the Thunderbelt. He goes straight for the Thunderbelt and the Dom Eyes before finishing out the Clock of Destiny. We're going to be jumping straight into the game yet again to see what breaks down here. Again, with the aggression down on the purple buff, that's where we left off. And Yawn's pepper spraying the heck out of Rift.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard fight now for the side of RSG. I mean, Rift, they have racked up the items needed to actually deal the damage. But now Bear in a bit of trouble though.
Hold by the lantern, Glorious Pathway used as well. Gear tries to engage, surges forward here as RSG with the Raging Sandstorm gets two, but he's stunned out, and now coming with the re-engage, Canonio actually popping the Tempest of Blaze. Yawn, that's his timing, goes in, lays the damage closer with the flicker, and it's gonna be just, you know, Rift trying to retreat here. CS laying the damage, but has to back out with the BMI.
Still 1-0. RSG, they managed to find a situation where they bait out the Minoan Fury, they bait out the Glorious Pathway, then they go for that re-engage. RSG, they're playing a lot smarter now.
CS is a late game monster right now. Have you seen the damage he done onto Bear? Basically, the passive that Bear has on the high loss is non-existent. You don't have attack speed mitigation facing up against the Claude. You take a little bit too much damage just because you're not facing up against just that Claude. You're facing up against Dexter himself with the added bonus damage from the glowing staff. Now, Lord being forced up, Nanyo in position, trying to make a beeline towards that Lord. Oh, gets spotted out by Yawn, forced to use the Tempest of Blades. But we will get out safe as Yawn will take full control of this Lord.
They're going for it now. The glorious pathway, but Yon still takes the kick. Closer in the front line, trying to throw back with the onward. The Minoan Fury in the zone of control here puts the damage and the pain in the back line. Canonio slays Roy to get gear as well. Traded out 2 for 1 at the moment, as now Closer is left to fend for himself. It's gonna be Rift that seals the deal.
3 for 1 at the very least. More Lord favoring the side of RSG. They took it down before Rift actually made that call, but at the end of the day, Chu was just safe. They weren't able to find an angle to take down that damage dealer. Oh, but Yon out of nowhere almost takes down Canonio. Chu next on the chopping block will be safe as of now, making a blitz onto that Lord. When RSG Rift right now it's even Stevens gold lead negligible. 15-15 is the kill score. As both teams, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, right now, really, initiation from RSG, very important, right? That Raging Sandstorm used from the side of Gear, not really able to find its mark. Rift Esports, the main key damage here, still coming out from Canonio. Chu, yes, he can pump out the damage, but he will never be in a nice position because RSG is not allowing him to. But if Rift Esports, they do find a way to set Chu up, there will be 2 avenues of damage coming through.
What's the play now for RSG? Mo, if you're RSG, what will you do? Because right now CS is definitely the clear win condition, but Rift likes to counter re-engage. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, the 1-2 combo coming out from Gear and Closer needs to be on a key damage target, right? Once you get Chu or Canonio out of the fight, then you can take that team fight whenever because you don't have that combo damage coming through. Only one source.
Oh man, CS is just dealing way too much damage. Pancake taking a couple shots and he's down to 1/3 of his health. But Bear slowly just waiting under that bush. They don't know. Oh, Yon actually finds him out.
Oh, in the back, but Pancake engages with the Minoan Fury, forces Gear back 1 HP, flickers away, and he's still safe for now as RSG take the jungle of Rift. Yon finds Melon in the bushes, slices and dices, but takes too much. Has to back out, manages to
The
get out
immortality
safely.
actually popped in the end of at the end of the cables.
Yeah, he bought that immortality just at the nick of time, right? Oh my god.
Precarious situation. That's a gold lead just teetering on the breaking point between RSG and Rift. Both of them, as they're pushing in and out, 15-15, still the kill score. They're not letting up. But it does look like RSG has better control of that map. Rift looks barren. No T2s to be found anywhere. As the Lord spawns up in 15 seconds. The play right now for Rift is to try to find a backdoor opportunity.
Yeah, just trying to find a chance, trying to find a mistake, a slip up in the RSG players, right? If you can find RSG in the correct place, you have that lockdown for that Minoan Fury, but that's going to be a very short frame of time that you have to work with. So they have to group up as a death ball. Meanwhile, Canonium, he's still on the top lane.
You can see him at the top lane as well. Gear going in there, being chased down by 4 members as they make quick work of this Lord here. Roy takes it, and now Rift is looking for their opening. Stunts out CS on the run. Tempest of Blades narrowing this escape path for him. Gear with the Raging Sandstorm, and now Melon with the real manipulation as well. 3 down on the side of Rift as they are trying to clean up here, but RSG makes an escape.
This might be it. It's 30 seconds on the clock. The Lord is marching. It's marching slow, but it's certainly marching down to the base of Rift. Will Rift be able to find some time or buy some time for the rest of their friends to come back online?
The lack of frontliners from Rift still alive would not be looking too good for them, especially if RSG want to just rush things down.
It's a bit tight. I mean, 10 seconds here. They're gonna try to take off the base turrets here with the Lord coming down the bottom and making their way through the creeps as well.
Yeah.
Just as we say, the rest of the boys are back online. Here comes the Goon Squad.
They can hold on for now
Yep,
with the real manipulation.
Defense is there. They're trying to take down the Lord. Surging forward, onto Closer. Do they find anything? The Lantern pulls Bear back into the fray, and they're going to pop his head off. RSG still pushing forward onto Rift here.
How does Hylos in 18 minutes die like that?
It's just Claude, late game Claude, man. It's Claude. Not only Claude, but Dexter as well.
I mean,
his monkey.
Yeah, it goes to show, right? That's a Claude with a common emblem. and he's still dishing out that much damage. Imagine if he had the Marksman emblem. That would have been even way faster.
Interesting. Yeah, here comes Yon, flying into the cables, but they're not making a move. This is RSG again holding up to the economy lead, 2,000. Rift barely hanging on, but they're still hanging on. It's a very precarious situation. RSG really desperately needs this game. They're fighting for 3rd place, down to the lower bracket finals, and they're not going down without a fight. As RSG dominant the entirety of this game, and Rift pushed into a corner, backed into a corner. CS, Yon taking control of the carry role.
Yeah, if RSG win here, we will have our first 5-match series of the day. They will tie things up 2-2, but still, Rift does not want to let that happen.
Oh, this might be where the final fight might happen. The purple buff. Canonio desperately trying to find that one. Pops his retribution, take that away. 30 seconds to the next Lord spawns up. Will have his retribution by then. But do you contest, do you not? There's 20 minutes in this game so far. This gear leading the charge. Roy with the pepper spray trying to push everyone back, trying to pick up something, trying to fish out for someone. But Rift not giving them a chance.
Still, the Lord. This will be the Radiant Lord. 18 minutes. Lord spawn at 20 minutes into the game. And this will be the super buff Lord, and both teams would have to prioritize it really heavily. But the lane priority really not looking good on Rift Esports right now.
Roy as well as Gear on zone duty here, pushing up the waves and forcing Canonio to go back and defend this. But it looks like RSG, you know, just biding their time as well, clearing, getting a bit more control off the waves.
Yeah, the lack of AoE, right? True being that single target damage versus what CS brings to the table. It's really coming to bite them back, especially in these team fights.
Canonio knows this, the bottom wave pushing up. RSG has lane priority. But the longer that this Lord dance goes, it goes into favor of Rift just because they do have the extra sustain coming in from the Minotaur. As Bear is sourcing for a little bit more information, they don't know where Yon is. They don't want to commit onto any moves. They don't want to pull the trigger. It's a very, very tricky situation as Gear tries to find a flank onto Chu. He does, but is not committing onto any fights. The wave pushing in is in the base, is in the house on the bottom side. Lord, a third of their health.
They spot
just gonna give it.
Canonio in the base, and that's the cue, right? Trying to rush the Lord here as Yon slays it. The Glorious Pathway laid down here, trying to find some form of compensation, but it's going to be the damage onto Rift instead, getting blown up. So far, still alive, sustaining themselves, but Gear knocked up. Real manipulation, forcing them back, but the objective is in the hands of RSG.
Lots of damages, lots of ultimates, but no one died at the end of it. RSG took that Lord just on the nick of time, knowing that Canonio, like you said, Scrubby, was on that bottom side.
The fact that Roy is able to just pepper spray with that lantern time and time again, and he's not punished for it. Yeah, Rift Esports have a severe lack of really lockdown at the moment. Like they have nothing. They only have damage.
Lord marching down top side. Pancake just got his ultimate. He's holding on to it. They're giving up that T3 mid. It's a very precarious situation. Getting pulled back by the lantern. Pancake.
Down to
There.
the line here. Yon
Oh,
slicing
Canonio.
and dicing, pops the immortality of Canonio here. And it might be a breakout as Chu is in some trouble. Raging Sandstorm goes in and aiming for the core as RSG look to close this one out and manages to knock this up to a 2-4-2, bringing us to a game number 5.
RSG looking very happy with this win. They had a very dominant game, the entirety of that game. Just one blunder, but they never let go. And we're moving on to a game 5.
Yeah, game 5, first of the day.
First of the entirety of the playoffs, if I remember correct. Actually, because today is the only BO5 day. But that being said, man, both teams, they have a chance to go into the lower bracket finals facing off against Evil. Whoever wins this one is going to move on.
Really a test of stamina at the moment, right? Winner takes all. This is really the culmination.
Yeah, I was gonna predict like, okay, this is gonna be a 5-game series, but hey,
3-2.
You guys are still in the running for it. I voted 3-1. I don't know what I was thinking. 3-1. I knew it was going to a 5-game, but like, hey man, this is gonna be a banger of a series. The last game, a lot on the line, a lot of stakes. RSG finally getting their momentum back. Rift losing 1 game, but they're still in it to win it. They want to prove themselves, and both teams do want to prove themselves. Everyone doubted RSG. Everyone doubted Rift, but they made it this far. Now, the question is, who do you think the MVP for Game of 4 is?
It's gotta be Yon.
Gonna be Yon? Who are you?
It's a difficult one.
Let's just see. Let's just see on the screen right now. It's gonna be
There you
Yon,
go.
9-1 and 2. That's gonna be a full damage penetration. Sold his boots. Actually, Fanny doesn't really need boots anyways.
Use cables.
Yeah.
Why wear shoes, man?
Okay, it's interesting also. They got Fanny built the Swift emblem just for a little bit more attack speed. I think it helps Yon with the early game jungle speed. So that's the interesting point for me. But the fact of the matter is, the way that he kites around, the way that he finds flanks and finds opportunities, finds angles onto the back line and takes down Canonio, takes down Chu, identifies his target, makes him the MVP, makes him, like his hand symbol says, a winner.
Yeah, and this was the game for him, right?
This was his
yeah,
game.
This was the game for him because there was no semblance of lockdown coming out from Rift Esports. And you know how scary Yon's Fanny is. You played against it in game 1. You lost to it in game 1. And now you're letting it go without, just look at the lineup here, right? How are you gonna lock down this Fanny? Just pure damage alone?
Not only that, right? Like, you have to lock down Fanny. You have to find a way to lock down that Claude, just because Claude uses the BMI to get into your face, shoots a little bit more bullets, and then flies out with the BMI. So that's going to be a really, really scary late game Claude, late game Fanny kind of situation that Rift has to deal with. Yes, they didn't give easy kills over RSG, but at the end of the day, the late game, Bear wasn't even able to survive against a couple of nasty shots from Claude and Dexter.
Yeah, tanks doesn't matter in the late game when there's CS in the game, right? Yeah, they don't matter. They're not tanks. They're just paper.
No Harris, no problem. That's what CS wants to say. But looking at the statistics, it seems as though Rift finds it very, very hard to get the turrets. And one of the main reasons is because once you pick up the carry, you know that your range is going to be an issue, a very, very big issue in the late game, no matter how heavy your damage is. And yes, you got the win of nature if you're CS, but you sell your win of nature to get a little bit more sustained items like the immortality, and I think that creates another layer of defenses on top of CS. The only thing that I'm confused about this page is the common emblem. Apart from like the mana and the HP regeneration, I don't know what other benefit it brings now that Claude doesn't have the mana regeneration. I think, if I remember correctly, it does have a little bit more movement speed. I think that's pretty much about it.
Pretty much about it, right? Does win him that early game versus the Chu versus the carry, so it kind of worked out. But still, like Rift Esports, now I really see it. There is a very clear lack of initiation. Like, really, just look at every single one of the members. Who goes in first? Who takes the team fight first? There is no answer for me.
So for Rift, I think Minotaur and High Loss actually is a very good engage. It's just that whenever Pancake hits the Minoan Fury, he doesn't hit onto anyone, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah, but that's just because RSG, they are so mobile, right? You see that AoE indicator coming out, you see that glorious pathway, you see that circle, and you just run away because there's nothing holding you there. There's nothing that holds you there. And that's really a lack of lockdown. Yeah.
You mean like single target lockdown, like a suppression, like a lockdown and a burst onto Claude, onto the Yawn, onto the Fanny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Rift fought really hard. This is by no means an easy victory for RSG. This is going to be going to the game 5, but then again, RSG actually, they have the macro control, and I know that Rift is able to get the macro games done. And as much as Canonio was MVP in game number 3 or game number 4, game number 3, in this game it was just macro games all the way for RSG. just macro upon map control, upon aggression, intelligence that Gear's given onto Yawn to find the next best target. Man,
And really, Yawn is so good at dealing with the split pushes because you just look at the turn damage, right? They have Canonio and Chu who are expected to pull these macro plays off for Rift Esports, but yeah, no form of feasible damage.
I mean, I think that's Yawn doing so much work, right? Yes, you have Canonio trying to maybe do the split push, but then this time you have Yawn as well to be able to make sure that they don't have that plan B in store and kind of then forcing them to make decisions, right? We saw Canonio having to go back to the base in that last fight to defend the base, and that gave RSG the opportunity to take the Lord as well. So forced decision there, helping RSG on their way to this victory.
yeah, take a look at the top fours. You've got Canonio, Bear, and actually Bear on the damage taken as well as the total assist. With RSG, even though they won the game, it's only one. So at the end of the day, Rift actually had the better independent player statistics. Like they're up on every single scoreline, but it doesn't tell the full story because CS, Yawn was doing so much damage. CS, taking a look at his damage, 272,000. 746.
I'm still gonna be real here, man. I mean, I think Rift players, they played their hearts out, right?
Yeah.
But it just feels like a very, very big drafting.
Man, like almost 300,000 damage from CS on that Claw. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage.
But CS does a lot of damage on Harif anyway, so.
That's true. That's true. I mean, we're just remembering what we see in the game, but we're gonna take a look at the replay really soon, or some of the highlights of the game, especially coming in from Yawn. I want to know how Yawn is able to scale himself up. So let's just take a look at replay. Moment, why don't you bring us through the entirety of it?
Yeah, I mean, in the early stages of the game, right, we see that glorious pathway being used to get there with the conjunction of the real-world manipulation, and yet Gear is so hard to bring down. They really clearly lack the damage early game because they don't have that similar damage in terms of having that Vixana anymore, having that suppression factor anymore. This is just slow damage coming through at a slow period of time. And they need to scale up Canonio to have a lot of farm before it gets into fruition. Now, we see, yes, Canonio takes out closer, double kills onto Gear as well. But this, when we bring it into the actuation of the team fight, Yawn is now involved. Yawn is dealing damage, and Canonio takes out Roy. But Fanny can do the same as well.
Oh, this was the fight. It was the 1v1 between Canonio and CS. But CS actually has the BMI just to get out of there and do additional damage. And this was the 2v1 from Yawn. I think at this point he was just way too fat. He was level 11. The rest of the team is like 3 or 4 levels behind him. It's gonna be a really scary thing.
Yeah, and just the fact that there's no one-to-one solution towards him. Like, I feel that,
Oh, beautiful.
Canonio could be that factor, you know? He gets that triple kill. But this is off the one blunder that they made. And after that, RSG never made the same blunder again. They made sure that, yes, we're never forcing the team fights on your grounds. We are forcing the team fights on our grounds.
I mean, even in late game, the carry doesn't deal a lot of damage. It's sort of like an underwhelming amount of damage as compared to the Claude. Even though they've got similar item builds, even though Chu has a lot more true damage, I don't feel the presence of that carry coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, there were a lot of different more marksmen that he could have potentially played. Like, if you want to go for this team fight, yes, he could have pulled out the Beatrix, right?
Yeah.
The Beatrix was available. And to me, like, picking a carry, it has to fulfill a certain intention. It has to fulfill a purpose. Every pick, every ban fulfills a purpose. Carry, what do? You destroy tanks, but
There's not really a lot of tanks in that area because Gear's not really technically a tank. It's just there to disrupt. You're there to just start things off. And the rest of the team just layers everything else in. You do have to deal with an Edith though, so that's going to be a tough problem for Chu to take part in.
yeah, it's gonna be hard. Like, you're really walking into that grinder. Edith does a lot of counter damage as well, so the more you deal damage to Wiz and Eden, the more damage he deals towards you. So
Yeah, I think the difference that you pointed out, one of it is also, right, Pancake this time on the Minotaur is really different from when he's on the Tigreal, right? The ability to go in and set up for the team, but it's super committal. And then even if you set up a good Minoan Fury, Chu kind of blows them off one by one, and you don't have that big AoE impact that they used to have in the previous games.
Yeah, I think RG might have just cracked the code right here by just banning out the Tigreal. But hey, that's just our theory. That's our hypothesis. Let's hear from the expert himself. Let's go over to Deadeye on Off the Desk.
Thank you guys, and welcome once again to the off-desk analysis. What a series, man. So many highlights we have seen there, especially during the early stage of the game. It was the battle of assassins, man. Canonio as well as Yon. Beautiful gameplay with these two players. However, we are going to break down how the side of RSG be able to outdo Rift here. We will start, of course, our highlight here in the Lord Dance. As you can see here, we have seen here providing the space. All resources have been committed to this guy, providing the vision, the space been given. It actually gives the opportunity here for RSG to take the objective takedown. And yes, now after this one, the glorious pathway has been used. This is the signal right now that the side here of Rift will be able to fully commit. However, they are already way too late. This is now the disengage we have to highlight coming in from the side of RSG. Remember, Pancake on that Minotaur still has the Minuan's Fury. But then again, our casters mentioned here, it's not that an easy compared to a Tigreal to set up the plays. He needs that initial initiation here, and that is the glorious pathway. How can you chase this running RSG in this choke point here? So what happened here, it was actually Canonio trying to do something here, but then again, he's surrounded by RSG team here. That was the sacrifice, and again, it forced Rift here to do battle, and it was lost for them at this moment in time. Now we are going to forward here our next highlight in this game. This is now the Lord of course, the Lord push that we have mentioned a while ago, and this is now again Rift trying to defend their base. Glorious pathway as well as the real world manipulation has been activated. Now RSG knows about this one. They are just trying to run back, but then again Rift force this battle, trying to chase everyone out. But look at this one, the Minuan's Fury. No one's been caught. This is somehow the bane here for the draft coming in from the side of Rift. An easy way out here for the side of RSG. And again, this Lord Dance, one of the turning point. Again, look at Roy. Ever since we've seen his zoning capability on this mage, on the Zushin, it's really difficult here for the side of Rift to penetrate through, giving so much space once again for Yon to take the ultimate takedown. Now, once again, glorious pathway. What happens? All disengage. You have the BMI coming in from that Claude. You have the cables from Yon to initiate out. And now this is again Rift trying to do something, trying to do their best after those full commitment. The counter plays, however, for RSG is there. And we would like to highlight here, RSG knows about the gameplay coming in from the side of Rift. They're just going to disengage once those ultimates has been expanded coming in from the side of Rift. They have so many kits to go for that counter play, counter punch. What a series, guys. And now this is game 5, a battle for the lower bracket finals. Rift and RSG. Let us head on once again to the casters and see the final battle between these two teams.
Before we go into the final battle, I have a question for both of you. It's not regarding the draft. It's not regarding like the game itself. But if you're one game away from going into the next stage, and you're neck and neck, it's do or die. What do you do? How are you feeling, and how do you cope with that, Scrubby?
I mean, I've never been put in that position as anxiety-inducing as this, right? Yeah. I don't know how the players are feeling, but it's a lot of pressure. RSG, these young players with such a huge flag on their shoulders to carry. RSG has never lost a lower bracket battle, right? We saw in that fun fact earlier, but now they're down to the line here where this final game is the make or break. It's such a tough mental battle.
Yeah, Rift might be able to change that away. What about you, Moment? How do you deal with the amount of pressure and stress that's put onto you, the final game, knowing that you're about to, I don't know, I wouldn't say lose, but like
maybe potentially move on to fight
potentially
evil?
move on.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, take a deep breath. There's a reason why you're here, right?
Yes.
This is the finals. You are playing your hearts out. It is still a 2-2. The closest series we've seen so far in the entire MPL SG.
Yeah.
And yes, you made it.
Yeah.
Whether win or lose, you still go down in history.
That's right.
And to their own credit, right? I mean, Rift so far throughout the season, they've been battling so hard and gotten that top spot, that top 3 spot for themselves. And RSG on the flip side, they've been at the bottom, but they fought so hard to get to where they are as well and meeting here in this fight.
Yeah, I remember like RSG starting out the regular season, they're struggling a little bit, losing games left, right, and center. And Pancake coming in the midst of the transfer window, just playing with the team. Maybe a couple days before the last, the next game of the transfer season, he's come to Singapore a day before he actually plays on the main stage in the regular season. So lots of props to these guys for making it this far, but there can only be one team that moves forward in this game, and we're down to the draft. Cho, Tigro being banned out by Youngin. No changes right there. Youngin knows that Tigro is the main reason for their downfall in games 2 and 3. He doesn't want to make the same mistake. For R19, that might be in the Khalid, but I don't know about you guys. What do you think should be changed up in either of these teams' drafts?
Rift Esports, they've been letting this Fanny through, right? And 2 times in a row, Fanny has been destroying you. So maybe it's time to ban it. And this might be either team's last draft of MPL SG. So it really falls down to your decision right now. Do you still want to play against that Fanny? Because I'm pretty sure, yes, you've done it before. You can play the Beatrix. And I'm surprised they didn't choose it.
Yeah. For Youngin though, banging out the Bane might be the bane of Rift Esports' existence for this one, because right now they're lacking a lot of heavy damage.
I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy that we are at this stage. And
yeah, BO5, man.
And then we have a Bane being banned out. Like other regions probably watching and like, what is this coach doing? Like, why is he banning out Bane? But you have not seen Canonio play Bane.
Yeah, it was a lot of respect and understanding how Youngin likes to play. He respects the players themselves and the overall synergy that the hero has with the entirety of the team. So Bane being banned out is really crucial for RSG's success. For Rift though, the final ban, I think Jusin was a very, very smart ban over here. I think it might be the Khalid, because then it gives Canonio an easy time, but no, they will open up the Khalid as the Khalid. They'll ban out the Gacha Gacha as they did before. The only change is the Jusin not being in the pool. RSG might be able to pick up the Khalid for themselves. If not, Rift will snap pick it up and go for maybe even the Ling and Hylos yet again. So I think mayhaps it might be the same thing.
Yo, all the top criminals are in the pool, right? We have Hylos, we have Phovius, we have Khalid, we have Hayabusa, we have Ling. It's a buffet for both teams, but it's about making that buffet plate look amazing. And RSG, they want to go out with a bang. They pick the Ling for themselves, denying it away from Rift Esports.
You know, they're doing this thing like, oh hey man, if it's your last game, your last ever competition, what do you want to go out with? And like, Ling is one of Yon's signature heroes. They don't have to worry about dealing with a Fanny anymore, just because Fanny does have some limitations of the cables. It's very difficult to play under high octane scenarios, but they open up the Harith. It might be the high loss right there for Rift, and then play around the zone of control yet again. It might work out better this time around. No, it will be the Khalid not giving over the hands of RSG. I like what they're doing right here. I like what Rift is cooking.
Khalid with Harith, right? I mean, there is still potential that Pancake can play the Khalid. And of
course, Bear, we know what he can do on the Khalid as well. He performed extremely well on that Khalid. And RSG, with that link, right? Now the shoe is on the other foot. Do they go for the Angela, which has failed Rift in the first game?
I don't think so. I think it's too risky to go with Angela because you don't have a lot of magic damage.
But you know what? They can go with the Angela. Speaking of buffet table, right? You go for the Angela, you go for the Alice. Big brain play right there, right?
But they don't want to do that. They want to go for the Hylos Aurora. So a lot more zone control. Yeah, I think that's the MO for both these teams. Whoever takes control of the team fight area first is going to have the upper hand. So Rift has a really, really good amount of damage in the early game. RSG looks like they want to dive. They want to have a counter engage mechanism. They want to be able to disengage. And I think Hylos is the answer, especially for closer. For Rift though, there's quite a lot of things open. They could very well go with the Vexana once again, but then you're opening up yourself to Ling, which can go in. Unless try something different. Try to Suyo.
There's a Hayabusa still.
A Hayabusa might be possible, but then Aurora will just use the passive.
Oh, they are going for that signature, man.
Yeah. It kind of seems like no one likes the Suyo. I don't know.
No one likes anything that's meta right now.
Interesting.
The only thing that's meta is picked up.
Hey,
Khalid, yeah.
I like to beg to differ. We can agree to disagree, but every single time a new hero has been introduced, like remember back then when the Amon was introduced, everyone was just banning it out. When Nathan was introduced, everyone was banning it out. And then the Chusing came in, and the Zas rework and stuff like that. It all changed.
Yeah,
and
remember
right
when
now,
Nolan was OP? Yeah.
And Nolan, back then when Nolan was way OP, everyone was just banning it out. But right now, Suyo's just no one's batting an eye. Like, it's nothing special.
It's still a 5v5, game where you really have to find that correct puzzle piece to make it work. And it feels like teams haven't cooked up that perfect four for Suyo to work with. And that kind of, it kind of grows with time. When the chip was released, people knew it was strong.
But now it's still strong. It's always sitting in the ban pool. Never seen the light of day. I think almost 100% pick rate for that chip, and it's always sitting in the ban pool. And R19 knows this. It's one of his signature sort of like flavors, if you will. Luno's getting banned out in second phase, as well as the Vexana. Both teams are eyeing onto the mage and the marksman. So R19 just bans out Lunox just because to keep Harith safe. The other the other ban could be the Claude, just because it's such a nuisance. But then again, not a lot of like tanky frontliners overside
Moskov is a good choice.
RSG.
Yeah, Moskov would be mad. I mean, Moskov really synergizes well with the Ling playstyle, right? That macro game playstyle of that late game with that trio mid, having that Aurora, Hylos, and possibly potentially a roamer as well, but they have yet to pick it up. So the Vexana being taken out, which we've seen the answer as for the Aurora, and Thuram is one of the many answers too. Now this would be on whether or not Rift Esports, they want to pick up a mage right now, or would they want to pick up their roamer right now? Because Pancake, yeah, you don't have your Tigro anymore, you don't have your Cho anymore.
So it's gonna be Edith. I'm really like stunned that the Battle Mist was actually banned out. Like, how would this play around Rift? I've never seen like Melon actually. I don't think Melon has won with the Faramis before.
I think they're banning based on what might be bad for the team, and they're probably going for that kind of like team fight kill. And they think that Faramis, potentially, even if you don't play it well, maybe you can counter us, and that's what they're scared of.
Right now, you'd go back to the Claude, or maybe, I don't know, Beatrix for yourself, just because combos well with Aurora. It's gonna be Lolita, Nathan. Oh, interesting. There's a lot of splash damage. Lolita is gonna be there for a large Luminon blast. The Lolita and Nabi pick has fallen off quite a bit, huh?
The nerf coming through.
But I don't think it's too big a nerf that makes it unviable. It might still be viable.
It's not unviable. It's more of it's not OP. You know, it's no longer the OP meta. That's what I feel. Right?
It's like the unbreakable truth right there. And
Wait.
Zask,
Ooh,
the
okay.
Zask will finish things up. That's going to be a very scary mid lane duo. So Pancake's going to be on the Edith. That means it's going to be EXP Khalid. Bear taking a page out of Diablo's textbook. The Khalid in EXP. I really like Khalid EXP a little bit more just because like you have your wave to deal with. You can reach your power spikes much faster. You don't have to play in a sort of like a full true blue tank kind of situation.
Yeah, this Nathan versus Harif though. I mean, in terms of going into that mid to late game, once you are able to find the farm, Nathan will shred, right? That line of damage is going to be extremely hard to deal with. But Melon and Canonio, it falls on them to jump the backlines, make sure the backline is threatened at all times.
Well, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the draft is set. There's no more changes, no turning back. This is game number 5 for Rift Esports up against RSG. The winner, well, will go on to the lower bracket finals to face off against Team Evil. And the loser will take the MRT home.
This is nail biting, right? I mean, they probably will both take the MRT home, but,
I guess.
but we're gonna see who takes the game home and the series in their pockets as well. RSG up against Rift, neck to neck now, going the full way in this game number 5. I mean, Moment, you also talked about the Nathan as well as the Ling, right, being the keys here. But the question is, will they have the time to scale up?
Yeah, it's very greedy lineup coming up from RSG. In terms of having that mid-game damage, I don't really see them going for these mid-game team fights, right? RSG, it just feels like a very defensive, yet going for that late-game lineup. So they have just to try not to take as much damage as possible. But Riv Esports, they now have that initiation. They have Canonio, who will be trying to snipe you as much as possible.
Taking a look at the emblems right now, it does look like a tank emblem for the Khalid, so a little bit more tankability, a little bit more rotations with the Wilderness Blessing at this point.
Oh, the flicker in, the stun gear gets exploded, and he lands his first blood already, popping the Revitalize, but not in time to be able to sustain him through that.
Yeah, and it's in Rift's best interest to not let RSG get any form of momentum. But look at this.
Oh, shoot, Tempest of Blades, the slices. Yon's going to be able to get that, so chalking that up to a 1-1.
It's a very risky play underneath the turret, but right now, Turtle spawned up. I don't think it's under RSG's agenda. It's a nice to have, not a must have, as Rift is going to blitz this down.
Super
important. But actually, oh,
so close. Oh, that was a possibility, right?
That was a possibility. It was on the agenda anyways.
Gear in some trouble as well. The stun comes through from the Dominator's Descent as well, popped to be able to deal the damage, but Melon does not get the kill, and here comes Closer for the backup, and they will disengage Bear in the brushes, laying some damage onto Closer as well, stuns him out, puts in enough. The Frigid Glacier stops Pancake and Melon in place.
Good play, just creating that space to keep Closer alive so that the follow-up doesn't come through, as both teams are really fighting their hearts out onto this one. In the late game though, I do feel like a late game Nathan would be much more scarier just because of the attack speed that it brings to the table. And both sides though, Gear does have the Revitalize, Closer does have the Revitalize, so the longer the RSG stays in battle in the mid to late game, the more the possibility of winning is increased by a tenfold.
Yeah, and what I'm predicting here, right, in the next few minutes, they really want to bring the hate onto Chu, and that's a target for RSG. But meanwhile, Rift Esports, Canonio getting these pickoffs are the name of the game. So not finding any kills there is still a win for RSG. But whether or not Chu comes online with the Damon Force.
You have to knock up the Frigid Glacier as well. Here comes Yon trying to finish it off. He does get Pancake, so it's a 1-for-1 so far. CS goes down as well.
It's a very, very good team fight right there. It's the first 5-on-5, and CS caught in the middle of all of it. Canonio, slowly but surely getting his damage up. He's taking things personally. He doesn't want to lose this. He doesn't want to go back home. And this is a level 7 Canonio. Only time will tell how far he will scale up in the early game.
Yeah, and expect Canonio to be breathing down your neck at all times because he is that mid-game monster that he is. There's so much mobility, there's so much burst damage that's coming out, way more than what the Ling brings to the table. Ling would want to bully the Harif as much as possible, and that's the only target for him.
And look at the speed that Bear is surfing on. He's already at the turtle pit. Waiting for the right time.
Pancake with the engage in the backline. Bear gets 2 stuns out. Then he's down. Gear and Roy as well already sent to the Great Pit. Yon gets the turtle though, so it's a bit of a consolation prize, but they go on to closer as well, and Rift closes that out with 3 kills.
Massive sandstorm by Bear. He identifies Gear and Roy on the back line. Roy doesn't have the passive at all. Goes in, stuns them out, and deals that early game damage that Khalid is no far. With a fracture, Canonio takes one out. CS out of the ball game just as he responds.
Yes, sir. We will have a replay on that screen, and we will see that Raging Sandstorm once again. The lack of damage coming out from Team RSG at this point, right? There is a very blatant lack of damage because they went for an extremely greedy lineup. They went for the Nathan. Yes, they went for the Ling as well. But Yon finds a kill on there.
Oh, one more hit. Just waiting for the right time. Dodges the fracture out of the way. And now Rift, at the very least, they've got the gold advantage, 2,500. Nathan not having a good time this game around, 0-2-1. CS is falling behind.
Yeah, but the silver lining for RSG is they really have that late game damage. If it falls to a state where we are at 18 to 20 minutes, their lineup is extremely favored. But meanwhile, Rift Esports, they have to deny it as much as possible because I don't see them losing any team fights. They have so much zones of control. Zaven's Force, they have that Dominator's Descent as well. And together with Canonio with the burst damage, Raging Sandstorm as well, there's no fight that they can lose if they're together.
On the bottom side, Bear, Gear rolling that out. Canonio finding CS again, and the Rapture closes that one out together with Bear. It's 2 down on the side of RSG. This is not looking good for them. They are putting CS down time and again. Roy, a brawl there on the bottom side, fending off Bear from taking that inner turret.
Rift is scaling all the way up. Yon might be the final hope. His 3-0-0, still in the game though. But he's just waiting out for the rest of the team. Roy taking front of the damage. Bear just zoning everyone out of the orange buff. They're fighting in the mid side. Chu, wide and open. Limit on Blast ramping up.
Yep, trying to find something, but it does not land. In the meantime, Bear comes through the back line as well. Tempest of Blade lays down from the damage. Yon tries to slice and dies with the Frigid Blaze here, but he takes too much. Shut down by Canonio, and they lose 3 in that fight. Bear knocks up a double for himself as they crash through this mid lane turret.
CS barely surviving, barely making it out with a sliver. They're making a beeline to this turtle. Take this turtle out. That's 2 turtles in their name. And just waiting for the next lure, next big objective coming through. But Rift gotta be feeling super good, super happy about their progress in this last game.
Yeah, and what I'm very confused about is RSG foreseeing these fights, right? They know that obviously Rift have these zones of control, yet they pick this defensive lineup with the Hylos and the Lolita to defend their funnel farms, which is the Ling and the Nathan. But still, they want to force team fights, and they're not finding the key targets. Yes, Aluminum Blast, very good, but not enough.
Sandwich in here by Rift as Raging Sandstorm pins closer to the wall. He manages to get out still with the sustain. The Frigid Blades here as well knocks them in place behind the backline. CS taking some damage. Melon putting the pain on him, and it's going to be Pancake that closes up that kill. Tempest of Blaze by Yon on the other side of the map. The 1-2-1, and they managed to get away rather unscathed.
Canonio learns from his mistake. If he knows that his energy is low, he doesn't want to commit to 1v1. But his buddies are here. He wants to find more. Yon. One more pixel, one more frame before he gets out.
3 members chasing after him, hopping from wall to wall right onto Melon, but still being able to get out of that.
Precarious situation, but Canonio understands the limitations of this Nolan. He's 3-0-5. He wants to keep it that way. Melon also having a perfect game. Bear leading the charge.
Raging Sandstorm onto Gear! Vaporizes him immediately, and it's Canonio taking that one. And now 1 member down, RSG left to defend this. Rift is going to get this bottom inner turret.
Top and bottom, no more T2s. Map wide open for Rift. They want to push down that mid side before the Lord comes in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they know that they have to take full control of this map advantage. Yes, they have that mobile lead on an EXP lane. Raging Sandstorm, you're free to initiate just guilt-free at any time because you know the rest of the team, they're fast and they can roll in super fast.
Yeah. Saving grace for RSG, they do have high ground, so if it really comes down to that, Rift really has to play it safe. Don't be over-committal into the turrets. But take a look at where RSG is. They don't want to commit for this one, but they want to look for all these trades that come up.
Yeah, potential chance for their retribution to happen, but Ling is all the way on that top lane, and still, Rift Esports, right? They want to keep pushing on the advantage. They have to convert though. They have to start getting this tri-lane push with that lane priority and get that inhibitor turret. Meanwhile, RSG, they can defend for days, but if Rift play this correctly, they will get inhibitor turret.
Waves all synced up. Rift, it's all according to plan. As Lord marches down the mid side, the turret still has the protection. They're waiting for it to pop. It does. Canonio waiting for the right time, right angle to face off against CS and the rest of the crew.
Waiting to pull the trigger, and now mid lane and bottom being sieged down as well. Yon manages to fend that off for it now. So a bit of damage here on the mid side, but another wave of creeps coming through. Chu taking that Holy Crystal is going to start dishing out a lot of damage. Now Dominator's Descent popped as well. They crack through that mid lane.
Very good use of Dominator's Descent for that space. Glorious Pathway already expended. Now on the bottom lane, the inhibitor
Oh,
turret.
Bear with that Raging Sandstorm. Flicker gets two in the back line. And now they pull the trigger. It's going to be one down gear on the side of RSG. Rift looks like they're happy with this take here. Mid and bottom. X-Walls 1 kill taken down.
They get what they can and they get out. This is a very disciplined Rift. I thought they could be, they were able to cycle through RSG, but knowing their draft, once you have the Glacier Prison, once you have the Numeron Blast, and once you have Nathan that comes up online, that's going to be a huge problem when it comes down to base rushes. So Rift, they're just waiting for the next Lord to come down. It's going to be a very crucial one for RSG, leading them out and just fight away from their homes.
Yeah, what RSG have to do now, right? Just defense all the way. Nathan has to be that damage factor. And the fact that CS has already died 4 times in 11 minutes is just not a good look.
Yon doing everything in his power to keep the lanes at bay. And that's the only saving grace that RSG can do for now. Is 5 kills to 14 favoring Rift. Rift doesn't want to push the issue. They just want to pick everything that they can, play very, very disciplined because they know that one false move, everything can go into the hands of RSG. That's the beauty of this game right now.
Yeah, but this is the turning point, right? This is the turning point where Canonio, he cannot be the main initiator anymore. If he is alone and he's trying to pick someone off and he dies, that's a lot of farm, a lot of damage gone from the side of Rift Esports. So this is RSG's silver lining, right? They're reaching this 12-minute, 15-minute mark. If they can hold a final Lord push, this will be the final Lord push that they might potentially need to hold because the Holy Crystal is out on CS right now.
They might not want to wait for that Lord because they're fighting around the purple buff. I think Canonio who actually got that purple buff away from Yon. Just blitzing up this Lord, this very, very fast Lord take. No contest from RSG. Rift will snatch this one up.
Still, RSG, they are running down the clock. This Lord push, they just have to defend this. And then suddenly, their lineup looks amazing because they can take the rest of the map. Lolita at the front, there's so much front to end back damage. And with Yon being online, already on that link, there's going to be presenting a lot of problems to Pancake and Canonio as well.
Lord is coming through the mid lane now, and it's up to RSG to defend this one. If they manage to. It might save the game here. The conceal by Pancake, Melon, and Rift here trying to make a play. Lord comes in. The flicker by Pancake with the raging sandstorm. Numenor Blast to fend them off, but they're trying to aim for the core. So far, Glorious Pathway able to keep them at bay. The damage in the backline as well. Yon doing so much to shut them down. Chu does get the return on him, and now they're hunkering down on the base. Half of the HP chip. This is all on the line here as RSG tries their best to defend this. Melon with the flicker. Chu with the Salmon Force does not get it as CS cooks up a maniac for himself. The last hits though, the Nightmare spawn will be taken down, and the last minion, RSG, somehow lives to see another day.
So close, but yet so far. A full wipe from Rift, and from 9,000 gold lead down to 4,000. RSG pushing their way towards that mid-side T1. They want to at least take that down as a consolation prize.
Yeah, now it's a 50-50 team fight from both teams, right? That Frigid Glacier being used by Roy, not able to find any value so far. This is where RSG's lineup is suddenly looking so good, right? They have bided their time. It's now 15 minutes in the game. Yes, they might have super creeps, but they have the ability to deal with that with a Link. But Rift, they can still play this perfectly if they bide their time and wait for the perfect creep push timing.
So the conceal play already used up. That's roughly around 1 minute that you don't have a conceal play to engage against RSG. But at this point, protecting your base and their base left barren, it's going to be a very risky position for RSG because Rift at any one point in time, Canonio could very well go for a backdoor play like he did yesterday.
Yeah,
it's going to be. I think it's the same hero that he used, right?
Hero.
Like the Nolan.
Same hero. It might happen. So yeah, keep a lookout.
Precarious situation for RSG, but they're coming back online. I think they underestimated the amount of damage that Nathan could do, but just because CS had a very, very hard early game. Now, 15 minutes on the clock. Let's take a look at the itemizations. The one already built up for that Nathan. And it's actually CS, just with that Maniac alone, coming back up with 2,000 gold ahead of Chu. So it's going to be a very, very scary Nathan coming into play. I don't think they'll be able to contest for this one. They would rather play around their base. Chu snatches up the Lord.
Oh, RSG trying to find that opening there. Going in, but here comes Bear. Glorious Pathway stops him in his tracks. Flicker used as well to get out, but still, Lord in the hands of Rift, and RSG has to somehow defend this yet again.
And that was an extremely good call by RSG to take that team fight, because if Rift fought that was not in their best interest, right? They would have lost that team fight given the fact that RSG just are dealing so much damage right now, and they don't have the skills needed. They don't have the utility needed.
Yarn trying to push the waves, trying to force the issue. Canonio doesn't know that he's there. It's a 1v1 up top. Tempers of Blades used up.
Oh, Yon might get this, pops the immortality and runs away. That's crucial. Now, Canonio does not have that second life, but he has to back out. The Lord is crashing down on this base here. Mid lane, Raging Sandstorm, Bear goes in, pops the Winter Crown. Frigid Glacier as well, used just on him. In the back line, it's going to be closer, trying to make as much work as possible. CS outputting the damage as well to fend them off, and Roy pops off Melon. They're going to be able to get two to force Rift to back off. RSG with another base defense.
RSG are not giving up without a fight. They're not going down without a fight. And Rift has to work for their win. Take a look at the damage dealt. Canonio still up ahead. Even though Yon was able to pop that immortality, Canonio being very, very disciplined not to push the situation. Rift is having a very, very tough time closing things out. And this might bite them in the foot later on in the game, as all of their turrets are still standing strong. They don't have Melon, they don't have Bear to push the issue. Their early game power spike is all gone. This 18 minutes next Lord will be a big one.
And this is where Yon's decision making will come into play for RSG right now, right? Yon needs to play within an arm's length of his team if they are going to win a team fight. Because Rift, they are going to force a team fight down their throats. And if they can find that opening and Yon isn't around, might potentially spell doom. But Riv Esports, of course, they are smart. They will wait for the creep pressure. They want that split push to come through.
30 seconds. Next Lord spawns up. Rift just looking at the map, not making a sound. The first one who shows their faces would spell their inevitable doom as Pancake tries to get a little bit more information around the map. The entropy already used up by CES to try to understand where the enemy is. They're all playing on the opposite side of that Lord. 10 more seconds until he comes back up. Rift definitely needs it. They lost a 9,000 gold lead to RSG, and right now it's tipping over the side of RSG. The scales are tipped over just because CS, this is a late game Nathan that we're working towards.
Late game Nathan, late game Link, with that all-encompassing Lolita, who had that Luminal Blast just to defend. And with that shield as well, I mean, it just counters out so much what Rift wants to do. But they had to reach this stage of the game. And what did they give up? They gave up 3 inhibitor turrets to get here. Whether Rift, they do get that split push going. No, they don't, because Yon is on the job.
CS popping entropy, trying to push Melon out of the way. Now Melon has to retreat, playing a one-man down team fight. No one's starting up with that Lord. He's just using it as bait.
Tournament life here, hanging by a thread at stake for both of these teams. And now the wave super crucial for RSG to manage. Conceal, play, Pancake going in, trying to find an angle here.
Oh, Bear.
Having to back out. Bear as well with the flank, not quite holding that off just yet. As Yon might rejoin the fight now. They're just dancing around this Lord.
Yeah, it really falls down to whether RSG wants to take this team fight, wants to take this Lord. Whoever initiates here are at risk of losing the team fight.
Top lane already pushing down. CS has to respond for that one. Yon is kept busy on the bottom side, trying to push that wave priority. At the very least, he takes down that T2. No one from Rift wants to respond. They know that if they go over, then the fight will break loose. This RSG 3,200 gold lead as of now. At this point, doesn't really matter. Rachel Prison already used up and forces everyone back. Bear has to respond on that bottom side.
And Yon has drawn away the attention to the bottom lane as well. Now, the team fight.
Pancake going in. They're trying to do it. The Raging Sandstorm does not connect. And in the backline, CS doing so much damage. The Bear as well pops the Immortality. Forces them back here. Roy gets Pancake. They abandon the Lord for the kills. And it's a wipeout on the side of Rift Esports. As RSG have a handle on this. It's their timers now to end this game as they clear up the lanes. RSG!
Bottom side pushing in. It's gonna be a very, very long victory. Everyone's all standing up, but we're slowly pushing in. They know it's not over till they end the throne.
But the
it very well might have been.
It's 30 seconds. There's no way Rift can make this. As RSG let blow after blow to secure their position and through this lower bracket.
Everyone doubted them in the regular season. They've made some changes. They've adapted to the gameplay. RSG will keep the streak going. They're not going down in the lower brackets. They're going off to lower bracket finals, facing off against Team Evil.
Oh my god. This is gonna be epic, right? RSG versus Team Evil tomorrow, and RSG just been through hell. They literally been through hell. That was hard. That was a hard game.
But I mean, it's also hard for Rift, right? Like, it's 3-2, so both of you got the predictions right, and I think the audience as well. Most of us are predicting a 5-game 3-2. But for RSG, though, not an easy fight, but it was all intended just because they have that Nathan. But Rift, they just had so much trouble closing out the games, and that was the main reason for their downfall. That first Lord take, forcing the issue, forcing themselves into the thrones, and just everyone just decimated. Everyone taken down. Maniac given over to CS, and just RSG keeping their dreams alive at least for one more day.
I mean, they did exactly that, kept their dream alive indeed. And you know, the key, CS, scaling. We said it was greedy, but they did, and that was the key.
Greed worked out.
Just be greedy.
Green is good.
Insane. But both of these teams played their hearts out, you know, and unfortunately Rift had to go home. But man, RSG.
Yeah, I think everyone has to go home after this game just because it's game 5, but I understand you. Oh, but honestly though, I think it might spell the end for Canonio and Pancake because they have to go back to their actual homes.
But congratulations to both teams. RSG, you'll be making it into the lower bracket finals. Oh, tomorrow. But Rift Esports, you gave us a great game that everybody will remember. This is a best of 5, like fully 5 games, and nobody knew who was gonna win.
So close, but yet so far, man, for Rift Esports. But after all of this, let's just focus on the last game. Who was the one, who was the MVP that brought them to their dreams of making it to tomorrow? Who was the playmaker? Who was
I gotta say it's Yon. Once again, I gotta say it's Yon. Despite the fact that CS, yes, he did pop off, but it was inevitable because of Yon dealing with the lane pressure so well.
Right.
I think in the early game, right? Having those kills and being able to also manage the lanes across, doing so much work.
Yeah, just buying time for CS to come online, get his power spikes. Let's take a look at MVP on your screens right now. It's going to be finding the right targets. He might have well been. He's so crucial in a lot of these team fights, a lot of these glacial prisons, and that last gameplay, that last fight that won them the game. It was Roy who initiated everything. It was off the map just because of Yon trying to maintain that pressure on the offside. But it was Roy who kicked things off.
Yeah, I saw that in the background as well. Like Yon just froze 2 people while Roy just froze 2 people while Yon was rotating in. Oh my God, that was a cinema, man. That was a cinematic scene. Like, yeah, Roy, I'm coming.
Well, I mean, this is it's a really, really scary moment for RSG right now because looking forward, you have to face up against Evil, and you just played a heck of a game this time around. It's a best of 5. Get some rest, go home, reset, and come back in the morning and get to the next game.
And I think for Roy, right, we talked about how he used to play the Kadita as well, you know, very assassin style. But even on this Aurora, it shows the same signs with the flicker in together with the frosty breeze as well, being able to land those, you know, stunts in place and lockdowns. Phenomenal play. So kudos to him landing that MVP.
Would you say that Aurora is sort of like a pseudo artillery mage?
No, he's Aurora.
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 Oh man, production, do me another solid and help me get another Photoshop done. Thank you.
He is Aurora now, right?
Yeah. And I think Yon just played his hearts out as well, and they never gave up until the very, very end. I think Gear. Here's the thing about like these pseudo enchanter tank roams, like the Lolitas, like the Minotaurs. In the early game, you're definitely gonna suffer because you're not tanky enough to tank the brunt of the damage. And for the side of Rift though, they have very, very high rotation speed, very high damage. It just wasn't enough. Especially for Chu, he's got 1, 4, and 7. In the late stage of the game, he wasn't able to pop off, and I think that led to their downfall. In the entirety of the game, Melon played a heck of a game as well, having no kills until the very, very end, and they're just trying to force the issue, trying to force a lot of these fights down onto the thrones.
Yeah, they made a lot of good decisions, right? In the early game, pretty much at first 15 minutes of the game, it was all on Rift's shoulders, right? The complete momentum was there, and the fact that they had so much momentum, so much farm lead, they were able to get that 2 inhibitor turrets and possibly another one as well. All 3 of the lanes was down, but the way that RSG responded, they knew their strengths. Yeah, to get this far, we had to give up 3 inhibitor turrets. Our time is now, and they really counter-initiated to the best of their ability. The way that really they started to play is they know what Riv is doing. They were conditioned to the initiation that's coming in. Yes, Melon is going to jump in with the Dominator's Descent at the back. Canonio is going to try to find out damage dealer, which is CS. So that's why Lolita here permanently on CS duty. Did you see the Aluminum Blast they used? He used it only on Canonio. Like, he made sure it is just to keep away Canonio. It's never for a team fight.
I think it was closer as well in the late stage of the game when they're doing the Lord dance. Canonio was just standing in that brush. Once Closer seeks him out, he's just preventing Canonio from coming close. And I think he did a heck of a job. Even though he got no kills, he did what a Hylos is supposed to do. Just stay in front and be that horsey from hell.
Yeah, that horsey does... just when you bring up that farm, once you reach that level farm, if you are equal in levels, if you don't have the ability to sustain as well as a Hylos, which you will most likely not be able to, unless you are a Yuzong or something else that you can fight one-on-one, but you enable the team. That's why Hylos is such a meta pick right now.
That's right.
The turret damage here, 18k to 42k, all the odds stacked against RSG with their base completely stripped. Just all 3 lanes and still, you know, managing to put up the 2 defenses of their lifetime there to come back in that one fight at Lord Pit.
I think if I was Rift and I could change anything that I want in the fight, I wouldn't force the issue. I wouldn't force it in, because you have to do with CS, you have to do with gear. And once CS got that one Maniac, it was all over for Rift from that point onwards. Because CS just had so much damage, had so much attack speed, and he was dealing so much damage. This is the 3rd time that CS had been on screen this entire series. 877 gold per minute, 140,000 damage dealt. It's just all red at this point. RSG deserves it and deserves to win.
And I mean, tomorrow will be the battle of RSG versus Evil, right? These are the lower bracket gods. Like,
interesting.
Yeah, they are the lower bracket gods of their own era, right? Now they have come together and through time and space, and tomorrow it will be the clash.
Yeah. You know, I just want to say, this is, apart from the game, RSG had an interview right after the transfer window in the middle of the regular season, and Youngin was he took the mic off of Cheryl and he was like saying, hey, to all our friends out there who's constantly supporting us, we're so sorry, we apologize, we didn't do well. And he's actually proved himself this time around in the playoffs, going back to top 3.
They're doing well now.
Yeah, have you seen, like, if you can see Youngin's esports resume, it's all like, okay, first place, finals, grand finals, top 2, top 1.
Man is stacked.
Man is stacked, and like, I think he is a superpower right here.
Yeah, he has a superpower, but I believe Gear brought that superpower along with him as well. Really a much different approach that RSG took towards their roster, because I felt that, yeah, CS, Closer, everybody, Roy as well, they are such mechanically such gods, right? They are so good at their respective roles. They just never seem to fit well together. Bray really brought it together, but now it seems like Gear was the missing piece. Missing Gear!
The missing gear.
The gear that brought it all together.
Oh, you need,
my god.
He's the gear
and I think
that needs to fit in the cogs. So I'm trying to find a way to string that together.
the gear that made it all
I do
click.
that, yeah.
You know, I'm super interested though to hear. I mean, we talk about how Gear comes in with the shot calls as well, making, you know, the communication so smooth. I really want to hear this game and how that went down.
Well, we don't have to wait anymore, because here is the mic check.
I zoning carry. Just try. I zoning the carry not there, guys. Carry coming. Angel not D. I'll go still chick. My way. Akai can now. Yeah, knock out. He stay. Can fight.
Akai got Diana.
Slowly. They ulti. I can peel you CS with my kick. Angel not D.
Nice.
I got peel for kick, guys. I went on the carry.
Nice, yes.
Continue. I still got free. Can try. Yeah.
Hey, just finish.
I'll kick it. Nice one. You can back.
I need help.
I can try. Hey, watch you. I'm not there, guys. I'm not there, bro.
It's okay.
Wow, too kanchong already, bro. 5 seconds out with.
I think hard, bro. You might need throw life for this.
Dominan. NT. We can try fire. They doing low. This one. So yeah, get go.
I freeze.
Can or not? Relax ah. Tigo no ulti. Ling. I bet ling. Wow, 我鸡巴。
I freeze.
Ready or not, guys?
I freeze out.
Go.
Wow, I'm trolling my bad.
Well, go. Come back, guys. Come back. Help CS.
I freeze. Yes.
Yeah, they on me. Hey,
Wow, my bad, I'm trolling.
Go. Out there! Back slowly.
I freeze.
Okay, nice. Link, header. Nice one. Yep. You see, guys. Defendable.
Yeah, I freeze me.
Hey, pushing not flicker. Nice try. Okay,